paying attention.
Dear road rivals, you may have four wheels and a similar build, but our
This war was sold to the American people based on falsehoods and lies.
The sales campaign that took place, I would characterize as aggressive deception.
Well, I wouldn't rule out a manipulation.
How's it going? Oh, man. I was gonna play a game of Risk real quick, and then I was gonna get into the research, but I wanted to first watch this video and play a game of Risk, so that's what I'm gonna do. I don't care if y'all don't like it. Ugh.
Former United States President George H.W. Bush died on November 30th, 2018. And while leading Democrats joined the GOP in celebrating the Republican leader as a hero, honoring him in a bipartisan ceremony, the real Bush left behind a murderous legacy full of war crimes across the planet.
Both of them.
The corporate media lionized Bush, a former oil tycoon and director of the CIA, as a statesman who committed his life to his country. But Bush's patriotism was not rooted in devotion to the average working class American people. Instead, he was an elite custodian of capitalism and empire. From Iraq to Panama, George H.W. Bush was responsible for countless deaths. And far from being the moderate voice of reason he is now being presented as in the era of Trumpism, Bush paved the way for right-wing extremists to take control of the
this
US
guy's a
empire
liberal.
he so carefully preserved.
He's saying
If
that
one had to
Trump's like him.
succinctly
Trump's
summarize
nothing
George
fucking like
H.W.
him.
Bush
Trump
in a
didn't
single
start
moment,
any new
it would be in
wars,
the eve
dumb
of
fuck.
his presidency in 1988. On July 3rd of that
Trump
year,
was actually
the
trying
US
to get out of
government
most
shot
countries.
down an Iranian civilian plane, killing all 290 passengers on board, including 66 children. The United States adamantly refused to apologize for this horrific atrocity. Bush was then vice president under Ronald Reagan and was in the middle of his own campaign for president. At a GOP event just a month later, in August, Bush indirectly responded to the U.S. massacre of Iranian civilians with the following infamous words.
I'll never apologize for the United States of America. Ever. I don't care what the facts are.
This lone quote says so much about the 41st U.S. president. It is a concise representation of the imperial hubris and chauvinism that Bush was the physical embodiment of. He refused to apologize for the crimes of the U.S. empire and did not give a damn about the facts. George H.W. Bush's family, life, and world were the textbook representation of the American ruling class, combining together the CIA, the oil industry, elite Ivy League universities, and even
He was part of Skull and Bones, too.
Nazi Germany.
I saw a video the other day where some guy was talking about how George Bush got fucked by at least 100 dudes, and he's like, yeah, it's because he was part of Skull and Bones. He got fucked by 100 dudes. That's just what they do. It was funny as
born
fuck.
in 1924 into an elite capitalist family. His grandfather, Samuel Bush, was a corporate steel and railroad executive
All right, how
who
many
oversaw
do I get
U.S.
here?
government
5?
contracts with weapons corporations during World War I. H.W.'s father, Prescott Bush, was an even more notorious figure. In 1918, as a member of Yale University's elite secret
shit, I
society
didn't want
Skull and
that.
Bones, Prescott and his peers dug up the grave of former Native American leader Geronimo and stole his skull. Prescott Bush then went on to become a bank executive on Wall Street. And during the Holocaust, the Bush family patriarch even profited from the genocidal Hitler regime. As the newspaper The Guardian reported in 2004, even after America had entered the war and when there was already significant information about the Nazis' plans and policies, he worked for and profited from companies closely involved with the very German businesses that financed Hitler's rise to power. It has also been suggested that the money he made from these dealings helped to establish the Bush family fortune and set up its political dynasty. Although the assets of Prescott Bush...
Wait, what? I missed that.
As the newspaper The Guardian reported in 2004, Even after America had entered the war and when there was already significant information about the Nazis' plans and policies, he worked for and profited from companies closely involved with the very German businesses that financed Hitler's rise to power. It has also been suggested that the money he made from these dealings helped to establish the Bush family fortune and set up its political dynasty. Although the assets of Prescott Bush's company were seized by the U.S. government in 1942 under the Trading with the Enemy Act, this did not stop
Trading
him from
with the
pursuing
Enemy
a
Act?
political career.
I have not heard about this act. The Trading with the Enemy Act. Trading with the Enemy Act. Is this where we, like, won't... Trading with the Enemy Act, 1917? Oh, jeez. President Woodrow Wilson order to create an official office of under power. Anyone who actions might be considered a possible threat to war. All right.
A decade later, in 1952, Bush was elected to the U.S. Senate, representing Connecticut. George H.W. Bush followed in the footsteps of his father. He went to Yale University and was also a member of the elite secret society Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
After graduation, Bush moved to Texas and
Yeah, he got
entered the
fucked
oil
by at least
industry.
100 dudes.
In 1953, he co-founded the Zapata Petroleum Corporation and quickly became a millionaire. In the early 1960s, before Bush officially entered politics, he also secretly started to work with the CIA. Journalist Joseph McBride noted, quote, Bush started working for the agency in 1960 or 1961, using his oil business as a cover.
I was not
for
set up well
clandestine
for this game.
activities. After over a decade of building up his fortune in the oil industry, Bush then moved on to politics. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 1966, representing Texas. But that was just the beginning. Bush then became U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and subsequently chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Oh, I should have
And
went
then
down.
in 1976, Bush was appointed Director of Central Intelligence. After secretly working with the CIA for over a decade, Bush, a staunchly conservative Cold Warrior, was now the chief of it. Historian Greg Grandin wrote, quote, Bush helmed the CIA when it was working closely with Latin American death squads grouped under Operation Condor. This was the height of the Cold
Operation
War.
Condor.
And after the CIA had already violently overthrown numerous democratically elected governments throughout the global south, from Iran to Guatemala to Chile, the U.S. continued supporting far-right military dictatorships and death squads throughout Latin America. This was also at a time when Bush was developing deeper ties to Saudi Arabia, one of the world's largest oil producers and a key U.S. ally in the Cold War. With U.S. backing, the Saudi monarchy supported right-wing Islamist groups, many of which were extremists, to undermine secular socialist and communist forces in the Middle East.
Yeah, no, it's pretty funny because they created Al-Qaeda. The CIA created Al-Qaeda.
And through both oil and politics, Bush and his family maintained close links to Saudi elites, including the powerful bin Laden family. Historian Greg Grandin likewise pointed out that it was Bush who helped facilitate Ronald Reagan's escalation of the Cold War through the infamous Iran-Contra scandal. Bush served as vice president under President Reagan during this scandal, in which the Republican administration sold weapons to Iran in order to fund far-right Contra death squads in Nicaragua. When Bush succeeded Reagan as the 41st president, he used his authority to pardon the conspirators involved in the Iran-Contra scandal, thereby preventing an investigation into his own criminal activity. Many observers have noted that by doing this, George H.W. Bush helped set the precedent that Donald Trump would later exploit as president. But this paled in comparison to Bush's most egregious crime. succeeded Reagan as the 41st president, he used his authority to pardon the conspirators involved in the Iran-Contra scandal, thereby preventing an investigation into his own criminal activity. Many observers have noted that by doing this, George H.W. Bush helped set the precedent that Donald Trump would later exploit as president. But this paled in comparison to Bush's most egregious crimes. In 1989, the administration of the newly inaugurated President Bush invaded the tiny Central American nation of Panama in order to oust dictator Manuel Noriega, who had himself been a longtime CIA asset, who for years worked closely with the United States, helping it to fund right-wing death squads while he was trafficking drugs. The U.S. brutally bombed Panama, burning down thousands of homes, leading to the nickname Little Hiroshima. Historian Greg Grandin noted that the bodies of dead Panamanians were shoveled into mass graves. But Bush's bloodiest atrocities were yet to come. In August 1990, Iraq militarily occupied and annexed its southern neighbor Kuwait. The Bush administration wanted a war in response, and in order to sell this war, it spread blatant lies. In October 1990, a 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl testified before the
Well, this was Kuwait who did this, who sold this lie. I mean, Bush was involved, but yeah, she basically said that the Iraqis were throwing babies on the ground out of their incubators and letting them just die, and apparently it was just all fake. And this woman was actually a part of the Kuwait the royal family.
Congressional Human Rights Caucus, and claimed,
While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators.
See, I told you.
Took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying.
human rights organizations like Amnesty International obediently echoed this myth, and George H.W. Bush used it to justify a war on Iraq.
And they had kids in incubators, and they were thrown out of the incubators so that Kuwait could.
There's no proof that he didn't know that this was
It was
not
only
true, though.
after this war, in 1992, that it was revealed that this 15-year-old girl was actually the daughter of Kuwait's ambassador to the U.S., and that the lies she spread had been orchestrated by a PR firm on behalf of the Kuwaiti monarchy. But remember, Bush had declared just a few years ago that he didn't care what the facts are. In 1991, the 41st U.S. president launched a war on Iraq, and it was extremely brutal. Under Bush's leadership, the U.S. military deliberately targeted civilian infrastructure, devastating the country. Just weeks after the end of the war, the United Nations published a survey analyzing the civilian damage done by U.S. bombing. The UN found that Iraq was, quote, near apocalyptic, that it had been bombed back, quote, to a pre-industrial age, and that the country...
Bro, it looks gnarly, though. I've seen pictures of it. It's fucking gnarly. If you look at the Highway of Death... Here, I'll look up pictures of the Highway of Death. Highway of Death. Like, just look at this shit. Fucking crazy. This was a lot in Kuwait, but there's a part called Highway 8, and that's where it goes into Iraq. I don't know which part is exactly, which one would be Highway 8, but yeah. It, like, Highway 80 turns into Highway 8 when it goes into Iraq, and that's part of it. Here we go. Let's get back to watching this.
The country was on the verge of a, quote, epidemic and famine. The U.S. military also used depleted uranium weapons, leading to birth defects, high cancer rates, and environmental damage that Iraqis are still suffering from to this day. Even the Washington Post, which supported the war, acknowledged 4 months after it that the U.S. and its allies, quote, sought to achieve some of their military objectives in the Persian Gulf War by disabling Iraqi society at large. And the U.S., quote, deliberately did great harm to Iraq's ability to support itself as an industrial society. Precision-guided weapons were used to specifically target electrical plants, oil refineries, and the transportation grid. The U.S. destroyed more than 100 bridges, along with roads, railroads, factories,
I was really
phone
hoping they
networks,
wasn't going
and
to get
TV
that.
and radio stations. The Pentagon later admitted that it intentionally demolished Iraq's electricity infrastructure, reducing the country's power generation level after the war by 96%, knocking it back to the level that Iraq had in 1920. A lieutenant general told the Washington Post that the psychological impacts that average Iraqi citizens would suffer from after losing their electricity was a, quote, side benefit. One of the most extreme U.S. crimes was committed on February 13, 1991, when the military used laser-guided smart bombs to destroy a shelter full of civilians.
I think he's going to try to take me out.
408 Iraqi
Damn it, he
civilians
is.
were massacred in this U.S. attack, and the Pentagon itself admitted that
Well,
the Amaria shelter that it
go
bombed
into a different
was
one.
being used by civilians seeking protection. Even more blood-curdling was an atrocity that was so heinous it earned the name the Highway of Death.
Yep,
On
this
February
is what I was
26th
talking
and
about.
27th, the U.S.
A
and
lot
allies
of this was
Britain,
in
France,
Kuwait,
and Canada
though.
bombed Iraqi soldiers as they tried to flee Kuwait and return to Iraq. Thousands of fleeing Iraqis were massacred. There were even reportedly some civilians among the soldiers as they tried to flee, including foreign workers and Palestinians who were expelled by the Kuwaiti monarchy. They were all bombed to pieces. Thousands died. The exact number of victims is unknown. The aftermath of the Gulf War was beyond catastrophic. A Harvard public health team investigated and found that Iraq had acute malnutrition and epidemic levels of the preventable diseases cholera and typhoid. The Harvard team also estimated that at least 170,000 Iraqi children under age 5 would die in the year after the war due to the effects of the U.S. bombing. The Washington Post noted, quote, planners now say their intent was to destroy or damage valuable facilities that Baghdad could not repair without foreign assistance. The Bush administration deliberately made the lives of millions of Iraqis complete hell to try to force them into such desperation that they would overthrow their leader. And even when the 1991 Gulf War ended, the Bush 41 administration's war on Iraqi society continued. The U.S. used the United Nations Security Council to expand crippling sanctions on Iraq, which banned all trade with the country. These sanctions, which were further continued under subsequent President Bill Clinton, led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children and other civilians. In response to these reports of mass civilian devastation from U.S. bombing, George H.W. Bush's Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, insisted that every target was, quote, perfectly legitimate. He declared, quote, if I had to do it over again, I would do exactly the same thing. Bush Sr.'s Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney would go on to become Bush Jr.'s vice president, and the brains behind George W. Bush's foreign policy and his own second war on Iraq a decade later. Moreover, H.W. Bush's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, later served as W. Bush's Secretary of State. Given the overlap between Bush 41's administration and that of Bush 43, it is no surprise that Bush Jr. followed in his father's footsteps, launching another devastating war in the Middle East, which destabilized the region and led to more than 1 million deaths. These crimes fly directly in the face of the corporate media's portrayal of George H.W. Bush as a principled moderate, and expose the cynicism behind the attempts to distance him from the political horrors that followed. While Google made a doodle dedicated to H.W.'s passing, and while neoliberal centrist leaders of the Democratic Party tried to rehabilitate Bush as a resistance figure against Donald Trump, The reality is that he and the Bush family only helped set the stage for the rise of far-right Trumpism. Even the explicit
Far-right
racism and the
Trumpism.
dog
Fuck
whistling to
off.
fascist and white supremacists that Donald
Fascists.
Trump has
Fuck
weaponized
off.
is far from
Fuck
new.
yourself.
HW engaged in it as well. During his 1988 campaign for president, Bush and his supporters resorted to using racist undertones to attack his Democratic opponent, Michael Dukakis. Specifically, they exploited the case of Willie Horton, a black man who was imprisoned for murder and rape, but who escaped from prison after being temporarily released on a weekend furlough program in Massachusetts. Far-right writer Ann Coulter, a staunch Donald Trump supporter who regularly contributes to a white supremacist website, described the HW camp's racist exploitation of the Willie Horton scandal as, quote, Bush's finest 30 seconds. Journalist Russ Bellunt, the author of the book Old Nazis, the New Right and the Republican Party, also documented how former Nazi collaborators from Eastern
Damn
Europe
it.
helped get
That was
Bush
not what I
elected
wanted.
president. Fascist, staunch anti-communists who immigrated to the U.S. from socialist Eastern Bloc countries during the Cold War later took leadership positions in the Republican National Committee's ethnic outreach groups and strongly supported Bush. A lifelong Cold Warrior, Bush was also president when U.S.-backed
Cold Warrior.
counter-revolutions overthrew the Eastern Bloc in 1990 and 1991. He subsequently helped oversee brutal neoliberal capitalist reforms that were referred to as shock therapy and that led to millions of unnecessary deaths in the former Soviet Union. Under Bush's leadership, the U.S. pressured these former socialist governments to engage in mass privatizations, selling off state-owned industries and assets for pennies on the dollar. This U.S.-backed neoliberal shock therapy established the network of capitalist oligarchs who control Eastern Europe still today. This was just one of the many policies that George H.W. Bush oversaw that the world is still reeling from in 2018. It was not just war crimes and CIA spying,
piece of
oil
shit.
drilling, and racist dog whistling that defined Bush's life. In 1990, the 41st U.S. president heralded in what he proudly called a new world order. Capitalism had won the global war on socialism, and Bush was the leader of the only remaining superpower in the world. The United States of America was the global hegemon, and its military and corporations ruled all. American imperialism had triumphed and would spend the next 3 decades imposing the Washington Consensus on the planet. In this way, George H.W. Bush did much more than just pave the way for his son and eventually Donald Trump to take power. Even more importantly, as Bush stood there with the last Soviet premier Mikhail Gorbachev, Bush was being anointed king of the neoliberal era, the seeds of which had been planted by his predecessor Ronald Reagan. That neoliberal era died in 2016
Neoliberalism, it sucks,
with
honestly.
the election of Donald Trump,
It's
the
fucking cringe,
resurgence
bro.
of far-right and fascist movements across the globe, and with a renewed socialist left and the implosion of the bipartisan centrist consensus. After his passing, Bush was commemorated as a skilled leader, and he was indeed skilled in the art of empire, warmongering, and reaction. Bush was the last competent manager of the American ruling class. He came from the elite, from the rich and the powerful, and he left them even richer on his deathbed. Bush was a lifelong custodian of U.S. imperialism and capitalism, and he served those systems well. He bears significant responsibility for ushering in the new world order that followed him, the one whose demons we're all grappling with today. Bush 41's supporters have tried to absolve him for the state of the country and the world that he left behind, but George H.W. Bush cannot be separated from it. After all, he refused to ever apologize for his country and cared little for inconvenient facts.
I'll never apologize for the United States of America. Ever. I don't care what the facts are.
For the Real News Network, I'm Ben Norton.
Well, that's easy because they wanted to. Israel attacks the U.S. Liberty. Yeah, Israel did do that. Wait. Here, there was one that I saw that I wanted to
Former
watch
United
on
States
here.
President George H.W. Bush died on November 30th, 2018.
There we go.
And while
The first anniversary of our independent Czechoslovakia, a state we helped to win. We're experiencing it here, thousands of kilometers away. We make sure the locomotive's in good order.
Turn, yes.
One maintains our weapons.
Let's see what.
Another, men's uniforms. And the food. Well, we have to eat. But perhaps the most important among us.
We gotta
those
wait it off
brothers and
for sure.
sisters caring for our wounded. In conflict, we must.
Hello, I'm James Holland, and I'm a historian of the Second World War. History Hit is a bit like Netflix, but purely for history. We've got hundreds of hours of historical documentaries going all the way back to classical times, right through to the Cold War and beyond. Use the word war stories, all one word, for a massive discount.
Did that guy trade? No, he didn't. Oh man,
With the Iraqi invasion
I could
of
take
Kuwait,
this
a
guy's,
great
all of this guy's
confrontation
shit
began
if I
as
trade.
a host of forces from around the world were deployed against the Iraqi army. This video ordnance program looks at the weapons of Operation Desert Shield.
Has anyone traded yet? No.
The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait pitted the largest army in the Persian Gulf against one of the smallest. The Iraqi army, hardened by a decade-long war with neighboring Iran, numbers over
Should I trade to get
650,000 men
his stuff, or is
against the
that too
Kuwaiti
risky?
force of only 10,000.
I don't know. It seems
Even
pretty
the vast
risky.
kingdom of Saudi
How much would I
Arabia
get?
has only
Only
95,000
4?
troops in its army and national guard.
And then I could go boom, boom,
It was the threat
boom.
that Iraq might extend its invasion beyond Kuwait into the oil-rich Saudi
It seems
land
risky.
that prompted the anti-Iraq coalition to deploy in Saudi Arabia, codenamed by the United States Desert Shield. But just how good is the Iraqi army? Seth Karras, a noted specialist on Mideast military issues, describes the performance of the Iraqi army in the Iran-Iraq War.
I could have done
waged
it. I
from
could have taken all of his shit.
1980 to 1989.
The Iraqis
That was stupid. I should have
showed
done it.
a very mixed picture during the war. They sometimes did very well, they sometimes did very badly. They had a lot of problems. One of them was political interference. When Saddam Hussein interfered in military
Maybe I could still do
operations,
it
things
if
often
he
went
doesn't
extremely
trade.
badly. When he kept hands off and left things in the hands of the professional soldiers, they often did quite well. In addition, it depended upon the circumstances. The Iraqis were never extraordinarily good at mobile warfare, but they did learn during the course of the war, and by the end of the war, they were much better at it than they had been at the beginning of the war. They also learned...
Well, they had the 4th biggest army in the world during the time that the war started.
A whole lot about fighting defensive operations, so that by the end of the war, they were very good at building fortifications and equipping them and manning them with troops.
The Iraqi army is organized into about 7 tank divisions, 3 mechanized divisions, and 50 infantry divisions. With the invasion of Kuwait in 1990, the Iraqis shifted their military might away from their former Iranian foe and into a southern direction, facing Saudi Arabia. According to intelligence sources, by the end of 1990, the Iraqis had moved their 25 best divisions, over 350,000 troops, into the Kuwaiti theater. This includes over 3,000 tanks, 3,000 armored vehicles, and 2,000 artillery pieces. The shock force in these actions was the elite Republican Guard.
The Republican Guard started totally as a defense of the regime type force. It existed for political reasons, and that reflected the fact that essentially every government in Iraq has changed because of a coup, so that there's a tremendous desire on the part of the current regime to have means of keeping the military under control. For most of the time in the last 20 years, the Republican Guards has been a fairly small force, growing over time.
Is he gonna try to take him?
But never that large. During the latter part of the war, however, especially in the last few years, it was greatly expanded. So it now is a multi-divisional force, including armor, infantry, commandos.
I was hoping
that in fact is the elite shock part.
He wasn't.
It still has a political role of defense of the regime, which is why the Iraqis kept portions of the Republican Guard sitting in Baghdad even as they were invading Kuwait. But it also has this critical military role. It's the best part of the Army, even though there are other parts of the armed forces which are good. I mean, there are some good mechanized armored units in the regular Army. There's some good commando units in the regular Army. But the core strike force is the Republican Guards.
Iraq's military equipment is nearly as diverse as that of the forces facing it. During the mid-1980s, Iraq purchased $30 billion of arms from abroad. By far the largest share came from the Soviet Union and its Warsaw Pact allies. France was the second largest supplier of arms, with much smaller amounts coming from NATO countries such as Germany, Italy, and Britain. China sold Iraq over $3 billion of weapons. Countries new to the arms trade flocked to Iraq to sell their new military products. Brazil, North Korea, and Yugoslavia sold $5 billion of weapons to the Iraqi armed forces. American arms sales to Iraq were nearly non-existent. To counter the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait and to prevent further Iraqi aggression, a multinational force led by the United States began deploying in the Gulf region. The largest contingent is from the United States, including over 250,000 Army and Marine troops. Syria has pledged 19,000 troops, with similar numbers coming from Egypt. European contingents include about 30,000 British troops and over 15,000 French. Other contingents were deployed from over a dozen other countries. Desert Shield is the largest massing of land, naval, and air power ever seen in the Gulf region.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage.
The Iraqi Navy is small and does not compare to the sizable forces deployed in the Persian Gulf by the navies of the multinational force. The sea has been the primary means of supplying the armies of the multinational force. The navies are also countering any attempt to resupply the Iraqi army by enforcing the United Nations economic embargo of Iraq.
Merchant vessel, this is U.S. Navy warship, channel 16. Captain, request you shift to channel 10. Over. 10.
Here we see an American warship in the Red Sea conducting a boarding of a grain freighter, the Baltic Mermaid, headed for the Red Sea port of Aqaba in Jordan. The warship hails the freighter and inquires about its cargo.
Captain, I also need to find out what your cargo is. Over. Our cargo is barley and bulk. Barley and bulk. Grain. Barley and bulk. Captain, I understand that you're appropriate.
The captain decides to send a boarding party onto the freighter.
Load the motor whaleboat. Send over. All right, if you open some cargo hatches.
The next hardest thing is making sure the paperwork is legitimate and matching the manifest documents and the bills of lading of their cargo with the actual cargo. And we inspect the decks and the cargo holds.
Which one you want? I want.
Besides their utility in waging economic blockades on Iraq, the naval forces in the Gulf add considerably to the military might of the Desert Shield coalition.
What navies give you in general is mobility, so they can strike from directions other than the ones that he may be prepared to handle. The effect of naval forces is to increase the number of possible strike options, all of which he has to meet. That thins him out. Incidentally, it probably helps thin him out on the ground as well. So, first of all, there are strike options, and that will mean tomahawks and also aircraft. Then, in addition, there will be options for amphibious operations, probably helicopter landings. And it's not just our Navy, but also remember the French have a carrier there with helicopters on board. So, what it presents him with is a more complicated defensive job. Now, in addition, remember that there are carriers in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. They can launch airstrikes. There are probably also ships with the carriers with the Tomahawks on board.
That motherfucker
The
just
Tomahawks
wiped
can
him
come in
out
from
in one.
unexpected directions. If we're able to map his airfields and his radar stations in advance, then presumably we can hit them. That helps pave the way for the airstrikes that follow in.
Fuck!
The Navy can influence the land battle with air power from its carriers, missiles from its warships and submarines.
No,
and
nigga,
marine
no.
amphibious forces from its assault ships in the
No.
Navy assault
Fuck.
ships like this one carry
That
not
was
only
my
the
plan.
forces, but their air support
That was
as well,
my plan.
such as the AV-8B Harrier jump jet.
With Photo Vibrance, you can transform any photo into a mesmerizing moving image in just a few clicks. Simply drop your image into Vibrance and choose the effect you want to create. Then select your preferred resolution.
40.
Inside the editor is where the magic happens. Click around the parts of your image you want to remain still. Then choose the motion arrows to add movement to areas in your image you want to bring to life. It's really that simple. You can also add text, images, as well as special effects and sky replacements to make your images really grab attention. In our advanced editor, you can also create incredible 3D parallax animations. Control the path and rotation of the camera, adjust the easing of your
And attack
animations, and
phase.
even add
Boom.
real 3D particles to your images. Once you're ready, choose your file format and hit publish. That's it. Get started transforming your images into breathtaking motion pictures with Photo Vibrance.
This is what just 10 pounds of body fat looks like. If we want to drop this, we got to take our metabolism from this to this.
This is a metabolism killer. This is a metabolism killer. And even this is a metabolism killer. The sad reality is most people eat these
Fuck.
foods every single day and wonder why they can't lose weight.
The best way to burn fat and get shredded is not keto, paleo, it's not carnivore. it's
Fuck
not
me,
vegan,
I'm
it's
out.
Definitely not super intense exercises like this. That ain't how you lose weight. Cardio burns fat.
The offensive punch of the Iraqi army comes from its tanks. This is one area in which the Iraqis have a numerical preponderance over the forces in Saudi Arabia. But the Allied forces have a qualitative superiority. A third of the Iraqi force is made up of the older Soviet T-54, T-55 tanks, and their Chinese equivalent, the Type 59 and Type 69. This tank type dates back to the 1950s and is armed with a conventional 100mm gun. The Iraqis have developed their own improved version of the T-55, including an up-armed version with a 125mm gun and a type with advanced armor. The single most numerous type of tank in the Iraqi service is the Soviet T-62 and its North Korean copy.
Can I make
the
them harder?
T-62 is very similar to the older T-55, but it is armed with an improved 115mm gun. Some North Korean and Chinese-supplied tanks have improved gun accuracy due to a laser rangefinder. The most advanced tank in the Iraqi arsenal is the T-72 tank, which amounts to about 30% of the Iraqi tank force. This tank is used mainly by the elite Republican Guard units. The T-72 is armed with a very powerful 125mm gun and is considerably improved over the older tanks in Iraqi service, with better armor and superior gun accuracy. Although Soviet tanks and their copies make up most of the Iraqi tank force, there is a hodgepodge assortment of other tanks captured during the war with Iran, including a few dozen American and British tanks.
The Iraqi tanks look very good on paper. If you take a look at the key characteristics of main battle tanks, the gun performance, the thickness of the armor, the mobility of the tank, the Iraqi tanks seem to stack up pretty well against American or British or French tanks. But you have to take a look a little bit deeper than that. For example, the issue of the durability of the vehicle. The Iraqi tanks, mostly coming from the Soviet Union or China, are relatively inexpensive tanks that aren't very durable. As an example, the gun barrel on a Soviet or an Iraqi T-72 tank is good for about 100, 120 rounds before it gets worn out. Now, in a comparable tank, an American or a British or European tank, the barrels tend to last 500 rounds, 1,000 rounds. That wouldn't seem to make much difference in battle, but it has a lot to do with training. It means that the Iraqis can't train with their tanks as much as the Americans or the British or the French because their barrels run out, their tracks eventually wear out, the engines wear out. So as a result, the Iraqis don't train as hard, they don't train as often, they don't train as long as the tankers on the other side of the potential battle. What this means is that the Iraqi tankers have less skill in many of the basic combat skills, such as the accuracy of their fire. Another factor to keep in mind also is that many of the Iraqi tanks are very heavily worn out from the last Gulf War, from the Iran-Iraq War, which lasted almost a decade. So I don't think that we should be misled by the simple numbers, by the fact the Iraqis have more tanks. The bottom line is that numbers alone don't tell the whole story, that there's other factors that certainly have to be kept in mind.
The multinational force in Saudi Arabia is equipped with an equally diverse selection of tanks. The tanks of the American and European units are generally superior to those fielded by Iraq. The mainstay of the United States Army units is the M1 Abrams and its improved variant, the M1A1. The M1 Abrams tank is armed with a 105mm gun, which is fully stabilized, allowing it to fire while moving. The improved M1A1 Abrams tank has a larger 120mm smooth-bore gun and is fitted with a new generation of laminate armor.
Dun dun.
U.S. Marine units use the older M60A1 tank, which was developed in the 1960s. Many have been modernized with additional anti-K armor to protect themselves against Iraqi anti-tank missiles. British forces, including the famous 7th Armoured Brigade, known as the Desert Rats, are equipped with the Challenger main battle tank, a new design similar to the American M1 Abrams in size and performance. The Saudi Arabian Army is equipped with the American M60 tank, and both Saudis and French units in the Gulf also use the French-built AMX-30 tank. Although the Iraqi tanks have outnumbered the Allied tanks, the multinational units have enjoyed a distinct technological edge. Take the two top tanks as an example. The Iraqi T-72 is about 40 tons in weight, compared to 65 tons for the M1 Abrams. The M1 Abrams tank is heavier than the T-72 due to its thicker armor and larger interior, which allows more ammunition to be carried. This overhead view of the turrets of the T-72 and the M1 show the real difference. The M1 turret is wider and larger due to its thick layer of advanced laminate armor. The frontal armor of the M1A1 will stop nearly any existing anti-tank missile or projectile. Another difference is that the T-72 has a 3-man crew compared to the 4 in the M1 Abrams, since the T-72 has an auto-loader instead of a human loader. The interior of the M1 tank is more spacious than the T-72, making it more suitable for prolonged combat operations in difficult desert conditions. Most Iraqi T-72s are older models, which do not have advanced laminate armor in the turret, so they are more vulnerable to many types of anti-tank missiles and larger tank guns. Although the basic gun performance of the T-72 and the M1 is very similar, the Abrams has distinct accuracy advantages due to superior gunfire controls. The T-72 can only fire from the halt, or while moving at very slow speeds.
Fire control system is excellent. Shooting on the move is better than the 60. The faster the tank goes, the more stabilized the gun is. And you can smack targets. You can ask my gunner. He can hit targets moving 30, 35 miles an hour without a problem.
30, 35 miles an hour.
One of the unique advantages of the more advanced
That's fucking crazy.
national forces is their thermal night sights, a far more versatile sighting system than the types employed on Iraqi tanks. These sights can also be used during the daytime to see through smoke that would blind Iraqi tanks. The Iraqi tank force is not as experienced as other branches of the Iraqi army. Its performance during the Iran-Iraq War was lackluster.
Because of the fact that the Iraqis did not face a serious armored threat, there really was not the need for them to develop the kinds of equipment and the kinds of tactics and capabilities that they would have needed if they were fighting somebody with a real armored force. I mean,
I gotta
there's
take a
war between
piss.
The U.S. and Iraq. The U.S. is going to have real armored forces, and they're going to have no experience in dealing with those kinds of forces. So I think this really reflects one of the disadvantageous results of their experience in the war with Iran. If you're just going up against infantry, even a T-55 is fine.
Tanks are not the only armored vehicles on the modern battlefield, and in fact are outnumbered by a wide variety of light armored vehicles. For example, armored attacks are often preceded by armored scout units, which hunt out the weak points in enemy defenses. The Saudi National Guard has used the American-manufactured V-150 Commando armored car. Its wheels give it very good speed in areas of hard desert. The French Army has a larger and more powerful type in the Gulf, the AMX-10RC, armed with an impressive 105mm gun. The U.S. Marine Corps uses a family of light armored vehicles called LAV. The basic LAV-25 is used in the scouting role and is armed with a rapid-fire 25mm Bushmaster cannon. The Iraqi Army uses several different types of wheel scout vehicles, including the Soviet BRDM-2, the Brazilian Cascaval, and several different types of French armored cars. Infantry is very vulnerable to artillery fire and machine guns on the modern battlefield, and so often rides into combat in armored infantry transporters.
Get sentenced
The
and
U.S.
stuff.
Army uses the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle,
7.
which is the most heavily armored infantry vehicle in service anywhere in the world. The British Army uses the Warrior, which is very similar to the Bradley in most respects. Because of their possible role in naval landings, the U.S. Marine Corps uses a very specialized type of infantry carrier, the AAV-7 amphibious assault vehicle.
Holy fuck, I got fucked on right there.
Than conventional infantry vehicles. The Iraqi army is not well equipped with troop carriers. Only a small fraction of its infantry forces have such vehicles. The best Iraqi armored infantry vehicle is the Soviet BMP, which comes in two varieties. The BMP-1 with a 73mm low-pressure gun, and the improved BMP-2 with a 30mm automatic cannon. The BMP-2 is lighter than the American Bradley, at 15 tons versus 22 tons for the Bradley. Mobility of both vehicles is similar, though the infantryman in the Bradley is better cushioned from the shocks of high-speed cross-country travel than in the less robust BMP. The firepower of the Bradley and the BMP is similar, both having an automatic cannon and supplementary anti-tank missile launcher. The Bradley weapon system is more accurate at long ranges, and the vehicle carries more ammunition. The infantry squad of both vehicles is usually 6 men, plus a crew of 3 men in the vehicle itself.
Iraq's advantage in land power really is more in the area of the numbers of armored vehicles, the number of artillery pieces, the number of troops, certainly not in quality. And so that raises the question, is it numbers which really determine the outcome of the war?
It doesn't seem like it. They got fucked on. They lost so many tanks in comparison to how many tanks we lost during, like, any battle. Like, if you look at the battle of, which one was it that they lost just a fuckload of tanks? I think it's the battle of... I think it's I forget how... I think it's Norfolk. The Battle of Norfolk. Oh, I put 3 T's there. What the fuck? But yeah, let's see how many... tanks lost. Yeah, they lost 850 tanks. And then I think America only lost like 4 or some shit. I'll type in US. Yeah, they lost 4 tanks. And fucking Iraq lost 850 tanks in that battle. Like, what the fuck? They got absolutely fucked on, bro.
Between Israel, Egypt, and Syria in 1973, it's quite clear that the numbers weren't really the determining factor in the war. Rather, it was the skill and determination of the troops. And that is certainly likely to be the case in the Gulf as well.
Ooh, I lost a lot there.
Air power is one of the areas where the multinational forces have unquestioned superiority. The Iraqi Air Force, although equipped with some first-rate aircraft, faces the most technologically sophisticated array of warplanes ever amassed in the Mideast. The Iraqi Air Force is structured to assist the ground forces in combat. It has over 950 combat aircraft, about 500 of which are attack aircraft and bombers. The remainder are mainly fighters, but many older Iraqi warplanes are in poor repair. The most numerous Iraqi fighter is the Soviet MiG-21 and its Chinese derivatives. This 1960s vintage fighter makes up nearly 70% of the Iraqi fighter strength, but it does not compare favorably with more modern fighters. The Iraqis possess a small force of MiG-25 Foxbat high-altitude interceptors and are rumored to have a few of the more advanced MiG-31 Foxhound. Iraq uses a small portion of its excellent French Dassault Mirage F-1 fighter bombers in the interceptor role.
I was confused as fuck with what that music was.
By far the most capable fighter in the Iraqi infantry is the Soviet MiG-29 Fulcrum. The MiG-29 is technically similar to newer generations of American aircraft, such as the American F-16 and F-18 Hornet.
Hello? What? You want to ask me?
Yes, can you do something for me?
Do what?
Can you go get me a Gatorade, please?
I'm streaming right now, Gabs. I'm streaming. I'm streaming right now.
Soviet-supplied aircraft make up about 75% of the inventory of Iraqi strike aircraft. This includes the older Tu-16 Badger.
I can't right now, Gabs.
Soviet Spitters are the most numerous attack aircraft in the Iraqi Air Force.
What are you doing right now?
Sukhoi-7 to the more modern Sukhoi-72. Ground attack versions of the Soviet MiG-22
You got a bad headache.
about a quarter of the force.
That's no
These
good.
aircraft carry a wide range of conventional bombs, as well as new laser-guided missiles.
I just want you to go get me a Gatorade.
Yeah.
I just
Recently, the Soviets have provided the Su-25 Frogfoot ground attack aircraft, an effective close air support aircraft that saw extensive combat in the skies over Afghanistan. The Frogfoot is similar to the American A-10 tank buster.
What? No one
The
said
Iraqis
anything to
recently
me.
acquired a handful of sophisticated Soviet Su-24 fencers, which give them long-range
No one
attack
said anything.
capabilities similar to the American F-111.
Yeah.
One of the most capable Iraqi strike
Maybe when
aircraft
I'm
is the
done
French-built
streaming.
Mirage F-1. The Iraqi Mirages are equipped with the Exocet anti-ship missile, making them a significant threat to surface warships.
Not right now,
The Iraqi
Gabs.
Mirage that damaged the U.S. destroyer Stark in the Persian Gulf in 1987. 32 tankers and other ships.
I thought you already
were
did
damaged
love
or
me
sunk in the
forever.
Persian Gulf by Iraqi Exocets
I said I
during
thought you
the
already
war.
did love me forever.
Though Iraq possesses a sophisticated
Maybe,
arsenal of modern
maybe
combat
later.
aircraft, its past combat record has been notable for its
Why? Because I'm
success in
streaming.
aircraft.
Because I'm
It was a
streaming.
mixed picture. I mean, there were some things that they did relatively well in there. I mean, there were some rather
All right.
effective long-range.
I'll
strike
see you
missions
later.
against tankers in the Persian Gulf, for example. They were able to mount some raids on Tehran with their aircraft, which is a long way to go carrying even a small payload. So that they were able to do some things relatively effectively. The problem is
All
that
right.
the Iraqis
What-
really were reluctant to put their air force at risk. You know, they conducted, by and large,
Yeah.
operations that there was little chance that a plane could get shot down. And that meant, of course, that they never really learned how to do all the important things that air forces do. They didn't let them do close air
No.
support. They turned that over to the helicopter forces in the Army. And they didn't really do a lot of heavy...
Oh, I'm just
effective
playing a
attacks of
game.
the kind
I'm
that,
just
other
playing a
companies
game
and
right now, and
air
I.
forces could undertake.
But it's
I
all
suspect
right.
the real problem is that they don't understand what air forces can do and what they're for. Even with the kinds of equipment they had,
What
even with
hurts?
the desire to minimize losses, they still could have accomplished a whole lot more with the equipment they had.
Your what?
You put that same air force in the hands of even some other Middle Eastern
Your
countries,
shoulder
like
hurts?
the
That's no
Jordanians or
good.
the Israelis, and it would have actually been a very effective instrument. So I think the fundamental core problem is that they really don't understand what air power is all about.
The unwillingness of the Iraqi Air Force to commit its precious strike aircraft to the close air support
Love you too.
shifted the burden
I'll see you
to the
later.
Iraqi small force of attack helicopters. The Iraqi
Yeah.
helicopter force uses a diverse
All right,
selection
I'll
of
see you
Soviet
later,
and European
Gabs.
helicopters in this role.
We'll see. I'll call you when I'm done streaming, okay?
Helicopters were used against tanks with hot-guided missiles.
I don't know yet.
You always stream every single day.
Yep, basically.
Facing the Iraqi Air Force is a formidable array
Nope.
of the best warplanes developed in
I
Europe
don't.
and the United States. The Saudi Air Force flies the
Nah.
American F-15 Eagle.
That's not
Compared to
good
the
for
Iraqi
it.
MiG-29, the F-15 is a larger aircraft with greater
No.
range and a heavier weapons load. The F-15's radar can acquire the MiG-29 at long ranges before the MiG-29's own radar.
No,
reaches
it's
the
not.
So the 8 Sleep is a pod cover that fits on a mattress like a fitted sheet, but it's temperature controlled.
All right.
So
I'll
it
see
can
you
heat
later.
and cool each side
Love
of the
ya.
bed independently. I wouldn't say it replaced the need for air conditioning. It didn't, but it did actually legitimately decrease the total air conditioning
Come
you
here,
need
look
when
at
the bed is
it.
cooled off and the house doesn't have to be as cool. So when it literally cools the bed before you get in, stays cool the whole
Sounds
night
like
for
Dad
optimal
doesn't
sleep,
go
and then
get her
warms you up in
Gatorade.
the morning on autopilot every single day.
She's with
Sweet.
her.
So now that I know that air conditioning is the number 2 draw of electricity in my entire house,
Fuck
and I'm-
off. I don't like you. Thank you.
The F-15 Eagle is backed up by the E-3A AWACS, a long-range radar and command center. It can track Iraqi fighters from the moment they take off and coordinate interceptions by friendly fighters. Command and control is a critical but little-known ingredient in modern air combat. U.S. Air Force squadrons in the Gulf are equipped with the F-15 Eagle, as well as the smaller F-16 fighter bomber. The F-15 is a high-performance
Aw,
interceptor
you
which
motherfucker.
combines sophisticated avionics with excellent maneuverability.
You kind of fucked up my plan here.
Another highly capable interceptor is the British Tornado F-3, flown by the Royal Saudi Air Force and the British Royal Air Force. It is armed with Skyflash and Sidewinder missiles. The small Kuwaiti Air Force, operating from Saudi bases, is equipped with the A-4 Skyhawk and small numbers of Mirage F-1 fighters. Besides land-based squadrons, the U.S. Navy provides additional air power from the decks of its aircraft carriers offshore. The Navy's principal interceptor is the F-14 Tomcat.
The Tomcat is an air-to-air fighter, so its job would be strike escort or protection of ships in the Gulf. And its advantage is the ability to handle several enemy aircraft at one time, the ability to distinguish many aircraft at once on its rather elaborate radar. Possibly it would also provide some kind of forward air control in a combat situation, because
Stupid, bro.
Control capability in the airplane.
Bridging the gap between interceptors and bombers are dual-role fighter bombers, such as the Air Force's F-16 and the Navy's FA-18 Hornet. These can serve as dogfighters to supplement the interceptors, or can carry out ground attack missions in concert with the more specialized attack aircraft. The multinational forces in the Gulf placed considerable emphasis on ground attack aircraft. The Saudi Air Force employs the British Aerospace Tornado GR-1 strike fighter. Compared to the Iraqi Sukhoi 17 fitter, the Tornado GR-1 has a heavier bomb load, 8 tons versus...
Hopefully this one doesn't take out its
More importantly, the Tornado's sophisticated radar navigation attack system allows it to operate day or night in nearly any weather, while the fitter is limited to fair weather daytime mission. Royal Air Force squadrons in the Gulf include both Tornado GR-1 and Jaguar units. The Jaguar is in the same size and range category as the Iraqi Mirage F-1. The Jaguar can carry up to 4.5 tons of bombs, compared to 4 tons for the Mirage. French forces in the Gulf have also deployed the Mirage F-1 interceptor, making it one of the most common fighter types in the region. The U.S. Air Force's principal close-range tank buster is the A-10. The A-10 is armed with a potent 30mm cannon, as well as precision-guided Maverick missiles for attacking hardened targets such as tanks and armored vehicles. The Air Force's deep interdiction mission is performed by sophisticated attack aircraft such as the F-15E Eagle and the F-111. These aircraft have advanced terrain-following radars, which permit fast, low-altitude attacks to better evade enemy air defenses. They can carry out their missions in all weather and at night. The Navy's equivalent of the F-111 is the A-6 Intruder. The most exotic strike fighter in service in the Gulf is the F-117 Black Jet, which is designed primarily for pinpoint nighttime attack of critical high-value targets.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I would like you to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Slavic lady. You can choose
What
a
the
potential
fuck?
spouse from Ukraine, Russia,
Bro, is this a bride order fucking... What the fuck? This is like a mail order bride ad right here? What the fuck? Bro, I just got a mail order bride ad.
What?
Come here. Put this on, listen. I had to pause it so that you could fucking come here and listen to this.
noticed that Slavic women have become more and more popular. I mean that they are everywhere, in famous magazines, on Instagram, as top bloggers, on the runways and on the billboards. More importantly, they are immense hearts, because most of them have everything that an object of fascination is supposed to have. Natural beauty, stunning bodies, charisma and light temper. Yes, these ladies are beautiful, and even you can't deny that a lot of men are physically attracted to them. Anyway, Slavic women are truly respect and appreciate American men. These ladies are passionate and have been raised to respect family and tradition.
Why the fuck do I have this as an ad right now?
I'm already sold, dude.
You're like, I'm sold.
This could stop the local girls from looking for a
They respect
but opposites attract. They like
American men? Fucking sick, bro.
more ambitious,
They like men from
financially,
American
socially
countries.
responsible.
There's only
After
one
all, they are
American.
just more
Bro,
rational.
this
Lots
is
of girls
fucking
like
hilarious.
husbands
Like, what the
from men.
fuck?
So, what's the problem? Choose a dating site, a few weeks of conversation, personal meetings, and voila! A new happy couple is here. And of course, Slavic women speak English fluently. It's important, right? Yes, there are lots of translation tools to make honor between foreign people. But
Bro, that's what this is for sure. It's a mail order bride fucking
without translators'
ad.
help.
Like,
Have
what
you
the
ever
fuck?
noticed how the members of Slavic
Yeah, like
families
they're
treat
making
each
it sound
other?
like
This
it's
is
for
what the man
dating app,
gets
but it's
when
definitely
they
No.
slave.
like this is
Family
not
and
like a
motherhood
normal
are
Tinder
sacred
ad.
to most
No.
Slavic countries. Women bring harmony to men's lives. Special
Women
traditions
bring
where their husband
harmony.
This is so fucking funny.
Slavic women
What the
do not pay
fuck?
much attention to the age difference. They do believe
Bro, right when you said that, it was like they don't pay much attention to the age difference. Bro, what the fuck?
Click the link below and take a 2-minute
What the fuck?
with the young Slavic ladies.
For real, why the fuck is it on my timeline? On my shit, dude. What the fuck? That's funny.
The main threat to the aircraft of the multinational force is more likely
another
to be the
prime, maybe.
numerous anti-aircraft weapons of the Iraqi army,
Orange.
rather than the opposing fighters of the Iraqi Air Force.
Yeah.
If you look at the Iraqi air defenses, you're immediately struck by one thing, and that is that they have
That was fucking funny.
a
What the
large
fuck?
number of pretty much
I ain't never seen
obsolete
anything.
or obsolescent medium
They don't care about the age difference. Bro, that was planned for sure. They were like, here's a 12-year-old. They don't care about the age difference. Like, what the fuck, bro? Is this like some fucking dark web shit that I...
The disparity suggests two things. First of all, that the threat that they
All right,
faced
I'll
was
see you
really
later.
one that was best dealt with by low-altitude systems, so that they put all their effort into this large mass of short-range systems. Second, I think it also reflects the fact that a lot of that equipment had a dual purpose. A lot of the anti-aircraft guns were used for things other than just shooting at aircraft. They were also used to support the ground forces in defensive operations, so that there was a practical value in having a gun that could be used for dual purposes. This emphasis is going to really come back to haunt them if they have to fight the U.S. Air Force, because we're going to be able to strip away their
Bro, that was
medium
fucked.
understandings without that much difficulty.
Since antiquity, cavalry had been the dominant arm of battle. The cavalry was the mobile shot force of all successful armies. With the advent of the machine gun in World War I, the horse cavalry finally met its match. It was simply too vulnerable on the modern battlefield. But the important mission of the cavalry still remained. The main distinction between cavalry and other combat arms was the cavalry's superior mobility. To replace horse cavalry, some other type of mobile shock force was needed. Ultimately, 3 new types of mobile forces emerged to replace the cavalry: armored cars, paratroops, and helicopters. In this Arsenal episode...
Alright, I'm
we'll
gonna go smoke real quick. I will be right back. Bro.
take a look at the types of weapons and units that have taken over the Horse Cavalry's mission on the modern battlefield. In the past, the cavalry's mobility allowed it to range deep in the enemy's rear area, attacking where least expected.
The rear area?
With the advent of the aircraft, a new means had arisen to perform this mission. While it was impractical to land aircraft in the enemy rear, shock troops could be dropped by parachute. So was born the modern air assault force. Paratroopers have become one of the key rapid reaction forces to replace traditional cavalry. Parachutes were invented to save airmen in the event of problems with their aircraft or balloon. But in the 1930s, several armies began experimenting with them for military operations. Parachutes opened up the possibility of dropping a force deep behind enemy lines where enemy defenses were weakest. World War II saw the first extensive use of airborne forces in such famous battles as Iban Imal and Crete. The U.S. Army's best-known airborne divisions in World War II were the 82nd, nicknamed the All-American, and the 101st, nicknamed the Screaming Eagles. These early airborne units used two methods of delivery into combat zones. The best known and most widely used technique was the parachute. But the divisions also could deliver a portion of their troops as well as heavy equipment by glider. These gliders were towed behind transport aircraft and released near the landing zone. The 82nd's first airborne operation was during the 1943 invasion of Sicily, followed by later combat actions in Salerno and Anzio in Italy. The 82nd earned a hard-won reputation, with the Germans calling them those devils in the baggy pants. The 82nd and 101st took part in the massive airborne attacks that initiated the D-Day invasion at Normandy in June 1944. Their last major airborne drop of the war took place in the Arnhem operation in the Netherlands, where the 82nd Airborne seized the Nijmegen Bridge. In the post-war years, the technology of troop insertion began to change with the advent of the helicopter. Instead of parachutes or gliders, helicopters could now deliver forces deep behind enemy lines. The 101st Airborne was converted over to a heliborne force, now being called the 101st Air Assault Division as a result of this change. But parachutes still have their place in modern warfare. Helicopters can deliver a force a few hundred miles, but are limited by the range of the helicopters. Paratroopers can be delivered to objectives much further, since their transport aircraft have ranges of several thousand miles. As a result, the U.S. Army's Contingency Corps has both a heliborne and a paratrooper division. The 82nd Airborne Division has been an essential element of the Army's rapid reaction forces for over a decade, seeing combat in Grenada in 1983 and in Panama in 1989. In 1990, after Iraq had invaded Kuwait, it was the 82nd Airborne Division that was rushed to Saudi Arabia to draw the line in the sand, signaling the U.S. intention to resist further Iraqi aggression. These operations all highlighted a primary mission requirement of the division.
It looks like a dick.
To be able to deploy a combat-ready force at a moment's notice. The 82nd Airborne Division maintains a rapid reaction capability through vigorous peacetime training and continuous preparations. At all times, the division maintains a portion of its forces, called the Division Ready Force, on an alert status, ready to go into action anywhere around the globe. With its proud history and demanding mission, the 82nd Airborne has long been considered one of the U.S. Army's elite formations. Like the cavalry of a century before, the 82nd's assignments demand a very high level of military skills. The hallmark of the airborne soldier is the parachute. When going into a combat jump, the paratrooper will be heavily burdened with equipment.
Ooh, fuck.
Over his regular combat equipment webbing, the paratrooper wears a special harness. The main parachute is attached to the rear of his harness. In front, the paratrooper attaches a reserve parachute, which is a safety backup in case of problems with the main parachute. The airborne soldier's individual weapon is carried in a special weapons case. The soldier's Alice pack, or rucksack, is suspended off the front of the harness. The main parachute is designed to land the paratrooper safely, even during jumps from under 1,000 feet. In total, the paratrooper carries about 150 to 180 pounds of equipment. Upon jumping, the weight of the paratrooper breaks a pack-closing tie when the end of the 15-foot static line is reached. When this happens, the parachute deployment bag comes free of the pack tray. 2 connector link ties then break, and the suspension lines are pulled out of the stow loops of the deployment bag. Finally, 2 locking stows disengage, and the canopy is pulled from the deployment bag. The entire process takes about 4 seconds from exiting the aircraft to full inflation of the parachute's canopy. As the paratrooper approaches the ground, he can lower his equipment to reduce the risks during landing. The inherent risk in parachute jumps has led to a series of overlapping safety features during airborne operations. One of the most obvious methods is the second parachute, worn by the paratrooper, called a reserve chute. Since airborne operations are conducted from low altitudes, every effort is made to ensure that the main chute operates every time. Preparing parachutes for operations is the responsibility of the division's 407th Supply and Transport Battalion. During peacetime operations, the paratrooper bundles the parachute into a kit bag after the drop. If this was a wartime situation, the paratrooper wouldn't take time to bother with this. Bundling the parachute after jumps is the first step in ensuring that the parachutes remain undamaged and safe to use. Once the parachute is returned to the main base, it is carefully inspected. Any tears in the canopy are repaired, and any tangles in the lines are carefully removed. Only after the parachute's meticulously inspected is it repacked. The pack facility at Fort Bragg is the largest of its kind in the United States Armed Forces. The paratrooper's safety is the center's key concern. Although the 82nd Airborne is primarily a light infantry force, its missions often demand some heavy equipment, such as artillery and light armored vehicles. All of this equipment must be air-portable. This weaponry includes special lightweight tanks, as well as lightweight versions of towed artillery pieces. This heavy equipment has to be dropped into the landing zone, along with the paratroopers. This can range in size from single containers of ammunition or other supplies, all the way up to armored vehicles like the Sheridan Air Mobile Tank. The 82nd uses a variety of special techniques to ensure that the heavy loads will arrive safely in the drop zone.
The heavy loads.
These troops are preparing a Humvee light truck for a parachute drop. The Humvee is loaded onto a special reinforced platform, and it's packed with special shock-absorbing cardboard material. This packaging helps minimize damage.
What the fuck was I gonna do?
Especially heavy loads, such as the M551 Sheridan armored vehicle, require special attention. There are 2 methods for delivering such loads into the drop zone: parachute and LAPES, short for Low Altitude Parachute Extraction System. LAPES allows for the delivery of especially large and heavy loads without the need for so many large cargo parachutes. But it does demand considerable skill on the part of the airlift pilot. The Sheridan armored vehicle is unique to the 82nd Airborne Division. Although originally designed to serve both as an Army scout tank as well as for air mobile operations, the Army is reluctant to call it a tank since it's much more lightly armored than main battle tanks. Instead, it is officially dubbed an Armored Reconnaissance Air Assault Vehicle. It's been replaced in other Army divisions by a cavalry version of the Bradley fighting vehicle. The 82nd Airborne Division is the only unit still to use the Sheridan in its original role. The Sheridan was designed to combine lightweight with very heavy firepower. Its 152mm weapon is a unique combination of missile launcher and gun, capable of firing either a guided Shalala anti-tank missile or more conventional unguided projectile. The Sheridan is the only U.S. Army armored vehicle which is routinely parachuted. The Sheridan crews are a unique breed of tankers, not only needing to be competent as armored vehicle crews, but airborne qualified as well. The unique demands of airborne operations have led the 82nd to stress lightweight and portability in their support weapons. Weapons like these give the division added combat punch.
Attention bargain hunters. Don't miss out. Here's a free backpack. Take it. It's yours. We're doing an experiment for today only. To see.
Bro, I get those ads all the time, and it's like, I guarantee that it's a fucking...
Delivering the paratroopers to their distant objectives is the task of the U.S. Air Force's military airlift units. An important element in division planning is the close relationship between the airborne forces and the airlift squadrons. The 82nd Airborne's North Carolina base, Fort Bragg, is co-located with Pope Air Force Base, home of a number of transport squadrons.
Oh.
Delivering paratroopers is not as easy as it might seem. One of the greatest
concerns
facing airborne commanders is landing their forces in a very tight pattern and avoiding wide dispersion. This means that the airlift aircraft will have to fly in close formation. This is further complicated by the fact that nearly all wartime combat drops and many peacetime training drops are conducted in the darkness of night. Night drops may be difficult for the airlift crews, but they are a definite advantage to the paratrooper. The 1989 Operation Just Cause combat jump for the 82nd Airborne in Panama was a nighttime jump. The darkness of night conceals the paratroopers from the enemy, protecting them while they're most vulnerable. The routine of today's airborne jump would be familiar to a paratrooper from World War II. As the paratroopers wait to board the aircraft, the traditional ritual of all paratroopers takes place. The jump masters and their assistants carefully check each soldier to make certain that no harness is out of place, no line tangled. There is no excuse for accidents. Burdened by the heavy load of their parachutes and equipment, the airborne soldiers struggle onto the aircraft. It's not surprising that the 82nd Airborne places great importance
Hey, babe.
on peak physical training for its troops.
I thought that you said that you left some there for
The
you.
paratroopers settle in for the trip to the landing zone. In peacetime,
Oh, yeah.
the trip is seldom more than a few hours. But for overseas
Yeah, I
deployments,
guess I can.
it be
Do
over
you?
2
I need to
hours.
buy some, or
Inside the cavernous
are they?
hold of the aircraft, the paratroopers
Okay.
anxiously await the signal to get up and
Okay.
adjust their static line. No matter how careful the
That's all
planning
right.
and how thorough the training, there's always
All right,
an
love you
element
too.
of
Bye.
danger in parachute jumps.
Yo, one ball. You want to keep my stream going for me?
On approach to the
Just
drop
fuck
zone,
around and do
the
some
pilot signals the jump masters in the rear
Watch
of the
some
aircraft
videos.
that the drop zone is approaching.
Okay, I got dropped.
The jump master waits for the green light, and the first groups of paratroopers are soon exiting the aircraft.
Well, I guess I'm subbing for Jace. I don't know what the fuck's going on in this game, but what are we watching? Could the Iraqi army have won the Gulf War? I don't know. Could they? Yeah, what am I doing
Like the
here?
cavalry from a century ago, the 82nd Airborne Division is the shock force of today's U.S. Army.
I don't even know how to
When
play
a
this
crisis
shit.
arises, the Army knows it can depend on the combat skills of the
Just
airborne.
slack this dude. Fight them.
The design of a practical helicopter toward the end of World War II made another form of airborne cavalry possible. Helicopters offer an unmatched degree of mobility, combining speed and tremendous firepower.
Oh,
The most
so
powerful
bad,
weapons
duh.
of the Army's air cavalry are the attack helicopters. The idea of helicopters is nearly as old as that of other types of airplanes. Leonardo da Vinci first dreamed of an early helicopter more than 400 years ago.
How do I do
but
this?
practical helicopters came about 40 years after winged aircraft. Experimental helicopters flew in the 1930s, but they still had many technical problems. The first military helicopter came on the scene at the end of World War II. The Germans used small autogyros for observation from submarines. The first successful military helicopters were the American Sikorskys, such as the R-4. They were designed by the gifted Russian immigrant Igor Sikorsky. The Sikorsky R-4 saw combat in the jungles of Burma,
I play
bringing
Call of Duty,
supplies
I'm
and
sorry.
evacuating wounded troops. It wasn't until the Korean War in 1950 that there were enough helicopters to have much effect. In the Korean War,
Sorry,
the
Jason,
main
you'll
role
lose.
of the helicopter was the evacuation of wounded troops back to MASH hospitals. The French war in Algeria in the 1950s saw the first extensive use of armed helicopters. It was the Vietnam War which proved the value of vertical mobility. The French experiments paved the way for American helicopter operations in Vietnam. The Vietnam War became a helicopter war. Roads were few and were well suited for ambush. Helicopters could avoid the limits of terrain and enemy actions simply by flying over it. The workhorse of this war was the
I'm so
Bell
confused.
UH-1, better known
I don't
as
know
the
how
Huey.
to attack or nothing.
The Huey was used in all sorts of roles. It was mainly a troop carrier, but it could also be used to evacuate wounded troops. An armed gunship version, nicknamed the Hog, was the forerunner of today's attack helicopters. The Huey also served as the basis for the AH-1 Cobra, the world's first attack helicopter. The helicopter's vertical mobility makes it ideally suited as a military transport. It has been an age-old desire of military tacticians to sneak large forces behind heavily defended enemy lines and surprise it when he least expects an attack. In World War II, this was accomplished using paratroopers. Paratroopers could be dropped out of airplanes hundreds of miles behind enemy lines, but it was very risky, and the paratroopers were at the mercy of the winds. The helicopter provides the same ability to move forces behind enemy lines, but allows the military commander to land the forces with precision. Once paratroops landed, they had to fight their way out. Helicopters provide the means not only to land troops, but to remove them once they've accomplished their mission. For this reason, the air mobile helicopter forces have gradually replaced paratroopers
Says
as the
DPI
fast
term,
mobile
but
force on the modern battlefield.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch
Well, I have no idea how to play this fucking game.
The helicopter's speed and maneuverability make it an ideal vehicle for scouting and reconnaissance. Helicopters have become the modern equivalent of the mounted cavalry, going out in front of armored divisions to look for enemy forces. Helicopters are not deterred by terrain. They can easily operate over mountainous areas, swamps, forests, or other features which would stop an armored vehicle. It's this quality that makes helicopters so invaluable as Army scouts.
I don't know how to play this shit, bro. I'll lose. Sorry, Jason. Fight. I don't know how to make him fight.
It didn't take long before soldiers began strapping guns on helicopters. The first armed helicopters took to the air with French troops in Algeria. But the proof of this
We
concept
definitely
came in
lost this
Vietnam.
one. I don't know what the
At
hell
first,
I'm doing.
armed helicopter gunships were used to escort troop ships. Landing areas would be strafed to clear them of enemy troops before the troop-carrying helicopters arrived. Soon, helicopters were used as fire support weapons in their own right. Ironically, their slow speed is one of their main advantages. They can spot small targets easier than fast-moving jet aircraft can, so they are precise enough to attack enemy positions close to friendly forces. Nearly any kind of helicopter can be used as a gunship. Their capabilities in this role depend on their lift. The more lift, the more weapons they can carry. By the late 1960s, efforts were underway to design helicopters
Yeah, I
specifically
kind of figured
for
we
the
were gonna
gunship
lose
role.
it.
The weapons of gunships are numerous. The standard armament consists of an array of machine guns. On specialized gunships like the Cobra, a minigun is carried in a special turret on the nose of the aircraft. Helicopters can also carry rocket pods. Each rocket has the explosive load of an artillery projectile, giving the helicopter as much firepower as a small artillery battery.
That was the most
The world's
confusing
first
game I've
attack
ever played in my
helicopter
life.
was the United States Army's Bell AH-1 Cobra. The Cobra was developed during the Vietnam War on the basis of the legendary UH-1 Huey transport helicopter. The Huey could be armed with guns and rockets and was often used in the gunship role during the Vietnam War. But this was an improvisation. By redesigning the forward fuselage of the Huey, its effectiveness in the attack role could be considerably increased. This led to the Cobra. The Cobra pioneered the classic attack helicopter configuration. In the forward cockpit is the co-pilot gunner, and in the rear cockpit is the pilot. This tandem configuration results in a sleeker fuselage than conventional transport helicopters, permitting greater speed and maneuverability. The Soviets followed the United States' example with their Mi-24 Hind attack helicopter.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in this game.
In the 1970s, the role of the Cobra shifted. The early version was armed primarily with machine guns and rockets. The advent of more effective guided anti-tank missiles, such as the American TOW, greatly expanded the importance of attack helicopters. Helicopters were ideal anti-tank missile carriers. Their mobility in the air allowed them to exploit terrain to find the best location for launching the missiles. Tank hunting became one of their primary missions.
Oh, I've seen this in a movie. That signal brings a vigilante who beats up all the criminals.
The attack helicopter has also had its impact on marine operations. The Sea Cobra is a marine variant of the Army's Cobra. The Sea Cobra saw extensive combat with marine helicopter squadrons during Operation Desert Storm. The Marine Cobras differ from their Army counterparts in their engine type and in other features, since they often operate in a very different environment. The Marine squadrons operate either from Navy amphibious assault ships or from land bases. Sea Cobras and their improved variants form the backbone of Marine attack helicopter units. One of the latest improvements in marine attack helicopters is the more powerful AH-1 Whiskey Super Cobra. The Super Cobra can fire either the TOW or the newer Hellfire anti-tank missile.
Dude, the music in this video is kind
In
of
the
lit.
U.S. Army, the Cobra is still used, even though
Reminds
more
me of, like,
advanced
something out
attack
of Tekken.
helicopters, such as the Apache, are now in service. The Cobra saw extensive use with cavalry squadrons during Operation Desert Storm. It is still a very effective combat
So is all
helicopter
this
for
shit
modern
like
programs.
good shit, bad shit? What's going on?
Attack helicopters bridge the gap between armored vehicles and jet strike aircraft. They have greater mobility and speed than armored vehicles, even though they lack their armored protection. They cannot carry as much ordnance as fast and as far as strike aircraft, but their rotor propulsion allows them to be operated from the forward edge of the battlefield. Combat helicopters are often part of the Army rather than the Air Force. This close connection between the helicopters and the ground forces make them particularly well suited to carry out treacherous cavalry missions. A good example of this is the U.S. Army's latest attack helicopter, the AH-64 Apache. The 1980s saw the deployment of the first attack helicopter designed from the outset for the anti-tank role. This was the AH-64 Apache. The Apache was designed to fight and survive on the modern battlefield. A new generation of missiles, missile guidance, and advanced sensors gave the Apache unprecedented long-range firepower. At the center of the Apache's weapon systems is the Hellfire missile. The Hellfire is laser-guided rather than wire-guided. Older wire-guided missiles have a maximum range of about 2 miles due to the length of the wire that can be carried. The Hellfire's range is more than double. This is made possible by its unique guidance system. A laser designator mounted in the nose is aimed at the target and fires an invisible beam of intense light at the enemy tank. A seeker in the head of the Hellfire can sense the laser light being reflected off the target. It homes in on this laser reflection with pinpoint precision. This longer range is a critical advantage for helicopters. This allows the helicopters to attack from positions more than 5 miles away from the enemy. By attacking at standoff ranges, the Apache minimizes its own vulnerabilities to enemy
I don't know how to
defenses
do
and
nothing on this
maximizes
game.
its own advantages. The Apache is designed not only to engage tanks, but other types of targets as well. So it's armed with a variety of other types of weapon systems. Under the nose of the helicopter is a 30mm chain gun, which can be used against lightly armored vehicles. On the stub wings are unguided rockets for attacking targets with high explosives. Helicopters are large and noisy. To minimize the visibility of the Apache to enemy forces, it was designed to operate at night. The two unusual devices on the nose of the Apache are the Target Acquisition and Designation System, or TADS, used to aim and target the Apache's weapons, and the Pilot's Night Vision System, or PNVS, used by the pilot to fly the aircraft at night. Both the nose-mounted sensors contain forward-looking infrared sights, or FLIR for short. The FLIR works like a television camera, but senses heat rather than light. The supercooled sensor of the FLIR can detect a few degrees of temperature difference between objects, making it an ideal night sight. The advantages of night flying became apparent to the Apache crews who flew during Operation Desert Storm. Flying an attack helicopter at high speeds at low altitude and in a hostile environment is difficult and risky. The Apache cockpit is highly automated to simplify the pilot's tasks. This makes it easier for the pilot to concentrate on the hazards of the battlefield. One of the most remarkable features of this system is a sophisticated helmet sighting system. The unusual helmet we see here is called the IHADS, or Integrated Helmet and Display Sighting System. It allows the crewman to aim and operate the guns merely by turning his head.
The entire system is really very easy, although it seems very complex. Basically what we have is the
I don't know
pilot
what
wearing
to do
helmet,
in this
either the
game.
front seater or the back seater. And on either side of his helmet we have detectors that detect infrared radiation. Well, behind the pilot's seat and the co-pilot's seat we have two emitters that send out infrared radiation to the pilot's helmet. These detectors pick it up, and all that information is fed into a computer, and the computer just triangulates how long it took for the ray to get from the emitter to the detector, and then it says, okay, the guy must be looking in this direction, and then points the gun in that direction. And the gun is so accurate that if it's off more than 3 degrees from where the pilot's looking with his naked eye, then it'll shut the system down and he can't use it. And these are the infrared detectors I was telling you about, and there are two on each side of the helmet, and they both look like small light bulbs. But if you look closer, they're a small prism-looking device, and they pick up the infrared radiation coming from the emitters. And of course, the helmet has a clip on the right-hand side, and that's for our HD or helmet display unit. What we do is we clip this display onto our helmet, and it rotates down in front of our right eye, and we have a monocle that we look through, and that gives us various FLIR imagery, TV imagery, and our different symbols and that sort of thing.
The IHADS helmet not only drives the gun, but also controls the sighting devices in front of the helicopter as we see here. Notice that as the pilot moves his head, the gun and sensors move in parallel. This makes it much easier for the crew to aim the weapons during high-speed evasive maneuvers near the ground. The latest version of the Apache is codenamed Longbow. The bulbous sensor mounted on top of the rotor assembly is a millimeter-wave radar. This sensor expands the all-weather capabilities of Apache even beyond FLIR sensors. It also permits the use of a new generation of fire-and-forget Hellfire missile using millimeter-wave guidance. Such a Hellfire will not need laser designation, but can home in on the target using its onboard sensor. This combination of advanced technology and novel tactics has made the Apache attack helicopter one of the most potent weapons in modern land warfare.
Oh, nice. I can use the keyboard for this shit.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
The success of attack helicopters like the Cobra and Apache has inspired similar helicopter programs around the world. Probably the least known of these is the Rooivalk, developed in South Africa. The South African Defense Forces were prompted to develop a sophisticated attack helicopter due to their combat experiences with troop helicopters in the 1980s, especially the fighting in Angola. The layout of the Rooivalk is the classical configuration with a two-man crew. One of the differences between the Rooivalk and the Apache is the cockpit layout. The Apache uses a single canopy, while on the Rooivalk seen here, the canopy is split. Unlike the Apache, the pilot sits in the front cockpit and the weapons officer in the rear. The armament system of the Rooivalk is similar to the Apache's. The Rooivalk takes advantage of new computer interfaces to permit the mounting of a wide variety of weapons options, depending on the mission. Although the basic concept of the Royfalk is very similar to the Apache, it differs in many details to make
This
it better
game's
suited to
confusing
operating
to
in
me.
the African environment. Its design follows the Apache by almost a decade, which has enabled its developers to incorporate several new technologies. The Royfalk is the most sophisticated aircraft ever developed in Africa and displays a level of technological sophistication found in European or American designs. The effort that went into this helicopter is clear evidence of the growing importance of the helicopter in contemporary military operations. Despite the powerful capabilities of paratroops and helicopters, the ability to move ground-based troops quickly to the heart of the battle remains central to the mission of the cavalry. Automotive advances led to the development of thickly armored field vehicles, capable of greater speed, able to move swiftly into battle, or safely scout large areas in short order. Today, these wheeled vehicles form the land-based arm of the winged
That
cavalry.
thing's fast as fuck.
The most remarkable new American armored car is the V-600 Commando. The V-600 was designed to offer the firepower of a main battle tank with the simplicity and low cost of an armored car. New advances in automotive technology gave vehicles such as the Commando much higher road speeds than track vehicles, over 55 miles an hour. The V-600 is armed with a 105mm gun, identical in performance to the gun used on American main battle tanks, such as the M60 and the M1 Abrams. The V-600
I have no
Commando
idea what
has
to do
far
in
more
this game.
sophisticated fire controls than previous armored cars, which allows it to fire while on the move. Rapid Response has a more favorable view of fast-wheeled armored vehicles than does the U.S. Army. In the 1980s, the Marines began looking to give their divisions additional speed and mobility in a light armored vehicle. They selected an interesting design, manufactured by General Motors of Canada. The Canadian design originated in Switzerland as part of the Piranha family of wheeled armored vehicles. The Swiss Movag firm developed a family of wheeled armored vehicles using 4, 6, or 8 wheels, depending on the mission requirements. The
How do I
Movag
do
Piranha
that, then?
family was designed as a state-of-the-art wheeled armored vehicle, capable of operating in terrain conditions that would stop many other wheeled armored vehicles. The Piranhas can be armed with a variety of weapons, ranging from simple machine gun turrets to elaborate turrets with large caliber tank guns. The U.S. Marine Corps selected the 8-wheel version of the Piranha family. The basic American version is called the LAV-25. It's armed with a 25mm Bushmaster automatic cannon, the same weapon used on the Army's Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. Besides its 3-man crew, the LAV-25 can carry an additional 6 Marines in the rear compartment. Because of its speed and mobility, the LAV-25 is used for scouting, raiding, and screening operations, where its mobility can best be exploited. They often move swiftly in advance of Marine mechanized formations, hunting out weak points in the enemy positions, much like traditional cavalry. They offer the scouts the advantage of armor protection, as well as considerable mobility. The Marine Corps' interest in the fast-moving LAV is closely tied to its traditional role in American rapid deployment missions overseas. These tasks require
I
a
love
special
Peach
accent
Tree,
on
I wanna
mobility.
fight 'em.
This led the Marines to seek a vehicle lightweight enough to be easily moved by air, yet well enough armed to have impact on the modern mechanized battlefield. A specific Marine requirement was the need to have the LAV light enough to be airlifted by the CH-53 Echo Super Stallions.
Other than this.
Are you ready?
The Super Stallion can lift the LAV for considerable distances, even refueling in midair to extend its range. After flying into battle, the winged cavalry must carry out its mission on the ground. The LAV has been tested for its suitability for parachute airdrop missions. It takes quite a set of parachutes to safely land a 12-ton LAV. As the vehicle of choice for carrying out the cavalry's ground mission, the LAV is also well suited for delivery by Lapes, as seen in this test footage. The LAV was put to the test in combat during Operation Desert Storm. The conditions in Saudi
Did you see
Arabia,
my-
with its hard
did you
desert
see
soil,
my,
proved well suited to the LAV.
What do you think of the Jews? No, I was trying to figure out how to play this fucking game, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated.
I lost the fuck out of that battle.
The LAV gave the Marine Corps the advantages of a
Oh, man, that was
fast-moving.
funny. I was watching.
I didn't know what to do. I was trying to play that game, but I don't know how the fuck to play it.
Yeah, no, it's kind of complicated.
I tried.
You gotta, like, so you use this one to select your players.
Yeah, I couldn't
To
figure out how to
select.
fight anybody or do anything.
You click this to select, and then you click this to move your people. But
Oh.
I don't have any people up here right now.
That's
All of
what I
my
couldn't
people are fucking dead.
I know, I killed
See?
a bunch of people, dude. I felt bad. I was trying to get them to fight back, but I didn't know how. I was like dragging and dropping, trying to select people, and then battle. I don't know.
I might just restart this.
I know how to play Call of Duty, and that's about it.
This one I was already fucked anyways. Like, I was gonna lose my that game that you were playing. I was gonna lose my people fucking anyways. New campaign.
Yeah, dude, I got fucking mad confused.
I saw that.
What am I doing in this game? I was just like scrolling around trying to do shit.
That shit was funny. Oh, fuck. Start campaign.
Traditional cavalry force covering its flanks and probing enemy positions.
What, they debated the Gulf War?
This is what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna moderate this thing. I'm not gonna be participating. I'm just gonna moderate. This is mainly between Nick and Destiny. We're gonna talk about the JQ, the thing that everyone else is scared of. I think Sneeko did a great preamble there talking about everyone is scared to talk about this, but we will talk about it. So I'm gonna turn it to Destiny first. What's your stance on the situation, Destiny? And then we can just have Nick go off of that.
Sure.
First part
My
of it.
issue is
Please.
certain groups of people will act in certain ways, and people will take those behaviors and they'll try to use that in some really weird way to explain every single thing that's going on in the world. Sometimes people, so for instance,
Yeah, and the
people will-
Jews act
these
in
people
bad
are just
ways.
represented in some area, which for Jewish people, which for all people are true, right? You call a guy for help on your PC, probably going to talk to an Indian more likely than a Chinese person. Or if you go to a person in the Midwest and ask them to roof your house, probably going to get a Hispanic person rather than a white person, right? There are definitely people that that tend to move towards certain areas, which happens for a variety of reasons. For IQ might be one of those for a variety of reasons. But the problem is people will take these trends that they see, and then from there they extrapolate these crazy ideas that somehow every single world government, financial institution, educational institution, private firm are all working for some shadowy group of people. When in reality,
Call of
every
Duty's
single
changed since I
behavior you see
played
can
it.
be explained really simply
Hold on. Let Destiny finish his point completely before anyone says anything.
Every
Go
single
ahead.
behavior that you see can be explained by ordinary human behavior. You don't need any sort of shadowy people or behind the scenes plan to explain any of the stuff that's going on.
Kanye, Mel Gibson, they're just crazy.
I want to respond,
Nick. Yeah,
Good.
please.
Okay. So I'm glad that you said that. That's the thesis. It's certain people act a certain way sometimes. To suggest that there's any sort of tribal loyalty or anything like that is really, really weird, really crazy. I always love the weasel words. It's always like, because I'll give you my thesis in a second, but I just want to respond to that. It's always like these weasel words, like really weird, really crazy. I'll tell you what's not crazy. Jews have been a diaspora people for 2,000 years. In the last 150 years, they have made an effort to resettle Palestine, which they consider their holy land, they consider their historic homeland. They have, by hook and by crook, in violent ways and through corruption, internationally, conspired, in the sense that it's people that have made an agreement to make that happen, to resettle Jews in Palestine, and they did it in some legitimate ways, some illegitimate ways in Europe, in the Middle East, in America, and in many cases, it was violent, it involved subterfuge, it involved corruption. The idea that like that pattern of behavior is happening, it's not
PUBG
really weird. It's not really crazy. You're right. People act in certain
Even
ways.
though that it was a good game, you know, it kind of like
People act
every
according to
other
their
game because of
nationality,
how
tribe,
like popular
ideas
it
they
became,
have. And so
just
my thesis is that
became
Jews in
PUBG,
particular have a
basically.
tribal as well
You
as a
know?
religious reason to act the way they do. They're disproportionately represented
Fortnite,
in
Apex.
sectors of America.
It's
By the way,
literally
they're not
every
jobs.
single game.
You know, saying that
Fucking there's even like a in Minecraft now.
Exactly. Well, banking is, but owning all the banks.
Like that too.
The bank is the
You
job.
know?
Owning all the banks is not a job. You may get an Asian programmer, an Asian IT guy, because Asians are
Yeah.
good at math disproportionately. That's true. You might get a Mexican landscaper
Yeah.
because it's cheap, low-skill labor. The Mexicans are performing.
Yeah,
Jews
no,
are
I think that PUBG, even though it was a
banks is
good
something that they've
game,
inherited
it
over centuries and millennia
fucking
because of
like
politics and because of
ruined
religion. And so
gaming in a way. You know what I'm
if you wanna
saying?
talk about how that got to be, I don't think there's anything crazy about that. I think it's actually an interesting and important question.
All right, let's go back to here.
There are definitely people that tend to move towards certain areas, which happens for a variety of reasons. IQ might be one of those things for a variety of reasons. But the problem is people will take these trends that they see, and then from there they extrapolate these crazy ideas that somehow every single world government, financial institution, educational institution, private firm are all working for some shadowy group of people, when in reality, every single behavior you see can be explained really simply
It's not shadowy.
by
Hold on.
the
Let Destiny finish his point completely before anyone says anything.
Every
Go
single behavior that you see can be explained by ordinary human behavior. You don't need any sort of shadowy people or behind-the-scenes plan to explain any of the stuff that's going on.
Kanye, Mel Gibson, they're just crazy.
I want to respond.
Nick. Yeah,
Good.
please.
Okay.
Huh? What the fuck? No.
I'm glad that you said that. That's the thesis. It's certain people act a certain way sometimes. To suggest that there's any sort of tribal loyalty or anything like that is really, really weird, really crazy. I always love the weasel words. It's always like
The weasel
In a
words.
second, but I just want to respond to that. It's always like these weasel words, like really weird, really crazy. I'll tell you what's not crazy. Jews have been a diaspora people for 2,000 years. In the last 150 years, they have
Yeah, and they have
resettled
kept their
Palestine,
culture, even though that they
their
haven't had a.
land they consider their historic homeland. They have, by hook and by crook, in violent ways and through corruption, internationally, conspired in the sense.
I always hate this argument too, where they're like, "Well, Jews aren't a race, but they're like it's a religion, but they treat it like they're a race, so they kind of are." Because what other religion has a place where if you are born that way, even if you don't practice the religion, you have a birthright to their holy land? You know what I'm saying?
It's people that have made an agreement to make that happen.
That doesn't make any fucking sense.
And they did it in some legitimate ways, some illegitimate ways. In Europe, in the Middle East, in America. And in many cases, it was violent.
If it was just a religion, that doesn't make any
The
sense.
idea that like that pattern of behavior is happening, it's not really weird. It's not really crazy. You're right. People act in certain ways. People act according to their nationality, tribe, ideas they have. And so my thesis is that Jews in particular have a tribal as well as a religious reason to act the way they do. They're disproportionately represented in many sectors of America. And by the way, they're not jobs. You know, saying that
Banking is a job? Give me a break, right?
Exactly. Well, banking is, but owning all the
Owning
banks.
a bank is the job.
Owning all
That's
the banks is not a job. You may get an Asian programmer, an Asian IT guy because Asians are good at math disproportionately. That's true. You might get a Mexican landscaper because it's cheap, low-skill labor. The Mexicans are performing. Jews owning all the banks is something that they have inherited over centuries and millennia because of politics and because of religion. And so if we want to talk about how that got to be, I don't think there's anything crazy about that. I think it's actually an interesting and important question because these are the decision makers in the society. It's not just people that are the legislators. We have to talk about the big money people. We got to talk about the media. We got to talk about the people in the bureaucracy. Determining their motivations and who they are is an important attribute of understanding why things are the way they
I
are.
remember I watched this, but I wasn't really paying that much attention. I didn't know that they debated the Gulf War.
What's your response to that?
Or I wonder if they called the Iraq War the Gulf War, because some people call it the second Gulf War, because I feel like that has more to do with the Jews than the original Gulf War.
Happen to be overrepresented in some industries. Now, people like Nick will try to shift
Still
it.
has
Why
some
like
to
say,
do.
but that's not the JQ.
To do.
The JQ says that there is an
But-
intentional effort by those people to congregate all of their power and then to use that power to control the levers of society in very particular ways in order to effect positive outcomes for them, oftentimes at the expense of others. That's the JQ.
Okay, let me pose the next question then for you guys. Do you not think that Zionism pushes that?
Zionism does, and we can try to say that like it's just because we're oh god, sorry, I'm not gonna get triggered.
There it is. You're fine,
we can try to say that like it's because of some weird Jewish blah blah blah. But the reality is, the United States wants an ally in the Middle East. Israel is our best ally that we have in the Middle East.
Bro, why are they our best ally in the Middle East? What the fuck do they do for us? What have they done for us? If you can tell me one thing that they've done for us, except for, oh, we can put our troops there, which we wouldn't need to put our troops there if it wasn't that we were fucking defending them and fighting wars for them. If you can tell me anything that they do other than have people lobbying in our government and what I just said, I don't know.
The idea that we need like a Jewish conspiracy or some Jewish plan to explain that, we don't need that.
I just always think that that's fucking stupid when people say that.
Why we're so close to Turkey in the Middle East, despite all the political difference that we have with them.
I want to really laser focus in on this. So
Destiny, did you finish your point before he starts?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so Stephen, I want to hear what your opinion is on Israel. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that Israel is America's closest ally because Israel benefits America the most. Is that all right?
I'm saying that Israel is a close ally of the United States because there's a benefit for them being an ally in the Middle East.
What is the benefit?
The benefit is geopolitical. The benefit is that we've got a strong ally in that region of the world.
Okay, I get this. I get this, actually. This one I actually think I can do.
I don't know how many bases we have.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is, and then this is the colors.
Nothing.
So it's not yellow.
Absolutely no economic, no beneficial interest whatsoever for Israel being in the United States.
Israelis died in the Iraq War. Everything in the big controversy actually for the Muslim world
So it's purple.
is that Saudi Arabia allowed us to station there and use their airspace, which was like a total.
We're friends with Saudi Arabia too, are we not?
I know, but
Is that
we're not
a Jewish
talking about
conspiracy?
Saudi Arabia.
Wait, why are we friends
It's
with Saudi
purple.
Arabia if the Saudi Arabians and the Jews
Don't change the
don't get
subject.
along?
That's the point.
If they don't always get along, why are we friends with Saudi Arabia then too?
Hang on, we can talk about Saudi Arabia in a second. I want to talk about Israel. So you said that we're allied with Israel because they provide us a benefit. And I said, what's a benefit? You said, well, it's a geostrategic. I said, what does that mean? And you said, well, we deploy stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I just said, well, no, actually, they don't do any of that. So I want to stick to the same question. What does Israel do for us specifically?
So it's not a 1.
I wouldn't be able to tell what Iraq does for us specifically either. No, I don't know.
So you have no
100%.
idea.
I don't know.
Okay, well, the answer is nothing. And the answer is nothing. We give them $3.8 billion per year in aid. That's in addition to all kinds of other special provisions. Every other country, because you're right to some extent about the foreign aid. We give a lot of these countries foreign aid, but there's a reciprocal advantage for foreign aid.
And then it's a
For
purple.
example, we give Egypt a lot of foreign aid. You want to know why we give Egypt a lot of foreign aid? They became the second largest recipient of foreign aid after the Camp David.
It's one of
Accords
these
in
two.
78. They were the first nation to sign a peace treaty with Israel. It was only after that they became the #2 recipient of foreign aid. But one of the benefits that we get from the foreign aid, besides that we brokered a peace deal with Egypt, it was very controversial, very unpopular, is that Egypt buys our military equipment with the money we give them. Israel's the only country in the world that they don't have to spend all the foreign aid money they get on the American defense industry. They can spend it on their own defense industry. Only country that gets that sweetheart deal. In addition, we have a special part of the aid that we give Israel that we give it all in a lump sum at the beginning of the year, as opposed to giving it over the course of the year. We give it to them as a lump sum, and what they do with the money is they actually buy our American Treasury notes so they can make interest. Isn't that beautiful? So we give them the money, and they demand this, only one, in a lump sum, and they take the $3.8 billion, and they spend a little on their own defense industry, they spend a little on ours, and then they buy our Treasury notes, and they make a little interest off the money we give them. The other thing is this. We give it to them as a loan, which is important. If we gave it to them as a grant, we would have to
Woo!
how they spend
Fuck
it.
yeah! I got it.
Need that kind of scrutiny on what they spend it on, so they accept it as a loan, but we forgive the loan. So there's no scrutiny, but we also don't collect it back. There's also no interest. These are all the kinds of special sweetheart provisions we give them, in addition to them being the #1 recipient. And there's actually no tangible benefit that we derive from them. In fact, it's the opposite. Constantly, we are catching spies, like the Jonathan Pollard affair. In the Trump administration, they got busted for putting listening devices in
Wait, real quick,
Washington,
can I ask a
D.C.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have any military bases in Israel?
You tell me. You just looked it up on your phone.
I
can
did.
see
So
that.
we do have military bases in Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I
have
see
your
that we have radar
logic.
installations in Israel.
Tell me about the military base.
Yeah,
We have
but-
radar installations in Israel that literally help us keep track of what's going on with the skies of Iran. Do you think that provides us a geostrategic advantage?
No, because Iran is not our adversary. Why is Iran our adversary?
The only reason why Iran is our adversary is because of Israel, bro.
Because Iran has international, the IRGC.
I guess also because of oil.
Wait, the IRGC does ops in the United States?
No, hold on. Against U.S. troops.
Where?
What do you think? In Iraq. Why are we in Iraq? Why are we in Iraq? Why do you think Donald Trump killed Soleimani?
Why are we in Iraq?
Why do you think Donald Trump killed Soleimani? Who do you think was killing
because
U.S.
Shell
troops?
Nadelson gave them $500 million in 2020.
Gotcha,
That's why.
gotcha. It wasn't because there were attacks all over Iraq on U.S. troops that was done
Why
by
were
the
we in Iraq?
IRGC that was ran by Iran's IRGC.
Why were we in Iraq?
It doesn't matter why we were in Iraq. I'm telling you.
Guys, this is what we gotta do. Let's sneak it off his things. If you want, Nick, I can give you a piece of paper and whatever. You can write down his questions. That way you can address each one.
Yeah,
so
do that.
Destiny, ask what you were saying, get into your stuff, and then Nick will respond.
Sure. Okay. So to be fair, okay, I do not know every single point of trivia that Anansi memorized about Israel. I don't have all the information. I will look it up when I can, and I read what I can, and I learn what I can, but I don't know every talking point. But I would like to say at the beginning, it kind of seemed like we're relying on the idea that Israel has no military installations for the United States in Israel. That seemed to be the point we're relying on. Well, now it seems like they do. Not only they do, but it seems like it also is one that provides geostrategic interest to the United States because of our operations in the Middle East. Now that you found that out, now you're like, oh, well, why do we care about Iran? I told you why we care about Iran. We care about Iran because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, that was ran by Soleimani, the guy that Donald Trump assassinated because they killed so many U.S. troops in Iraq, that they have an interest in killing U.S. troops across the Middle East, and they had for a long time. And then you shifted the goalpost from, so the goalpost was, are the military bases in Israel? Okay. Do they provide geostrategic interest? Okay. Well, what's even the interest? Okay. Well, why are we in Iraq? You're going to shift the goalpost over and over and over again. You should as much as you want, but Israel does have U.S. military installations, and we also have weapon depots there as well, and there's a reason why we have them. It's geostrategic interest, and there's a reason why they're spying on people that are killing troops in the Middle East. So if you want to keep shifting the goalposts, we can. I don't know, we're getting to the point where, like, why were Jews persecuted in Rome fucking how many thousand years ago?
Just to clarify, what he said is, what he asked was, how many bases do we have? Didn't answer. Then he said, what benefit does America get from aiding Israel? And then he said nothing. He didn't say anything about the military bases.
Sure, well, because the answer is to give the impression that we don't get anything from them, because you did say that. You said we get no benefit from them.
Let's give him a chance to
money
respond
over
to that.
that.
Can you finish your point, though, Dustin? I want to make sure you get everything off before I turn it to Nick.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let me dive in here. The reason it's not shifting the goalpost, I asked you specifically, precisely, because you came on here without knowing it actually, and I want to point that out. You come on here and say, well, it's a weird, crazy conspiracy to suggest that Zionist Jews in America conspire to help Israel. That's weird and crazy. It's not tribal. It's not religious. You said the reason that it's way more boring and way more complex than Nazis would suggest is because they actually provide a benefit.
I mean, obviously they do.
Well, I don't know. So you just claimed that without knowing anything. Then you went on I'mRight.com, your chat helped you out and said, well, actually, they have a military installation. Here's the reason why it matters why we're in Iraq. You told me the benefit that Israel provides to America is that they help us spy on Iran. Well, it would actually matter then why it's actually a geostrategic necessity for us to spy on Iran. Iran is thousands and thousands of miles away from the United States, as is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. You said for a moment, you said, well, the IRGC, it operates internationally in America. And I said, really? And you said, oh, no, I mean in the Middle East. And then you say, well, why are we in the Middle East? Well, that's not important at all. Actually, it is. Because America has no business in Iraq. We had no business in Iraq in 1990. We had no business in Iraq in 2003. We had no business in Iraq in 2011. It matters. Of course it matters. And here's why. My contention, of course, is that we were led to Iraq by Jewish Zionists. Jewish Zionists' number one enemy is Syria. Therefore, their number two enemy was Saddam Hussein. And the reason why is because of their northern border. In the 1980s, Israel invaded Lebanon, and a group called Hezbollah pushed them out. The history goes way, 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 way back. But basically, they are mortal enemies with the al-Assad family, with Hafez and Bashar al-Assad, and with Hezbollah, with Lebanon and Syria. It's about securing their northern border. In any case, they have said continuously over the last 40 years that their number one adversary they got to take out, the road to Damascus runs through Baghdad. They have to take out Iraq to take out Syria. So my contention is that we went to war with Iraq basically for the benefit of Syria. It follows, therefore. Wait, can you explain that? Let me finish. Very quick. Super quick. And then you can reply. It follows then that if we're at war in Iraq because Jews pushed us into that war to benefit Israel, it's actually not a geostrategic benefit for us to be able to surveil Iran or to kill the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, because the only reason the IRGC can kill our troops in Iraq is because we're in Iraq for Israel. So that's actually just a roundabout way of saying, well, they benefit us so that we can benefit them. They benefit us so we can kill their enemies when we're fighting their enemies in Iraq for them. It does us no good. We would have no beef with Iran besides the hostage situation from 40 years ago. But other than that, we'd have no beef with Iran, Iraq, or Syria if it wasn't for our support for Israel.
Yeah.
The problem is that I want to do it back and forth where I ask a question, but if he rambles on like 40 minutes of bullshit history every time I ask a question, it kind of
bullshit history, bro.
When you say that the Israel,
it matters still.
I can, yeah, very clearly. In 1996, they published a memo called the Clean Break Memo. Maybe you've heard of it. It's Douglas Pearl, David Feith, David Wormser. These guys all went into the Bush administration and created the Office of Special Plans for them. It does us no good. We would have no beef with Iran besides the hostage situation from 40 years ago. But other than that, we'd have no beef with Iran, Iraq, or Syria if it wasn't for our support for Israel.
The problem is that I want to do it back and forth where I ask a question, but if he rambles on like 40 minutes of bullshit history every time I ask a question, it kind of
it's a full context. So,
so I'm curious, like when you say that the Israel is the one that dragged us into Iraq, can you elaborate that?
I can, yeah, very clearly. In 1996, they published a memo called the Clean
Okay,
Break Memo.
they.
You've heard of it. It's Douglas Pearl, David Feith.
Let's look this up. The Clean Break Memo. The Clean Break Memo, a new strategy to secure the realm. The policy document that was prepared in 1996 by a study group led by Richard Pearl, Benjamin Netanyahu. Yep. a new approach to Soviet-Israel security problem in the Middle East with an emphasis on Western values. It has since been criticized for advocating an aggressive new policy, including removal of Saddam Hussein, in Iraq. Okay, so they're debating the second Gulf War, which is called the Iraq War, not the Gulf War that I was doing research on. Okay. I figured since it's 1996, maybe they debate the first Gulf War, but mass destruction. Okay, so this is the thing about the weapons of mass destruction. Okay.
If David Wormser, these guys all went into the Bush administration and created the Office of Special Plans in the Defense Office in the Department of Defense, which concocted this excuse for war in Iraq, this fabricated evidence about WMDs, this connection with the poisoning, and so on. And what they said, exactly, the anthrax. In the Clean Break Memo in 1996, all these, by the way, these guys are all Jewish Zionists, they all said it's about securing the realm of Israel, securing the northern border. We have to take out Saddam, we have to take out Syria, we have to take out Iran.
Why didn't we go to war with Syria or Iran then?
Oh, that's a great question. They tried to get us to war in Syria, if you remember. They fomented a Syrian civil war with ISIS, which was supported by both Israel and the United States.
Hold on. That's like 15 years later.
Yeah, because that was the plan. First Iraq, then Syria, then Iran.
Wait, so did we go to the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War because of Jews, or just the second one?
Okay, absolutely.
So
we went
the gassing
both.
of the Kurds and any of that. None of that.
Okay, well, I want to...
Kuwait, that's all bullshit.
Well, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I want to...
1998.
Okay, so this is still the second Gulf War that they're talking about.
Bill Clinton in 1998 before State of the Union and said, you got to address taking out Saddam. So they were talking about taking out...
I want to hear what he's talking about, the
Oh, Saddam did 9/11. Oh, Saddam had
how the Jews were involved in the first Gulf War, because I want to look that up.
Why didn't they just oppose him after the first Gulf War then? Are you so naive to think that like gassing the Kurds is the reason we went in? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, no, that definitely wasn't the fucking...
To get us into an arbitrary war Middle East with
In other words,
Israel.
it's more about bullshit humanitarian nonsense than it is about like spies, money, warfare, and like that's really the crux of it. Is you
I
have
don't
this
know if
naive worldview.
yeah.
Like, well, the government said they're gassing the Kurds. Yeah, just like Assad was gassing his own people, and it was fucking fake, and it was all white helmets with
Yeah.
down there.
Absolutely
And it was
no
the rebels
evidence of
using
any of
chemical
that. Yeah,
attacks.
absolutely
No, there isn't, and they
evidence
should
of
go
any of that.
investigate
There's
that.
absolutely no evidence of any of that. There's not a single international community in the fucking world that would back up the
There
claim
isn't
that
evidence.
there's-
Okay, let me ask this. Let me ask this. So, are you okay? So, Destiny, just so I can make sure I get your stance correct here, are you saying that we went to war with Iraq because of the gassing of the Kurds?
I think that, yeah, I think in the invasion of Kuwait, I think it was a really big deal for internationally why we felt like we had to step in and intervene.
With the Kurds being killed.
Yeah, and then the
which
chemical
Saddam
weapons on the
was
Kurds.
okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so Saddam killing the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq is okay. What's your response to that?
We don't care about any of that. I
No,
guess.
I think
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. I think
It's
that
way more likely that 4 Jews somehow.
Well, let me ask
concocted
this,
the
Nick.
plan.
Would you?
But
would
not
you
enough
say,
to depose Saddam, just enough to invade and.
Let me finish.
Let's connect. Would you say that the gassing of the Kurds was a contributing factor, or you're saying it's not at all?
No, I don't think so at all. And here's why. I
So
think
you don't
that
think whatsoever it's not relevant whatsoever to the situation?
I think that is how they dress it up. I think that is basically United States foreign policy, is that we come up with pretexts and excuses to do what we want to do anyway. Like, for example, and I'm not trying to just, zoom out here,
You
but
don't
I am
think the
trying to
invasion
give
of Kuwait, you don't
examples.
think that mattered either, right?
What I'm here's the big picture, Destiny, which
okay,
I think what you're missing.
Okay.
Is that we give a lot of excuses. We said there were WMDs in Iraq. That's why we went to Iraq.
Second Gulf
there
War.
weren't any.
You're mixing the first and second one up.
No, I'm giving additional examples.
Well,
That
why not
was-
just focus on the first Gulf War?
And here's
instead of
because
talking
you're
about a bunch
missing.
of- lot of
Here's why,
random
because now you're interrupting, trying to derail. Because
you
now
like
we're
to conflate a whole bunch of shit together
No,
because
because I'm
you don't
making
have
a
an
point.
answer,
No,
yeah.
because you're very naive and you think that the news media is telling you the truth about which is very
explain
big
then, why did
business,
we do the first Gulf War?
which is war.
Okay, let him give his examples,
Thank
and then
you.
can you please address the Gulf
Be
War
more
for him?
rambling.
Absolutely.
Give your examples, because he's just giving examples of why the United States lies against certain
Because he
situations.
doesn't have the answer to the first question,
No,
so
no,
he's going to obfuscate with something.
he's gonna answer the.
Look at this.
He
Is
won't do it, but yeah,
crazy.
go for it.
Look, he's getting nervous.
I know it is.
He's getting nervous because he doesn't know anything about foreign policy. So he doesn't want to talk
So this
about
is what
it.
we'll do.
The plan in 96 that got us to invade Iraq like
Please,
10 years later.
Nick, so please cover your examples of how the United States does this, do things, and then please cover his first Gulf War, because that's what he's interested in.
100%. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in.
Policy, which is that we conduct regime change operations. We go to war all the time. There's always a pretext, whether it's a gassing of the Kurds or it's what happened in Kuwait. The same is true of Iraq with WMDs. The same is true of Libya. We deposed Gaddafi in Libya, they said, because, well, it's not, like, democratic enough. Does anybody really
That's
believe...
not even true.
Hey, whoa! Does anybody really believe that we go to war with the NATO coalition and we depose Gaddafi because the elections weren't free and fair? And the same thing is true of Syria. Constantly
Why did
trying to
China
create...
abstain?
Whoa, why are you interrupting me all the
It's
time?
just
Is it because you're not confident in your positions?
No, it's because every time you answer a question, you make up 50 bullshit.
Everyone is acting like a nigger. Finish his examples, and then
What the
that's
fuck?
The first Gulf War for him.
Yes,
So
exactly.
you're giving your examples of America getting involved in foreign policy.
Remember, every answer relies on 30 random talking points. So
It's not random talking
It
points.
is.
It's about because it's about your worldview. Your worldview is predicated, and I've seen your stream. I watch your stream. You always hand wave away all these
Still not the
Jews
first Gulf
in the
War.
Defense Department. You hand wave away all the Jewish disproportionate stuff by saying that things are as they seem. There are people in the world, they act a certain way, but it can't be explained by a conspiracy. That's what I'm talking. That's why it matters to go through these examples, because you're going out there and saying, well, Israel benefits us because geostrategic. Well, what does that mean? Oh, I have no fucking idea. Well, we went to war in Kuwait because of the Kurds. Can you tell me why we went to war?
Hold on, Nick. Give your examples, then the first Gulf War, and then you can ask him a question after.
I already gave my examples.
Okay. What
Libya,
about the first Gulf War then?
Libya,
For his-
Ukraine, all these different interventions. They're always
none of these things are remotely similar to each other.
Oh, if I laugh, it looks like I'm not losing. If I laugh, it looks like I don't.
If I laugh, it looks like I'm not losing. Bro, Nick Fuentes is funny as fuck.
Guys, it's about Kurds. Let's keep this civil. Okay, because he asked a question about the first Gulf War. Why did we go? Is that your question? Why did we go into war with the first
Yeah,
Gulf
I'm
War?
just curious how Jews are concocting every single fucking thing. And then also keep in mind too, the only evidence of any of the fact that like the Jews are behind this is because some people that are Jewish are involved in writing some of the plans.
Well, explain Kanye. Explain JP Morgan and Kanye. Let's go to the good stuff.
That is always going to be.
It's a lot of people who are. It's not just like some.
Ever offer for his position is some of the people involved are Jewish.
Okay, so let's hit the first Gulf War because he's asking why did we get involved in the first Gulf War?
We got involved in the first Gulf War for the same reason we got involved in the Iraq War. It's because the Jews had a problem with Saddam Hussein. The Zionists had a problem with Saddam Hussein. It's the same situation. And here's why I bring up the letter to Bill Clinton 98. It's because, once again, we can take the explanation that we were given by the news media that Israel closest ally because they help us. We went to war in Iraq because WMDs, I don't know, we were fooled. We went to war in the Gulf War because of the Kurds. What I'm trying to say is that was already the policy. They were agitating for war for a long time. The neocons were agitating for war for a long time.
Can you tell me how did we make Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait and then use gas weapons against the Kurdish people?
We didn't make them do that. That's the pretext.
How were
That's
we
the
agitating
excuse.
for it?
That's the
Yeah,
excuse
can you tell me
that
how
they
we're
use.
agitating for it?
No, I'm not saying
Oh,
they
I know you
agitated
are.
for that.
Okay, okay.
What are you
agitating
saying?
for?
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
I'm trying to figure out how the Jews made us go. I'm trying to figure out how
What's
the
up,
Jews
dog?
Make I'm figure it out. I am. I'm asking you.
What's up?
Oh, not much.
Jews make Saddam
It's good.
Hussein invade Kuwait?
Last night I had 150 or 45 people watching.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope, bro. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to hear it. You wanna hear something crazy?
What?
Can't tell JJ.
What?
Not yet, at least. Not yet, at least.
You having a kid, bro?
No, dude, Jolie broke up with me.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, dude, isn't that crazy?
Yeah. When did that happen?
Like 2 weeks ago.
Oh really? Damn, that's shitty.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I thought that when he was calling that he was in Butte or something.
Wait, what's up?
I thought when he was calling that he was in Butte or something.
Oh, yeah, same.
Oh.
You're not following. Yeah, no.
Without talking about Benghazi, without talking about China, without talking about Ukraine,
without talking about other examples of American foreign policy to
It's always
establish a concrete
obfuscation and
worldview.
dialogue trees.
And
That's
it's
the
always
only thing that it
derailing.
is.
It's always derailing and sophistry from you
Right,
because you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Ask your question, and then he'll answer it.
How did the Jews make us invade in the first Gulf War?
But see, that's a totally incorrect. It's so funny.
You're so
It's
triggered.
So funny.
I see the trigger in you.
I'm not triggered, but that's
You're
just what
very
you
triggered.
do. When you
I
lose
know,
a
it's very
debate,
funny to me
when
that
you lose a
this
debate,
is like
you
your
do this.
specialty, area of
Hang on, you
interest.
do
I
this
don't know fucking
contemptuous.
half the shit you're talking about, and
It's
you
just
don't
like
have
the
an answer
weasel
for
words.
me.
It's just like the
Because
weasel
you
words
rely
at
on
the
somebody
beginning.
having no understanding of history
It's just
talking
like the
about,
weasel
and you
words
just
at
say
the
random
beginning.
fucking shit to win the argument.
It's so weird. It's so crazy.
Okay. The question is, how did? You say it one more time. What was it?
He brings up
No,
like
it's a
5 different
false premise.
conflicts.
It's a false
Please
premise.
ask the
It's a
question.
false
So
premise.
I'll ask
Here was the
one.
question is, he
So
said,
that we don't derail,
he
guys.
said, how did the Jews make Saddam Hussein do these things? I
there you
never
go.
said the Jews made Saddam Hussein do those things. Were you listening?
Oh, so Saddam Hussein chose to invade Kuwait and gas the Kurdish people.
That wasn't in the same fucking time.
Let's say they did, though. As I said before, that's the pretext, Destiny. Countries do bad things all the time.
Were there other countries that were using
Also, Saddam Hussein had some reasons to invade Kuwait. Also, it wasn't just like he randomly fucking invaded Kuwait for no reason.
citizens in the Middle East that we had no interest in? Wasn't that one of the reasons why we went after Gaddafi? Was claims of torturing people, locking them up in prisons?
No, we said.
Why is it that
the
we went
reason
to
why
invade? Why is it that we went to invade? Why is it that when we went to depose Gaddafi? Why is it that even China abstained from voting against U.S. involvement in that? Because they knew that Gaddafi was a fucked up person, and they knew that that country was being ran a fucking way.
China's not ran by fucked up people, and there's no other fucked up.
I'm just saying,
countries in the world.
China had the ability to enter, and everybody saying, don't do it. There's a reason why they abstained.
Let me ask you this. So we went into Libya, we went into Iraq because it's fucked up guys doing fucked up stuff. Are
We
there
changed
any,
from the first Gulf
are
War,
there
no,
any
no,
leaders?
no.
Are there any leaders doing fucked up stuff in Africa and Latin America?
I think that generally the United States.
Yeah, why haven't we gone into any of those places?
Okay, so why? So where are the?
So it's obviously something else has to be going on. It might be because of the oil in the Middle East. It could, and also Zionist. What would it be? What the fuck was I doing? Because of Zionist lobbying in our government also.
No geostrategic interest, and I don't know if there are. I don't know if there's democracies there. I don't know if there are democracies
That's the
that we
original
feel like
point.
are worth
What was the
supporting.
geostrategic interest in toppling Saddam Hussein in 2003?
That entire area, because of its location near Russia, I believe is of interest to the United
Because
States.
of it, so we invaded Iraq because of its location
I
near
didn't say
Russia.
we invaded. I didn't say we invaded Iraq.
See, this is why.
Oh, you want to answer the question?
This is why you
Let him answer it, please.
Oh, now there's no interruptions. Okay,
let him answer it.
Let's hear about Russia.
The reason why we invaded. The reason why we invaded Iraq.
And then you can answer.
The reason why we invaded Iraq is because Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait with shitty pretext and used chemical warfare against the people of Kurdistan, the Kurds living in the north of Iraq. The reason why we have an interest in Iraq
That wasn't the first one.
is because of the location on the globe. So if you want to tell me why we're interested in Iraq, I can tell you that. If you want to tell me why we invaded, I can tell you that. Those are the two separate answers to that. Where were the Jews involved?
Well, wait.
Now
So
let
I
him- now let him respond.
want to follow on this a little bit. So you said, well, we invaded Iraq and Libya because even China realized that Gaddafi was a shitty guy. This is like Reddit talk. Gaddafi was a
Where
total
did the first Gulf
fucking
War go?
asshole.
No, that he moved
Gaddafi
again.
was a total freaking asshole. That's why we invaded. And I
Lots
said,
of people
okay.
have tortured them.
Whoa,
Yeah.
interruptions. Can we get a check on that?
Hit the Gaddafi thing, and then please answer his question about the Iraq.
So I said, well, what about all the shitty people in Africa? What about all the shitty people in Latin America, terrorist groups? And he said, well, so really it's not about their shitty people, it's because they're shitty people and it was geostrategically important. I said, what's the geostrategic benefit? It's near Russia. Really? So let me get this straight. If we invaded Iraq and the geostrategic benefit is that it was near Russia, which look at a fucking map, why wouldn't we just go into Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia? Why wouldn't we go into Ukraine? Why wouldn't we accelerate Ukraine's membership in NATO? This is in 2003. Why would we make Ukraine a NATO member in 2003 when Putin had been in office for 3 years? Why invade Iraq? That was the
First of all-
geostrategic benefit.
Sure.
Let's hear
First of all, we've already drafted nations that are literally bordering Russia into NATO. That's what we did with the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. So we've already done that. In terms of reaching into countries that are more northern and eastern, or from Iraq, my guess is going to be because we don't have any connection or reasonable way to support those countries. We just
Wait,
don't have...
what does that mean? We have no reasonable way to
As in the
support one
geographic locations of places like Turkey and Israel make them easier for long-distance support rather than
Really?
places like Armenia, Azerbaijan.
So where's
Georgia.
Azerbaijan on the map? Do you know?
Northeast of Iraq.
It's east of Turkey.
Yes.
So it's right there. It's right there with Armenia. It's right there with Turkey. It's right there with Georgia. Georgia and Turkey are allies. Why won't we just go for Azerbaijan?
Georgia already had Russian troops in the country.
And we couldn't have gone in there and repelled that in 2008?
Russian troops on the Russian border? No, I don't think we would do that.
That's what we're doing right now, dipshit. That's what we're doing right now. And it's
That's what we're doing right now, dipshit.
The United States does not have military troops in Ukraine.
Yes, they do.
Wow. No, they don't.
So naive.
No, they don't.
Yes, we do.
Then why isn't Russia screaming it from the rooftops? If we had,
They are. They
Notice how
are.
we pivoted away from the first Gulf War.
That is incredible. Amazing naivete on display right here.
Okay, because I see what's going on here. Basically, we're answering one question by bringing up examples, and those examples basically create a whole other conversation. So
well, no, they
let's try to-
shouldn't, but it's because he can't answer that.
Well,
the point is to bring up, if I can bring up 10 different conflicts, and say the Jews, if I can bring up 10 different things, and I say the Jews, and then I push on any one of those, and I was like,
to be fair, hold on, to be fair, both of you guys have done it. So, did you get to answer the first Gulf War thing?
He doesn't have an answer.
We already went over
He
it.
has no answer. We didn't go over
No,
it.
we did. I said it was pretextual. That's the answer.
Every war is pretextual.
Oh, finally, an admission. I agree. You're right.
There's a reason
Just
for
like
every
our
war. They're
support
not
for
random.
Israel. Thank you
The
very
pretext
much.
was
I
them invading
appreciate it.
Kuwait and using chemical warfare
Yes,
against the
it's a
Kurdish
false
people.
pretext.
Oh, so that
Okay.
didn't happen.
Are
They
you
didn't invade Kuwait. They didn't gas the Kurds.
Are you both comfortable with leaving the Gulf War and going to Kanye?
No.
Hold on.
I want to continue with the Iraq war.
Yeah, because he did ask, because the two reasons you gave for Iraq was,
I can tell you, there's a general reason the United States will support countries that are of geostrategic interest. That usually means next to important travel ways for trade. It could mean geographic location in relation to China or Russia. And then there's a third reason: places that have somewhat tenable democracies. Like that's an important thing. That's why we don't intervene so much in African countries, because we're worried that if we start shipping in a ton of weapons, shit will get fucked. In Iraq, we abandoned that strategy, and that was one of the reasons why the post-Iraq war, the second Gulf War, was such an unbelievable fucking shit show. Because we invaded the country, we dismantled the government, and we realized that was fucked. So we tried to build another government, and that was even more fucked.
Sick.
Arguably, a lot of people we ended up shipping to Iraq went straight to fucking ISIS.
So
that was one of the bad things about it. Was like the bad thing about Iraq.
Okay, let me ask
and
you this,
Afghanistan as well. Yes.
Let me ask you this, just so Nick can properly respond to the Iraq war. Sure. Are you saying that Israeli involvement had nothing to do with us going into Iraq?
That
Israeli involvement.
I'm sure that people from Israel were probably happy we did it. I'm sure there are Jewish people in the United
Oh,
States.
they definitely were happy we did it.
Jews made it happen. Like, I think if you delete Israel and you delete Jewish people, God willing for Nick, from the world, we're probably going to Iraq.
You think we would have invaded regardless of Israeli
Regardless of
involvement?
any Jewish
Okay,
influence,
what's your response to that? He's saying Israel pretty much played no part in it.
Okay, well, I mean, I was about to respond to a lot of this. I would say in the first place, he said, well, we don't go into Africa because they can't build a democracy. As if Iraqis are any more democratic than fucking Africans. That's number one. Number two, he said, well, we wouldn't go to war in Africa because the weapons would just go everywhere. As though that's not exactly what's been happening in the Middle East.
For
For
real.
40 years, that was happening before we even arrived. That was happening with the Soviets against the Mujahideen in 1979. It's been going on. So both of those are two arguments that are just crap. Like,
I think his answer is that it's already happened, so we're not gonna do it so we can continue doing it in the Middle East, but we shouldn't do it in
what about Iraq?
Africa.
Jews in Iraq. He says, well, maybe there were Israelis that supported it. No. There were very powerful Zionist Jews that supported it. It was a number 2 in the DOD. It was a number 3 in the DOD. It had a Near East policy in the National Security Council. These are the guys that put together, and by the way, it's not like I'm just listing people that were in the government. They specifically created, no, I'm about to answer that. They specifically created the Office of Special Plans. The Office of Special Plans is where all this phony intelligence about WMDs from Iraq was coming from. It was.
It was not.
It was.
It was also.
It was phony.
And Bush. You can go and look it up. I have looked it up.
Let him finish his point, and you can go ahead and say it was phony. Let him just finish his point about the Office of Special.
So they contradicted the CIA, they contradicted American intelligence, they had Mossad people going in between all day long. Not only that, but these are all guys. I don't know how people can just pass this off as a coincidence. All these guys that I'm talking about in the government were 10 years prior writing a clean break memo that was literally commissioned by the Prime Minister of Israel. The Prime Minister of Israel said, hey guys, go write a memo about our foreign policy. And the foreign policy playbook they wrote was this: first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. Then these guys all get in the Bush White House, and that's, go figure, exactly what they pushed for. On September 20th, 9 days after 9/11, 40 prominent neocons at the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times wrote a letter to George Bush and said, if you don't support a war against Hezbollah, against Iraq, against Syria, then we're going to say you're an ally of the terrorists. You're a cuck in the war on terrorism. Those guys were all Jewish Zionists, by the way. All these neocons, they're the most prominent conservatives. At the same time, that same week, they're drafting plans for war against Iraq. We didn't even know who did it. And when we found out, it was people that trained in Afghanistan, funded by Saudis, connected to Pakistanis. Why are they talking about going to war against Hezbollah, which is in Lebanon? Why are they talking about going to war in Syria? Syria helped us in the war on terror. Why are they talking about going to Iran? It makes no sense. Other than that, this is the fucking playbook that they wrote, commissioned by Netanyahu. It's not crazy. It's not weird. That's just the facts.
So again, every single argument relies on this. There are some Jewish people that said this, therefore that's the plan. There's a reason why you won't answer specifically anything related to the first or even the second Gulf War, and then you restate some of my points, you make them your own, and then you just keep harping this idea that the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. The Office of Special Plans was created because Cheney and Bush wanted to take unvetted intel because they really wanted to go to Iraq and fight a war there, and they didn't like the information they were getting from the CIA or the FBI, which is interesting because if U.S. intelligence is so corrupted, why the fuck would you even need to create the Office of Special Plans? If the Mossad and the Jews and all these people have so much influence throughout every single hierarchy of the United States government, can you tell me why the OSP was even created? Why couldn't they just fake intel from the CIA?
Because their positions were in the DOD. I mean, you're telling me, wait a minute, they didn't have any clout. They just created an office within the Defense Department, the number 2 and 3 in the fucking Pentagon.
Yeah, why did they have, what I'm asking you, I'll repeat the question.
They used what they had. They used what they had.
This is how they used what they had? They literally created a new
Why
office.
didn't they do it in the CIA when they did it in the DOD?
When we talk about conspiracies, they're always all-powerful, but then they're also super cocked at the same time. If these guys have so much influence, so powerful, why the fuck would they create a whole separate office? Why wouldn't they just take shit from the CIA?
Okay.
Because then people would know what the fuck is going on.
Good reason to think that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, okay? And the actual intel and the United States that was doing research at the time was reporting as much to the White House. Chances are no. However, Bush and Cheney had a separate office created, the Office of Special Plans, and what they did was they took unverified, unvetted intel, and they shot that up right to the White House, and they said, hey, look at this report, hey, look at this report, maybe there's something there. But intel is a messy business. There's a lot of verifications we have to do, right? And as a result of some of that unverified bullshit intel, they used that as a pretext for weapons of mass destruction, went to Iraq, we just put Saddam Hussein. Probably a really bad way to start that war. But the problem is, and again, this is my biggest issue with these types of all-encompassing conspiracies that run every part of the world, is that they're so fucking powerful. Why would they create a whole cocked separate institution that retards on fucking YouTube and Cozy.tv can research? Why would they have just faked intel to the CIA?
Okay. So you're saying why create this entire other entity?
Like, how suspicious are you? Where it's like, we're going to create the Office of Jewish Plans. I mean, I'm sorry, the Office of Special Plans, not the Jewish one, and then we're going to use that to go. Why not just go through the CIA?
Okay.
This is so.
That's fine.
Hang on.
I see this question. This question is why create an entire another branch of U.S. government to create a narrative to go into Iraq when we could have just faked intel from the CIA in the first place? I see what you're going.
That's so funny to me. I mean, because first of all, I said my
answer that, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, is that interruption going to be clocked?
He's going to answer. He's saying why create another agency?
He's going to ramble. He's not going to answer.
There it is again. There it is again. See, they don't want me to talk.
The blue blinker, need to chill. Everyone's
so let me jump in. I love this argument because first it was like, well, it's really weird and crazy and blah blah blah. Then it turns into, well, why would the Zionist Jews that wrote the memo and work in the DOD in the number 2 and 3 positions, why would they create an office to funnel in unvetted intelligence from Mossad instead of doing it in the CIA? I don't know, because they were in the DOD, they were in the Pentagon. I mean, it's like presupposing the whole premise, which is that so let me get this straight. You're conceding that there are Zionist Jews that wrote the clean break memo working in the Pentagon. They were funneling unvetted intelligence given to them, and this is reported by witnesses, from the Mossad to, which is Israeli intelligence. You probably don't know that because you're
geostrategic interest.
You probably didn't know that.
So you're admitting you have Zionist Jews who wrote the memo in the Pentagon and in the State Department, in the DOD. They're funneling unvetted intelligence from foreign intelligence agencies into the government, and that was part of the war in Iraq. Is that all what you're saying? You're admitting that?
Yeah, you restated my whole answer. Let's see if you'll answer my question now. Go ahead.
Well, so then I don't think there's any disagreement. I mean, if he's going to sit there and say but he's wrong because he's saying they control everything and everyone. No one ever said that. My thesis at the beginning is that you have these Zionist Jews in these positions. They have leveled up. In some cases, they have been helped by foreign intelligence to get there, and they use their influence and power to help the state of Israel, which is basically what you're conceding. I never once said they control everything. Anybody will tell you that there are divisions, the CIA, FBI, NSA, State Department, DOD. There is factionalism within all these groups, and some are more infiltrated
fuck
than
you,
others.
bitch.
So nobody said, well, they control the whole government. If I can prove they only control the DOD, then therefore I win. And we agree. You're right. Zionist Jews in the DOD did give intelligence from the Mossad to Bush to bring us war in Iraq. We agree.
Why did they need to create a separate office for it?
Because they needed to bypass the CIA.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they have just gone to the White House themselves?
There's rules and regulations they got to follow. That department doesn't have to.
There's rules and regulations for going to war in Iraq by creating a separate office.
This is a mechanism that they did.
Yeah.
Why would they create that then?
I just don't know why you wouldn't just pass it up through the CIA.
That's what they passed it through the CIA, passed it up through they created this Office of Special Plans.
They created the
reported to the NSC.
Here's a summary. Basically, what he's saying is that the CIA was not compromised with Zionist interests to the same degree that the DOD was, so they did it through the DOD.
Exactly.
Is that the answer?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
That's the answer.
Pretty much.
So the CIA was not, because they're different agencies.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that.
Yeah.
But like the idea that Jewish Zionists have the levers on our financial system, on I guess the DOD and the Pentagon, but our
Now we're
intelligence
talking about
agencies.
the financial system.
Okay.
Well, no. These are your words. You're saying that Jews run everything. You can look at me. It's okay. Don't be nervous.
The topic was Iraq.
It was, but you never gave me the
I like I threw a funny part in to distract from the fact you're losing. Look at me. Don't be nervous.
Okay.
You're the one
I
that's
see you
losing.
staring off into the corner. You're having like a little autism attack.
It's amusing.
Okay.
I'm just amused that you said they were in Iraq.
Okay, let me just, besides the insults, let me
I'm just saying, like, it's frustrating because it reminds me of arguing with my mom, right? Where she says the elections are rigged Well, how did Trump win in 2016? Well, enough good people showed up that day. Like,
Now
it's
it's
always
about the
rigged until it's not. I don't know how, if we get so much Israeli intelligence is so corrupt, why couldn't Israelis just passed on fake intelligence through the CIA and gotten us to go to war with Iraq that way?
I think his answer was basically that
His answer was that we can't do it that way. Yeah, we weren't compromised that way.
The CIA to the degree where it can go up, where we can go into war, but we were compromised at the DoD level, so they did it through the chain of the DoD.
Gotcha.
Steven
Okay,
has a better
so
strategy, though.
Let's say that I buy, which is ridiculous.
I'm just summarizing what Nick said.
I know, I understand. Let's say that I buy all of that, which is already too much, and it's hilarious.
All right.
Why is it that they created their own little Office of Jewish plans? They got us to go to Iraq. Why the fuck didn't they get us to get rid of Saddam Hussein? Why do we keep him there?
They did.
What do you mean? We kept him there.
We got him in 2003.
Why didn't we get him in the first Gulf War?
The fact is, we got him.
Oh shit!
What's funny about that?
Why didn't we get him in the first Gulf War?
We got him.
Did they need a second office?
They needed a 9/11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they needed a reason to get him.
Hold on. So
To be clear,
because also, by the way, the best answer, the best reason for why we should have gotten rid of Saddam Hussein after 9/11 was because of the first Gulf War. So if we would have deposed him after Gulf War I, I don't think anybody would have even cared, right?
So,
the
let
motherfucker
me
used
get this
chemical
right.
warfare against the Kurdish
So the
people
argument
and
is,
invaded
well,
Kuwait,
why
which is
did
to
they
this
do it with
day,
CIA?
which is to this day, like one of the most U.S. loyalist fucking countries on the planet.
When did Saddam Hussein use chemical warfare against the Kurds? 1988. All right. Oh.
Planet because we saved them when Saddam Hussein invaded. So my question is, if the Jewish people, I'm laying it all out, okay? The Jewish people have so much influence in the DoD, they create a special office because Israel really wants us to go to war with Iraq to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Okay. They managed to do all of that successfully, and they get the most powerful nation in the history of the world to go to war with another nation that doesn't even border Israel to depose Saddam Hussein, but we don't even get rid of Saddam Hussein. What the fuck?
Well,
It doesn't even border Israel. Wow, what a
when
lack
was
of
the Office of
understanding.
Special Operations created again?
I think it was 2003.
So it was created after 9/11. I think that's what he's trying to say. Is like they needed the 9/11. That's why they created the office, and then that allowed
Yeah.
them to prevent CIA
But hang on,
intelligence.
Myra,
Sure,
let
but I'm
me
saying
argue.
that for the
This
first
guy-
Gulf War,
This guy can ramble and interrupt.
Bro,
I
you
get
rambled so much.
No, Nick, good.
All right.
Jesus is king, Cody.
Jesus is king.
Amazing. Well, and I can argue here.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
it's amazing that the argument started out with crazy, weird. They think Jews run everything to like, well, why didn't the Jews take out Saddam Hussein the first time? Why didn't the Jews do it this way instead of this other way? Will you engage with the fact that these people wrote the clean break memo for a foreign government and then were in the most important national security positions 7 years
Yeah,
later?
that
You
is
can
pretty
do that
fucking
and-
crazy.
The problem is you haven't established anything other than
No,
the fact
no,
that these guys
engage
were
with
Jewish.
that. Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, they might have been Jewish. They might
No,
have
no,
been
they
like Israel.
were. No, they were. Don't say they might have been. That's a weasel
They were
word.
Jewish. They probably supported the nation of Israel. Okay.
No, they don't. Hang on. Let me tell you the facts.
Nick, I don't care unless you can
Why don't
show
you
me
care?
because you have to show me a
Why don't you
connection.
care?
It's not enough to say. Let me show you the connection.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
He's not going to. He has no evidence. But go for it.
That's amazing.
He's going to talk for a while, but there is
The
nothing.
clean
There's
break
nothing.
memo is the foundation. Go ahead.
So, because I want you to engage with this. In 1996, it's not like maybe they supported Israel, maybe they're Jewish. Again, with the weasel words. No, they were Jewish. They were Zionists. They didn't probably support Israel. This was commissioned by the state of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu commissioned them to write this. And they write in 1996 a memo that says, in order to secure the realm of Israel, we need Saddam gone, we need Syria destabilized, we need Iran gone. These are guys that then go and work at the highest level positions in the DoD. They create the OSP, which creates the intelligence for the war in Iraq. And that was their plan, actually, to go into Syria. If you look at some of the classified documents, they wanted to go into Syria, but the Iraq war was a big deal. And we wound up supporting rebels in Syria anyway. So will you engage with the fact that, I mean, that's a pretty clear connection.
It's not.
That's not.
It's not. You have to show that
Yeah,
Israel
what?
is controlling the United States foreign policy.
foreign
there was
government.
popular support of the
A
United States.
foreign government wrote up something for our government,
Wow.
We got the
and that's not them controlling us.
We did the second one. You don't need Jewish anything to explain any of that.
So a foreign
And naturally, there's a lot of Israel enjoys broad support in the United States by most of its citizens. You don't
Because
need
they
a
control the
conspiracy
media.
to explain- Okay.
We can talk about the media next. But he
Sure.
is saying the clean break memo. So you're saying that has nothing to do with it.
Sure. Remember, I mean, maybe, but the problem is what he'll do is he'll say 4 Jews were involved.
Amazing.
They might have even been from Israel, which I don't even know. I have to go
I
look
didn't say
every
4
day.
Jews.
Usually when I look these people up, it'll be like they were born in New York to a Jew or something. I don't know about these guys in
Oh my
particular,
God.
right? But the issue is you can never show a connection of like this was the plan, this is the evidence. It's always like these guys were Jewish, they supported Israel, they wrote this document, they control the whole United States. Now remember earlier I said they couldn't just do it through the CIA? No, they had to make a separate office. Okay, what about the fact that all the United States supports them? Well, they control all of the media, which would be more impressive, by the way, than actually controlling
We'll
the
talk
CIA.
about the media here in a
Sure, I know,
second,
we'll
because
get
that's
to it.
another topic. I think what Nick is saying.
I understand. I just
Yeah.
real quick. There's always this duality of they're kind of cocked and they really don't have any insight or infiltration into our intelligence agencies, but they also control the entire media apparatus of the entire United States. I don't know how they can do one but not the other.
It's, it's two different things, but what Nick is basically saying is that you have people that have Israeli interests at heart that are in high positions of the government that influence foreign policy for the betterment of Israel.
Yeah,
That's what we're saying.
for example, Zelensky, you said duality. His dual citizenship. Is Zelensky a Jew to you?
I don't think about people that way. I don't think about. I'm not a Jew hunter looking for who's Jewish or who's not.
Let me jump in. Let me summarize my point.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead. Oh, fucking just, I was right. Apparently the guy was born in New York, 1941. Richard Norman period, yeah. Okay, so how many of these guys were even born?
They are Jewish.
The guys that you mentioned.
Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? When you say,
were any of the guys that you mentioned,
can
were
I
they born in
summarize my
Israel?
point or
Okay,
what?
let him-
Wait, can I just say,
sorry, were any of the
I
guys
never
you
said they
mentioned?
were born in Israel. I said they're Jewish Zionists.
Yeah, he did say
Why
that.
are you saying, oh my gosh, I said they're
So
Jewish
they're U.S.
Zionists?
citizens. Okay, go ahead.
I said they're Jewish Zionists, Destiny. I didn't say they were born
They're
in
American
Israel.
citizens too.
They're
They're right to serve in the military and their duty just like any other citizen.
Okay, that's totally irre-
Yeah, but they have dual citizenship. Citizenship.
We're not going to control that. That's okay. He did call them Zionists, which you can be a Zionist and hold a U.S. citizenship.
Yeah,
while
okay.
simultaneously
When you call someone a Zionist Jew, then taking orders from Netanyahu. Wow. I mean, it feels like that's crazy. Yeah, there's no Zionist Jews with Americans. Yeah, fucking Shel Nadelson had American citizenship. Jonathan Pollard had American citizenship. It didn't mean they weren't loyal to Israel. Talk about it, like literally just, if you're losing the debate, just lie about what the other person was saying. Wait a second, they weren't born in Israel. Throw my head up and laugh. Nobody fucking said that. I said they were Zionist Jews. I hope people are paying attention. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay.
So, let me...
You want to summarize? Go ahead, please.
Let me summarize my point. Stop laughing, Sniggle. Stop laughing. Good. So let me summarize my point. My point is this, okay? It's not just four guys. I said, and this is the whole debate. I said you have guys at the highest level of government. I'm talking about these specific guys because it's so egregious. They get commissioned by a foreign government to write up a strategy for that foreign government, and then they go and implement it in the United States government 10 years later. And people can say, well, but there was support for the war. But the American people supported it. I threw out evidence and said, well, in 1998, all the same Jewish neocons, including all the four authors of the memo, including all the people that signed that letter on September 15, 2001, they signed a letter to Clinton in 98, before 9/11, before the WMD stuff, supporting a toppling of Saddam Hussein. In other words, they wanted it before there was a 9/11. They wanted it before there was popular support, before it was in the conversation. 9/11 happens, and within 5 days, it's not just four, you got 40 prominent Jewish neocons, Washington Post, Weekly Standard, New Republic, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. They all write, and by the way, all Jewish columnists too. Charles Krauthammer's another one. They all sign a letter saying you got to go to war, not just in Iraq, but against Hezbollah, against Syria, against Iran. What I'm trying to do is paint a picture. I'm not saying that the Jewish lobby is omnipotent. I'm not saying that they control every aspect of government. I'm saying that it's not a coincidence that they're there. It's not innocuous that they're there. That was the original premise of the debate, is are they just people that happen to be there and do things? Or are there people in these positions where it becomes problematic because they have a tribal loyalty, a political, religious loyalty? That was the thesis of the debate. I never said, you know, they control everything and this and that. And I think that's been basically established. But you want to debate like, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Without actually engaging with any of the evidence I provided.
I'm engaged with everything you've given me,
No.
but you're not providing anything compelling. I don't know why, if, like everything you're saying, for instance, like, so first of all, let's acknowledge, you are purporting that these Jewish people are among the most powerful and influential people in all of world history, right? If they're controlling literal foreign policy from the United States of America, which is the strongest empire that has ever existed in U.S. history and in the world history, right? You're asserting that these people are the strongest and most influential people in all of world history. And then you're telling me that for the first Gulf War, they couldn't just get rid of Saddam after he used chemical weapons. You're telling me that they needed 9/11 to go into Iraq the second time. Why didn't we also go into? You're saying that
Because you need the public to agree with it.
Israel wanted to get rid of Syria. They want to get rid of the Ayatollah in Iran.
If you just went all in, then people would revolt against it, and it wouldn't fucking work.
We go in. Why didn't we go to those two countries next, right after Iraq? We went to Afghanistan, didn't we? We didn't like Pakistan.
Because they're very sneaky.
Yeah, Bin Laden. Why didn't we just go right into Iran, right into Syria after Iraq?
Well, and I addressed that. Again, it doesn't mean that they are omnipotent, but they are pushing for that constantly. They're pushing for war with Iran constantly. They're pushing for war with Syria constantly. And you're ignoring the fact that there is a shadow war going on against Assad in Syria. There has been for over a decade now. And that is supported by Israel. That's supported by the United States. And by the way, it also has John McCain's fingerprints all over. We could get into
Why not get rid of Assad like we did with Gaddafi, if the Jews are so influential?
Because the war was extremely unpopular. Barack Obama gets elected in 2008 on this, we're going to end the war in Iraq. And Barack Obama actually,
Whoa.
hang on. You're interrupting me. I'm answering your point. You said,
It's
well,
going to be 10 more minutes of rambling. I'm gonna
no,
bring
it's
you back
not.
to this, but go
It's
ahead.
not rambling. Don't say it's rambling because we're making an argument here. Okay. The argument is not that they control everything and they're so powerful. It's that they are extremely influential. They have a tribal loyalty. They use
This motherfucking cuck. Look at him.
So to say that,
Look at his posture. He's getting destroyed right now. You can tell. Oh, getting on his phone to fucking look up
It doesn't mean that
shit.
they're not pushing for it. It doesn't mean that they're not achieving that to some extent. And they almost defeated Syria if it wasn't for the fact that Russia came in, if it wasn't for the fact that Trump came in. And actually, Trump ended our support for regime change in Syria. It was one of the first things he did in April 2017. And you know what they did a minute later? Chemical weapons attack. Amazing timing, literally. And I remember because it's when I started my show. In April
Total goalpost move, by the way.
No, it's not a total. Whoa, it's not a total goalpost move. We're explaining about how these power dynamics work. Trump comes in, and I think it was a Friday or a Saturday. Pompeo, the then Secretary of State, or no, I'm sorry, it's Rex Tillerson, Nikki Haley come out and say we're no longer pursuing regime change against Assad. Meaning, in other words, the United States was pursuing regime change, like you said they weren't. Literally 5 days later, that following Tuesday, boom, chemical weapons attack in Homs. Will the United States respond? The same thing happened in 2013. And this gets back to, hang on. I promise I'm almost finished. And this gets back to the Kurds. When they say, oh, well, they're gassing their own people. They said the same thing about Syria in 2013 with Obama. They said the same thing in 2017 with Syria and Trump.
Random names,
It's not random. It's not random. We're explaining how this stuff works rather than, oh, the Gaddafi was a total freaking asshole and so was Assad. We're saying that there are competing interests here, and there are political realities. They couldn't support another ground war in Syria after Iraq, after it was wildly unpopular, after they tried to do nation building. They fought a shadow war there anyway, and they tried to force 2 presidents to go to war. They tried to force Trump into a war. They tried to force Obama into a war in Syria. You're rubbing your face. Did that not happen? Was there no pressure to go to Syria?
Okay, so firstly, you lied about your thesis. You lied about no, if you want to go point by point, we can do that. But now you just bring up a whole bunch of dumb shit. So
no, but you're rubbing your face like that's not true.
Because everything you're saying is wrong.
So was there pressure for Obama
How is it wrong?
to Syria with boots on the ground, 100,000 troops?
But we didn't do it, did we?
No, because they don't control everything. But there was
They
pressure
only control the most powerful nation in the world when they want to, but not when they don't want to.
They did it in 2003, and it became wildly unpopular.
I'm just find out. You said the JQ, and I pointed this out at the beginning of the conversation. I want to make this known, and I'm going to reiterate. You just rephrased the JQ as some Jewish people of Jewish descent in the United States have loyalties to their home country or the home country of their families. That is not the JQ. The JQ does not say people whose parents come from Israel
You're telling me
in the United States. Yeah, well, because you're dancing about a very weak version of it. Because I agree with your version of it. I agree with your version of the JQ.
Okay, then we agree. Debate over.
We do. People who have Israeli parents probably like Israel. That's not very compelling.
Damn.
Though. The real JQ is the idea that Jewish people in the United States government have an undue influence that can supersede or rewrite the will of the American people or other politicians in office to use the United States as a puppet for Israel. That's the JQ. The JQ is not. Can you acknowledge that, or do you think the JQ is just that some Jewish people in the United States like Israel?
Hold on. So
Fuck, there's like 20 other things you said.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because if we're gonna go real JQ, what it was originally put out there by Hitler. What do we do with the Jewish people? They're a problem for society. We need to get rid of them.
Well, that's what he thinks the JQ is. The JQ is not just Jewish people.
It's 100 other countries. But you gotta modernize it now. So that was the original JQ. Was like, what do we do with the Jewish people? That's where the Havarach agreement came in.
Well, yeah, but remember he said Netanyahu wrote the document and then gave orders to the 4 Zionist Jewish people in the United States.
Well, I'm getting there. What we're saying now, he's arguing, right? So the JQ, that's what it originally was. But now it's more modernized now. What the JQ is nowadays is, do American Zionists who have dual allegiance to the United States and Israel, do they push Israeli interests before their own as American citizens, especially in the U.S. government? He's saying that they do. They write foreign policy that influences American policy that benefits Israel, which puts the United States in compromising situations. He cited wars, etc., that weren't necessarily always in our best interest. And he's saying that they don't control everything, but they definitely have a very strong say in American foreign policy. That's what he's arguing.
And if there were wars that the United States was running into to its own detriment that it didn't have popular support for, that might be something I would agree with, right? However, Nick himself stated, why didn't we go into Syria? Because there wasn't the popular support. Wait. This is so important, okay? Because it's part of the conspiracy. He said, I asked, why didn't we go into Syria? Because he said that the Jewish people wanted us to get rid of Iran and they wanted us to get rid of Syria. But we didn't do that. Why? Because there wasn't popular support for it. But earlier, when I asked about popular support in the United States, he said the Jews control the media. What changed? There's always a reason why at some point the Jews are in control of what they need to be in control of to explain something. They control the media. That's why we went into Iraq. It was manufactured consent. Well, then why did we go into Syria and Iran afterwards? Well, I guess the Jews didn't control the media then. It doesn't make sense. Also, he brings this thing up about how, like, oh, Trump tried to end the war in Syria because ostensibly he's not bought off by the Jews, except Trump himself admittedly loves Israel, loves Jewish people, like every old person in the United States does, and Trump did one of the most unpopular moves worldwide into Palestinians. He moved the fucking embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, a move that I think was only recognized by like 3 countries in the world.
I
because
need
it's so
piss.
unpopular. So I don't know how you're going to sit here and tell me that Trump worked in defiance of Jewish control of the government while also being one of the biggest Israeli simps that the government has ever had.
Yeah, so let's take this piece by piece. First of all, without interruptions this time. So, and not rambling, I'm going to address all your points. So in the first place, I mean, you just got done saying, well, I agree with your version of the JQ. I'm arguing with some other JQ. I'm arguing with something else. If you want to talk about other things, we could get into other things, but I said my thesis
We'll cover the media next. The Jews controlling the media next.
But if you didn't listen, then that's fine.
Go ahead, Nick.
So I said that about the JQ at the beginning, and you're like, well, if you say that... And by the way, I love the throwing the head back. It's so adorable. And then the other thing, and then another interruption. And then the other thing is this. So then you throw out and say, well, wait a second. They brought us to war in Iraq, but they couldn't bring us to war in Syria? Yes, because the little thing called 9/11 happened in 2001. So there was widespread support, not just for a war against Afghanistan or Iraq, for a war on terror. People are calling for a holy war against Islam, a civilizational war. We go to war in Iraq under false pretenses, like we talked about. The people that created the Office of Special Plans, that manufactured the evidence for the war in Iraq, were all Jewish Zionists that wanted a war in Iraq for Israel. And by the way, all the people that pushed the evidence was the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. It was also all the Jewish Zionists in the media, which you never seem to address either. You say, well, they control the media. I told you, 40 of the most influential publications published a letter on September 15th calling for that war. We go into the war on a false pretense, riding popular support that was based on 9/11 and the false pretense. The war's a disaster. There's high casualties. It goes on for a decade. It's wildly unpopular. And you say, oh, so, you know, they control the media and the war machine sometimes, but not all the time? Yeah, they had more play after 9/11. They had more play when they manufactured the first line to Iraq. They didn't have as much play to get us into Syria. It doesn't mean they didn't use the same playbook. They did use the same playbook. They used a fake chemical weapons attack in 2013. They conducted shadow warfare against Syria in the same way. Funded the so-called moderate Syrian opposition. They brought back ISIS, all these kinds of things. Just because Obama came in, and Obama was anti-war just like Trump in a certain respect, just because Obama balked and turned it over to Congress and Congress said no, doesn't mean the Jews don't control everything or they don't have influence or something. They exhausted...
Well, they don't control everything.
And they also destroyed their credibility with the WTO.
They do control a
The same
lot,
was true in
though.
2017. So just because something... I mean, Iraq happened. 9/11 happened. To say that...
And it's not just like, oh, the Jews. We're talking about like Zionists, really powerful Zionists who are in our government. It's not like every single fucking Jew out there is doing this.
To Israel. And you said it like, duh. Yeah, I fucking agree. But it turns out...
It's not even close to every single Jew.
That's what got me in so much trouble from the beginning. I was a normal college conservative, and then I put out a tweet in 2016, and I said, you know, if you have dual loyalty to Israel... I said, if you have dual loyalty to Israel, I said, you're not an American patriot. And Ben Shapiro comes in and says, well, that's the definition of anti-Semitism. And I
How is that the definition of anti-Semitism?
That's the State Department, that's the CIA's definition of anti-Semitism. So what you just said, if you say that Jews have more loyalty to Israel, well, I absolutely agree. That's the basis of the JQ. But earlier you said people do things. There's Asians that are programmers, there's Mexicans that are landscapers. Now you're saying Jews may have some loyalty to Israel. So, I mean, you can shift the goalpost, but you change your mind on that over the course of this talk.
Okay, now the next topic that we're going to talk about, as you guys know...
Oh, wait, can I just one important thing? Really one thing. Why did
you do that? Then I'll hit the next
Why did
topic,
Trump
please.
move the embassy to Jerusalem? Because Sheldon Adelson paid him. By moving the embassy is a symbolic gesture.
A symbolic
Do you
gesture?
think that's the same as a ground war in Syria? Honest question.
Is it the same as a ground war in Syria? No, although Trump did bomb Syria.
So
Didn't Trump bomb Syria?
Yeah,
He did.
yeah,
He bombed the
50
airport, right?
Minuteman missiles
Sure.
that
So
did
he did
nothing.
bomb the airport, and he moved the... So Trump is
So-
avowedly about Israel. Trump moved the embassy to
And
Jerusalem.
that's the
which,
same
by
as
the
a
way,
war in Syria,
Jerusalem is one of the most important battles
Did he
right
do
now.
regime change?
Jerusalem is one of the most important battles right now for Israel, right? Is gaining complete access over the literal fucking holy city,
Not
right?
really.
No, that
Not-
doesn't
no.
matter. You don't think
It's
most
not an
Jewish
important
people don't give a
battle.
fuck about
It's not, no, because
Jerusalem?
it's
They
not
don't care that much
strategically
about it?
important. What's strategically important is Lebanon and Iran. Dipshit.
Oh,
That's
the two
what's
countries
important.
that were able to
Dipshit.
invade as the United States
The
with
two
Jewish
countries
control.
that are pushing us to go to war all the time.
Why didn't we go to war with Lebanon over Iraq? If that's so much more important.
That is the plan. That's the plan.
Wait,
Because
why didn't we do
Lebanon's
that
not
though?
the
It
real
borders
plan.
Israel. Why did we go to
Lebanon
Lebanon
isn't
over
because-
Iraq?
You want to know why?
Yeah, tell me.
You don't even know the
I
answer.
don't know. I want you to tell me.
You don't
Please
even know the
educate
answer
me.
because you're
Yes,
ignorant.
I know.
Because the real threat isn't Hezbollah.
Okay.
The threat is that there is a network that connects Hezbollah logistically to Iran through Syria. That's the problem.
Yeah,
You're
but the
laughing,
network
that's
wouldn't
true.
matter if Lebanon wasn't loyal to their interests.
It's not true because you just be moving the border north. The reason that Israel wants to take out Syria and Iran, you could look this up, is because Hezbollah pushed them out, and Hezbollah wouldn't exist without the support of Iran and Syria.
Okay.
You want to talk
So
about
the Jewish
geostrategy,
people,
that's the problem.
so the
with
Jewish
it.
people
Just
want
look
to
it
take
up.
out Lebanon,
You're on your
Syria,
phone, just look it up, you'll find
Lebanon,
it.
Syria, and Iran. They want to take out those countries. You saw how these fucking retards got us go with Iraq? The only country they don't want us to take out? Good, and they do it twice. They
You know
fucking
what's
twice.
funny? You know what's
Nick.
amazing?
2 times.
You know
And
what's
Gaddafi
amazing?
and Libya. You know where Libya is?
Hey,
You know what
calm
continent
down.
Libya is on? In fucking Africa. Why the
Try
fuck
to
are we
calm
going down
down.
there?
Try to calm down.
Yeah.
First of all,
What was it?
Try to calm
the
down.
part, if you read the clean break memo, the first country they say to take out is Iraq. So,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
fine.
So,
So now we're gonna you didn't know that because you never read it.
We talked about the
Unexpected.
geopolitics.
Myron, that was a blitzkrieg.
Yeah,
I gotta say, best fucking hit follow and subscribe.
I always say stop doing steady state cardio if you're trying to lose weight because there's just simply better ways.
So you probably have come
What the
across this guy
fuck?
before. He's always saying to stop doing cardio.
Cardio burns fat, right? No.
Supposedly he's a celebrity.
"34 years ago, the Kurdish city of Halabja faced a terrible tragedy, which until this day have laid traces on the Kurdish people, especially the people of Halabja. Today we will go through all of it, and even though the tragedy occurred in 1988, we need to go back 20 years before the incident to understand its background. In 1961, an uprising starts in Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan by Iraq's second largest ethnic group, the Kurds. The revolution was led by Mustafa Barzani, which aim was to achieve more autonomy for the Kurds in Iraq. The Iraqi regime tries to stop the revolution by forming a new constitution. In this new constitution, the Kurdish nation rights are recognized for the first time ever. But the friendship between the Kurds and Iraq won't last for long. Different Kurdish tribes have a hard time uniting in some political questions, and this makes it harder for Mustafa Barzani to form a strong force against Iraq. Iraq, who still fears a united Kurdish people, arms different Kurdish tribes to fight each other. For the nearest future, Kurds are busy fighting each other and the Iraqi regime at the same time. Thinking that the Kurds stands weak, Iraqi army bombs Kurdish villages all over southern Kurdistan, triggering Kurdish tribes to unite and form a strong force in the first Iraqi-Kurdish war between 1961 and 1970, which will in time cost over 110,000 lives. In July 1961, a military coup hits Iraq and the Ba'athist Party takes over. The new vice president of Iraq is named Saddam Hussein, at the time only 31 years old. During the beginning of his reign, Iraq's goal is to retake all the territory that is controlled by the Peshmerga. One of many reasons are the very large amount of oil that is located beneath the Kurdish territory. Over 300,000 Kurds are deported from Kurdistan to different parts of Iraq. About 40,000 of them are Faili Kurds that are deported all the way to Iran for not being loyal Iraqis, according to Saddam Hussein. Within time, Iraq controls all of the oil fields in Bashur. The Iraqi economy grows and a lot of the new money income is used to buy chemical weapons. At the same time, Kurdish Peshmerga keeps on the fight for independence. In the mid-70s, a dialogue starts between Iraq and Mustafa Barzani. However, neither part agrees with each other and the conflict goes back to war. In 1979, Iraq have total control over all of Bashuri Kurdistan. Even though Saddam Hussein had been vice president in theory, in reality he had controlled and ruled Iraq for several years.
Oh, what the fuck?
But now he was ready to take on the presidency officially. 16th of July 1979, Saddam Hussein made Hassan al-Bakr to step down as president and leave the spot empty for him to claim. A purge starts within the Ba'ath Party in order to find every single threat against Saddam Hussein. Those chosen are executed immediately. But Saddam Hussein had more plans to enlarge his power. In the neighboring country, Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini have taken the power through a Shia revolution. Since the Iraqi people have a majority Shia Muslims, Saddam fears that the revolution would spread to Iraq. Looking at Iran, Saddam believes that the regime there is tired and weak after the revolution and that they won't stand a chance against Iraqi army, who actually have a lot of support from Western powers. With this in mind, Iraq attacks Iran 26th of September 1980. Since the border between Iraq and Iran in reality is the border between Bashur and Rojhelat, southern Kurdistan and eastern Kurdistan, the Kurds pays a huge price for the war between Iraq and Iran. Saddam specifically attacks oil fields in Rojhelat, Iranian-occupied Kurdistan, and starts a war with several territorial victories over Iran. In 1981, Iraq makes a huge investments in chemical weapons. To hide this investment, Iraq uses a company which claims to sell anti-insect toxic. Outside of the Iraqi capital city, Baghdad, a large chemical factory was built. In less than a year, over 800 tons chemical is purchased, mostly to produce mustard gas. In 1982, Iran answers heavily and Iraq is forced to retreat from the territorial wins that they have made. Bloody clashes returns to the previous borders, and while Iraq is using chemical weapons against Iran, Iran sends wave after wave of unarmed children against Iraq. This in order to mentally break the Iraqi army. The children think that a sacrifice of themselves for the Ayatollah will make them martyrs. However, this unhumane tactic doesn't work against the Iraqi soldiers, who shoots down wave after wave of unarmed children. Iran, however, just replaced them with more and more. In 1983, Saddam orders Iraqi warplanes to attack Iran with mustard gas. At that time, mustard gas hadn't been used in war since World War I. The gas remains in the air for a long time after its release. It burns the skin and corrodes the eyes and every area of the body.
That looks
mustard gas
fucked.
slows down the advancing Iranian troops. and this makes it possible for Saddam Hussein to aim his offensive against Iraq's Kurds. In 1987, Saddam appoints his cousin, General Ali Hassan al-Majid, to governor of northern Iraq, Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan. He will go further than anyone else in the war against the Kurds. Later that year, Ali appoints new laws which makes large part of Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan forbidden areas to walk around in. The Iraqi army is ordered to kill every living cell in that forbidden area, humans as animals. However, the Kurdish Peshmerga forces in Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan is showing strong resistance against Iraq, and they are supported by Iran, who seeks revenge against Iraq. In February 1988, Saddam seeks a final solution for the Kurdish problem. It is called the Al-Anfal campaign and is taken from the 8th chapter of the Quran, which in Arabic means war trophy. The campaign will in time cost 182,000
What? Why?
Kurdish lives, if not more. In time, General Ali will become the face of that operation and soon enough receive the notorious name Chemical Ali, or the Slaughterer of Kurdistan. A constant bombardment campaign starts in Kurdistan, and for over a month many confrontations between Kurds and the Iraqi army is happening. However, when the rumor of Halabja reaches the Kurdish Peshmerga, they immediately surrender.
Boom.
Just a
Fuck
few days
you.
before the rumors reached them, in 15th of March 1988, Peshmerga liberates Halabja, supported by the Kurdish citizens of Halabja, who managed to take over the Iraqi Ba'ath Party high quarter in the city. People are celebrating the liberation, even though many are worried about Saddam's next move. The next morning, 16th of March 1988, is a very cold morning in Halabja. Iraqi warplanes flies over the city, and every time they pass the city, a load of mustard gas is released over the people of Halabja. When the load reaches the ground, it is not of one large explosion as expected, but several small ones. From the ground, the color black, white and red is rising, and the children can smell the scent of apple and banana. In 16 different attacks, Halabja is exposed of a cruel and brutal state terror, a genocide which within minutes will cost 5,000 Kurdish lives, a number which according to some sources reaches 7,000. Families are lying together on the ground, parents holding their children, brothers hugging their sisters, people calling for help at the same moment as death is taking them. The city is after the attack completely quiet. It is totally deserted and full of lying bodies all around the ground. The few who survives the attack flees to Iran and receives help in hospitals before being sent to refugee camps. As the news of Halabja reaches the world, the first pictures are shown.
چی شدم پدر خانوادت چی شد؟
من تمام فارسی کردی کردی دوست کسی میاد کردی
کی بمبارون کرده؟ کی بمبارون کرده اینجا رو؟
قبیلش
صدام بمبارون کرده.
Yes. Oh my God.
Millions of people showed their disgust towards Iraq and Saddam's regime. However, the international community is completely quiet due to their alliance with Saddam. Pentagon even releases fake news that Iran is behind the attack. It takes over 2 months before the United Nations condemn the attack. In August 1988, the 8-year-long war is over and Saddam claims victory over Iran. In reality, none of the sides made any territorial or strategic victories. However, the war cost over 1.5 million people, at least 320,000 Kurds, in both Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan and Iranian-occupied Kurdistan. The city of Halabja is until this day marked, as children is still born with symptoms from the gas. In the city, a museum is opened by the Kurds to never forget the terrible attack against Halabja.
Det var den 16:e, den 16:e. Sletten skäras och tog min penna.
How am I supposed to get public order?
Since then, the city has been haunted by the then ruling Ba'ath Party, and the city has put up signs at the outskirts of the city which prevents members of the Ba'ath Party to enter. Both Saddam Hussein and Chemical Ali would in time be sentenced to death after the fall of the Ba'ath regime in 2003. However, Saddam Hussein was never sentenced for his involvement in the attacks, only Chemical Ali.
All
We
right.
are hard-working Americans.
This is what's important to us.
Options for reliable power. Labor policies that help entrepreneurs.
That's prosperity.
Learn more at prosperityspossible.com.
This is your garbage trash browser, and this is Opera GX. you see this difference? Opera is 100% customizable. You can even set how much RAM and CPU usage it uses so it doesn't slow down your computer at all. Look at how much more efficient Opera is than Chrome. Do you see this? Opera has a massive variety of mods.
Oh shit.
PDF à vous présenter qui donc montre comment effectivement la situation par exemple.
Neoconservatives had already developed their plan to reconfigure the Middle East. According to them, this would make the Middle East more peaceful, democratic, and less a threat to the United States. However, this plan to reconfigure the Middle East would entail the elimination of regimes that were hostile to Israel, beginning with Iraq and including Iran, Syria, and even Saudi Arabia. Now, this plan had strong similarities to a geostrategy that prevailed on the Israeli right in the 1980s and was best articulated by Likudnik Oded Yinon in a 1982 article. In that article, he maintained that Israel's enemies were quite fragile and only held together by harsh dictatorial regimes. This, he claimed, would make it relatively easy to bring them down since there wasn't any natural support in these countries for them. And he held that if these countries were disturbed by war, they would fragment into ethnic and sectarian groups who would war among each other. Of course, this would, by weakening Israel's enemies, this would, of course, enhance the security of Israel, and Yinon advocated that Israel launch a war.
Going to be talking about a clean break, a new strategy for securing the realm, which was a policy document that was prepared in 1996 by a study group led by Richard Pearl. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read from a couple of sites.
Fuck
the
you.
document itself. I'm going to point out the problems of the document and why those problems are relevant today in today's foreign policy, which has been primarily influenced by the Israeli Public Affairs Committee as well as the Saudi lobbyists, which are much more covert.
Let's see. All right, now I can tax them. Sweet.
The report explained a new approach to solving Israel's security problems in the Middle East with an emphasis on Western values, and this comes at the heels of the end of the Cold War. Communism was not at the forefront nor was it a problem for the rest of the world, and now it was to destabilize the Middle East. Now, this comes also decades later, in which in 1952 there was a policy document by the British Foreign Affairs Office, which was called the problem of pan-Arabism, or Arab nationalism, which was prominent under former Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser. This was before the advent of the Salafist terrorist organizations, which actually took hold of the Arab countries after the Six-Day War, because they saw the socialist regimes as nothing more than corrupt regimes that repressed the poor and the religious. The Saudis expanded on this after the oil boom of the 1970s, in which it funded to the tunes of hundreds of millions throughout the world, including most notably Middle East and Southeast Asia, but to the poorest regions of the Arab world, thus
Poorest
creating
region.
the vacuum for religious extremism. The report explained a new approach to solving international security problems in the Middle East with Western values, as I said before. Western values. Now, this is a loosely based term,
Western
which has
values.
really
Yeah.
undefined meaning, but it really meant it was neoconservative values.
Yeah.
It's since been criticized for
Which
advocating
would be
Western
just like
policy
pushing neoliberalism,
Saddam
basically.
Hussein from power in Iraq, and the containment of Syria, and engaging in proxy warfare, highlighting the possession of weapons of mass destruction. For a policy document that was written in 1996, boy, I say that surely came to fruition after 2001, with Iraq being subject to
I wonder which
UN
one I
security
should
threats,
do
the United
here.
States having chemical and biological weapons when they did not. And of course, isn't that what the United States did to Syria? Engage in proxy warfare by supporting and training Salafist militants.
Yeah.
Trying to overthrow the Bashar al-Assad government in 2011. The program ended in 2017, which was co-opted by then CIA Director David Petraeus and authorized by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, King Abdullah II's word. Certain parts of these policies set forth in the paper were rejected by Netanyahu initially, but Netanyahu did end up losing the prime minister election. Later on, we had Ehud Barak, and then Netanyahu again for a longer term. Nothing really changed. According to the report's preamble, it was written by the study group on a new Israeli strategy toward 2000, which was a part of the Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies. This is an interesting group of dual national citizens of Israel and the United States who hold nationalist principles, which is exactly the essence of Zionism and Christian evangelicalism. The Institute for Advanced Strategic Political Studies had individuals who signed on to the report, such as Douglas Feith, James Colbert, Charles Frank, Fairfax Jr., Jonathan Torp, David Wormser, Merab Wormser, Robin Lowenberg, and many of these people will go on to have prominent positions in the Bush White House. In reading the report, the very first preface,
Jews.
you could see where the direction of the document is going. It's only 6 pages long, but I'll read the first paragraph.
Should I do this?
Quote, Israel has a large problem. Labor Zionism, which for 70 years has dominated the Zionist movement, has generated a stalled and shackled economy. Efforts to salvage Israel's socialist institutions, which include pursuing supranational over national sovereignty and pursuing a peace process that embraces the slogan New Middle East, undermine the legitimacy of the nation and lead Israel into strategic paralysis in the previous government's peace process. That peace process obscured the evidence of eroding national critical mass, including a palpable sense of national exhaustion, and forfeited strategic initiative. The loss of national critical mass was illustrated best by Israel's efforts to draw in the United States to sell unpopular policies domestically, to agree to negotiate sovereignty over its capital, and to respond with resignation to a spate of terror so intense and tragic that it deterred Israelis from engaging in normal daily functions, such as commuting to work in buses, end quote. What they wanted to do was the neoconservative think tank, which was basically emanated from the Leo Strauss and Paul Nitsky school, and which was given its start under the Reagan administration, saw Israel as basically a strategy for an extension. Now, many people get the misconception that it's Israel that rules the United States. It's not that easy to explain, but I'll try the best I can. It's the other way around. Israel actually holds only one thing, and that is they have a wide swath of influence in our institutions, major corporations, and as well as having a direct link with the evangelical crowd in the Pentagon and in the State Department. Remember, a lot of these people, White House staffers and advisors, White House aides, all come from, a good majority come from Liberty University, which was created under the late Jerry Falwell. Many of the influential politics and policy makers that we see today in both of these powerful institutions, such as the Pentagon and the State Department, have a rich tradition in evangelical Christianity, which by its essence is nationalist. They are not spiritualist people, and they don't adhere to Christ. These are people who adhere to the works of Paul.
Yeah.
As for the Israelis, it's an interesting issue regarding how diverse they are in regards to the religious population, which is at odds with the Zionists, but they have one thing in common. And then you have the secularists, but they all have one thing in common, that Israel is to remain a Jewish nation.
Mm-hmm.
There are minor differences, including the rights of Palestinians, in which the religious favor to an extent. The Zionists do not. I'll read the second paragraph of the document. Quote, Benjamin Netanyahu's government comes in with a new set of ideas. While there are those who will counsel continuity, Israel has the opportunity to make a clean break. It can forge a peace process and strategy based on an entirely new intellectual formulation, one that restores strategic initiative and provides the nation the room to engage every possible energy on rebuilding Zionism, the starting point of which must be economic reform. To secure the nation's streets and borders in the immediate future, Israel can work closely with Turkey and Jordan to contain, destabilize, and roll back some of its most dangerous threats. This implies clean break from the slogan, comprehensive peace, to the traditional concept of strategy based on balance of power. Change the nature of its relations with the Palestinians, including upholding the right of hot pursuit for self-defense into all Palestinian areas and nurturing alternatives to Arafat's exclusive grip on Palestinian society. Forge a new basis for relations with the United States, stressing self-reliance, maturity, strategic cooperation on areas of mutual concern, and furthering values inherent to the West. This can only be done if Israel takes serious steps to terminate aid which prevents economic reform. End quote.
End quote. Whoa, what the fuck is going on over here?
So the introduction specifically proposes three policies, new policies for Israel. In regards to rathering a comprehensive peace with the entire Arab world, Israel should jointly work with Jordan and Turkey to contain, destabilize, and roll back these entities that are threats to all three. Jordan, which are allies to Iran, and Turkey, which has a powerful government and also a fundamentalist point of view at the same time. We have not seen this to the extent of where we have destabilized the other allies to Iran, which is basically Syria, a direct connection to the Shiite community as a whole, in which the Iranians and Hezbollah out of Lebanon have been fighting against the Salafi jihadists, which at that time were covertly supported by the CIA under Operation Timber Sycamore from 2011 to 2017, and also which was authorized by the King of Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf, which is providing funding to these jihadist groups, which have a link because of their ideology, which has shaped the country, Wahhabism, and the Israeli Zionist regime, which were basically treating members of Jabhat al-Nusra at Golan Heights Hospital, Jewish hospital. And this is no secret. You can look up articles from Guardian, the liberal institution Haaretz, in which they reported that Jewish hospitals at Golan Heights were treating Salafi jihadists in their fight against the Syrian army. In regards to changing the nature of relations with the Palestinians, specifically reserving the right of hot pursuit anywhere within Palestinian territory, as well as attempting to promote alternatives to Arafat's leadership, well, we're currently seeing that, aren't we? This is the reason why the Abu Nidal organization, which was the Fatah ANO, was created, because Abu Nidal saw Arafat as basically being too weak and too liberal in regards to Israel. And it just coincided, coincidentally, by the way, very convenient, that the Palestinian problem was gaining favor with the European nations such as Germany, France, Switzerland. And so it just so happens that the Abu Nidal organization, which was a militant organization, started to conduct terrorist operations, including the Vienna airport massacre. The changing relations with the United States stressing self-reliance and strategic cooperation. They don't have to worry about that there because they were getting cooperation, but I can understand why they don't want to rely on the United States so much in regards to aid, because what they wanted to do, the neocons anyway, was to help Israel build its own economic stability, which would give it the confidence it needed in their continued degradation of the Palestinian problem without having to worry about critics inside their own country as opposed to outside of it. In the second page on the third paragraph, there is an insert called A New Approach to Peace. Quote, early adoption of a bold new perspective on peace and security is imperative for the new prime minister. While the previous government and many abroad may emphasize land for peace, which placed Israel in the position of a cultural, economic, political, diplomatic, and military retreat, the new government can promote Western values and traditions. Such an approach, which will be well received in the United States, including peace for peace, peace through strength and self-reliance. End quote.
Peace to strength and self-reliance.
They did not want to share any more land or give up any more land to the Palestinians than they would have originally have liked. The United States saw the problem with this in regards to the Palestinians possessing more power in the years to come. And they wanted to keep Israel as the staging point for military expansion. They consider Israel a part of the United States because it's a key strategic position between Iran and the Gulf, as well as Southeast Asia.
As well as Southeast
the problem
Asia.
is that by subjugating the Palestinians, the world response had to have played a part in condemning the barbaric practices of the Zionist regime. Were they not worried about this? Well, the neoconservatives weren't too concerned about this at the time. Remember this. In 20 years, I would say that the critics have now been more vociferous now than they were then. And we've seen this coming waves, where you have a number of people that are sympathetic to the Israelis, and then on a flip of a dime, it's sympathetic to the Arab problem, Palestinian problem. But the more power the Israelis have in regards to destabilizing regimes and putting in puppet ones, which are Western influence, they wouldn't have to worry about an Arab conglomerate. They already have the Gulf, which are basically trying to normalize relations with Israel, and very few Arab governments are saying do not do. Algeria is one, and Turkey is another. Iran is the key point, the key staging point. It's the reason why the Israelis and the Saudis have been quite open in regards to having the United States act as big brother in military aid countries, because they are trying to build a nuclear weapon. What do they care? Israel has over 80 nuclear weapons, and it could be more. Nobody knows, because it's the only country that doesn't allow vetting of their nuclear stockpile. I wonder why. What are they hiding? There's another paragraph in the document called Securing the Northern Border. Quote, Syria challenges Israel on Lebanese soil. An effective approach, and one with which Americans can sympathize, would be if Israel seized the strategic initiative along its northern borders by engaging Hezbollah, Syria, and Iran as the principal agents of aggression in Lebanon, including by striking Syria's drug money and counterfeiting infrastructure in Lebanon, all of which focuses on Ghazi Canaan, paralleling Syria's behavior by establishing the precedent that Syrian territory is not immune to attacks emanating from Lebanon by Israeli proxy forces, striking Syrian military targets in Lebanon, and should prove insufficient, striking at select targets in Syria proper, end quote. The final two paragraphs are on point, and that's what we're seeing today. It's only because of the Soviets and the Iranians who have come to the aid of the Assad government that the Islamists didn't take over the country, and that a large swath of the Islamic State in Levant have been destroyed, even though they were getting help from the United States and the Gulf. Israel can take the opportunity to remind the world of the nature of the Syrian regime, in which Syria repeatedly breaks its word, according to the document. It's the other way around, actually. The document would also paraphrase that, given the nature of the regime in Damascus, it is both natural and moral that Israel abandon the slogan comprehensive peace and move to contain Syria by drawing attention to its weapons of mass destruction programs and rejecting land for peace deals on the Golan Heights. I think that's absurd in its own right. They're worried about containing Syria because of their weapons of mass destruction programs, and they don't have either. In fact, the chemical weapons they have were from the original Iran-Iraq conflict in 1980, in which it was the United States who looked the other way when Iraq used biological chemical weapons on the Iranian borders. Pretty hypocritical when you think about it. And then later on, when Iraq served its purpose, it then became a suspect or a victim, which we could say is a product of the clean break strategy. The chemical weapons that they had at the time, which was given to them in part by Turkey and the Gulf partners, as well as the United States, now could say, well, look, they have a weapons and chemical biological weapons program. Well, that weapons program, in which they're talking about in 2001, was the stockpile that 20 years earlier was given to them. The document itself also contains another area called Moving to a Traditional Balance of Power Strategy. Quote, Israel can shape its strategic environment in cooperation with Turkey and Jordan by weakening, containing, and even rolling back Syria. This effort can focus on removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right, as a means of foiling Syria's regional ambitions. Jordan has challenged Syria's regional ambitions recently by suggesting the restoration of the Hashemites in Iraq. This has triggered a Jordanian-Syrian rivalry to which Assad has responded by stepping up efforts to destabilize the Hashemite kingdom, including using infiltrations. Syria recently signaled that it and Iran might prefer a weak but barely surviving Saddam, if only to undermine and humiliate Jordan in its efforts to remove Saddam, end quote. Well, to emphasize the point that Israel regards the actions of Syria as problematic, I think most importantly, it's understandable that Israel has a vested interest supporting diplomatically, militarily, and probably operationally Turkey and Jordan's actions against Syria. And that's because what they wanted to do was create Syria and divide it into groups, like they're trying to do in Libya, when they overthrew the Gaddafi regime, when the country didn't have an Islamist problem, which now is into a civil war, with the Liberation Front and also the small warring Islamist factions. Another interesting point was most of these countries, and I just did a video about Arab nationalism last night, in which, from my studies over the years, countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, didn't have an Islamist problem. They enjoyed relative community. It was quite westernized. And the fear was that the United States couldn't have a vested influx or an influence within the Middle East because of the fear that the Arab world would exist as a sole entity, or a group of countries which had the sole purpose was to not have the West as a major influence in its politics and through the oil program, or regulate oil. But there was one problem with that, was that the Saudis had already chosen the United States as their sole representative. Britons, they tried in the early 20th century to gain as much influence within Saudis as much as possible by purchasing some of their most expensive. Well, I'm sorry, that Saudi Arabia started purchasing weapons from Great Britain, tanks, anti-aircraft missiles, in which the United States then brokered a partnership in which they would have more political influence in the United States Congress. Of course, forging, there's a certain part of the document which talks about forging a new U.S.-Israeli relationship. Quote, In recent years, Israel invited active U.S. intervention in Israel's domestic and foreign policy for two reasons: to overcome domestic opposition to land for peace concessions the Israeli public could not digest, and to lure Arabs for money, forgiveness of past sins, and access to U.S. weapons to negotiate. This strategy, which required funneling American money to repressive and aggressive regimes, was risky, expensive, and very costly for both the United States and Israel, and placed the U.S. in roles it should neither have nor want. Israel can make a clean break from the past and establish a new vision for the U.S.-Israeli partnership based on self-reliance, maturity, and mutuality, not one focused narrowly on territorial disputes. Israel's new strategy, based on shared philosophy of peace through strength, reflects continuity with Western values by stressing that Israel is self-reliant and does not need U.S. troops in any capacity to defend it, including on the Golan Heights, can manage its own affairs. Such self-reliance will grant Israel greater freedom of action and remove a significant level of pressure used against it in the past. End quote. There's a lot of power in this because what we're seeing now is Israel trying to become independent, and it's almost like raising a child. Well, the U.S. still gives it
It's almost like raising a child.
Which doesn't produce. In regards to self-reliance, well, it's called neglect on the U.S. part, especially when it comes to the Palestinian problem. Well, the problem with Jordan and the Golan Heights is that the United States is willing to look away when the problem is faced against Palestinians, knowing that what they're doing by raising land, destroying homes, is in direct violation of international law and in direct violation of humanitarian law by destroying Palestinian land in favor of building Israeli settlement homes, all which is in violation of international law. And Israel knows this, and they do it defiantly, knowing that the United States will not be bothered to intervene. And this holds a wide sway of power in the United States. Of course, you'll have Arab nations, such as Northern Africa, who basically condemn the settler homes, but they have a very small voice in the United Nations. Of course, there's always going to be an outrage from the global community, but you don't have power. You don't make decisions in policy unless you vote. But the problem with voting is that no matter who you vote, whether it's Democratic or Republican, they're not going to change the process because the process is that the Israeli AIPAC committee.
Yeah, because they're lobbying in our
they
government.
have such a powerful influence in both the House and Senate and the Republican and
Mhm.
Democratic parties that nothing will ever change in favor of the Palestinians. No matter what the squad, like Ilhan Omar or Alexander Cortez or Cory Bush, none of these people can make the necessary changes because the older voices, like Nancy Pelosi, who act as a guide for the squad, are basically AIPAC bought and paid for. These are the people that go to AIPAC annually. And if you haven't seen any AIPAC conferences, I have a whole playlist dedicated to this, where you can see for yourself the power and the widespread of influence regarding the Israeli lobby and how they persuade our politics in favor of them. And this is the reason why a clean-based strategy is basically policy. Even though Netanyahu had initially rejected the policy, it still is being implemented to the T in certain areas. Not all of them, but in certain ones. You could say that for Syria, especially in the Palestinians. The influence, the certain aspects set forth in the Clean Break report, was initially rejected by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. However, according to Brian Whitaker, who reported in a September 2002 article in The Guardian, and the article was The Guardian, quote, with several of the Clean Break papers authors now holding key positions in Washington, the plan for Israel to transcend its foes by reshaping the Middle East looks a good deal more achievable today than it did in 1996. Americans may even be persuaded to give up their lives to achieve it, end quote. And that's true. Because in 1996, many people disregarded the article as surely neoconservative propaganda, and it wouldn't work. Something that was outside the line. They couldn't see that happening. But that's exactly what happened. Because after the Clinton administration, in which he was basically forced out of the administration because of the Monica Lewinsky scandal and his failure to eliminate Osama bin Laden, when the Bush administration took over, all the policy hawks under him, like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Rich Pearl, they took over the policy changes of the White House. Their policy changes were from documents like the Clean Break Strategy and the Paul Wolfowitz document, which basically coincides with the agendas of the Clean Break. Now, I think in 2003 it was Patrick Buchanan, the former assistant special consultant to President Nixon, Gerald Ford. He referred to the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and he wrote that the report was, quote, their plan which urged Israel to reestablish the principle of preemption, end quote, which was imposed by Pearl, Fight, Worms, and Company. Well, he's right. Look at that, a hardcore Republican like Buchanan. And now Ian Burma wrote in August 2003 in the New York Times, quote, Douglas Feith and Richard Pearl advised Netanyahu, who was the prime minister in 96, to make a clean break from the Oslo Accord with the Palestinians. They also argued that Israeli security would be best served by regime change in surrounding countries. Despite the current mess in Iraq, this is still a commonplace in Washington, and in Paul Wolfowitz's words, the road to peace in the Middle East goes through Baghdad. It has indeed become an article of faith in Washington that American and Israeli interests are identical, but this was not always so, and Jewish interests are not the main reason for it now, end quote. That's right. That's exactly right. The report is indeed a U.S.-Israeli neoconservative manifesto in regards to the mini Cold War of the Middle East, the new Cold War. But this time, it would use a different approach. Military expansionism by way of committing to a war on terrorism, which is an undefined enemy. And it was the reason for that was basically most wars in the past had a defined enemy. The war on terrorism is an undefined enemy. Pretty ingenious idea when you think about it.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of mindset that we're dealing with under the Bush administration, which was basically
Yeah, so basically they can go into any country they want to and fight a war. It's like a never-ending war as long as they just declare war on terrorism.
They go from Democratic to Republican Party. They intermingle, interorganize. The document itself has basically been a complete disaster for global hegemony in the region. And so I'm going to end the video on that. I hope it was educational for you. I just wanted to bring it to your reminder that the policies of the neoconservatives and the Israelis under a document like the Clean Break do have some type of influence in today's politics, more so now than they did in 1996.
Yeah.
Miracle Morning is all about getting up and going with the cleanest sources of energy available. Feel better all day long, get more done, be more productive, and improve your mood using all natural ingredients backed by clinical research. With Miracle Morning, you get all natural caffeine from 2 potent sources. Our caffeine is organically sourced.
All right, I am going to.
So you will enjoy a clean rush of energy. No shakiness like you'd get from low quality caffeine. L-theanine, smooth out and extend the effects of caffeine with L-theanine and experience smooth, clean energy and focus all day long with no crash. Teacrine, shown in clinical studies to enhance the effects of caffeine, we've included the perfect dosage of teacrine to pair with caffeine for a stimulating yet enjoyable and productive sensation so you can get more of what you want done. Correct your B vitamin deficiencies when you'll be flooded with an incredible.
All right, I am going to go smoke a cigar real quick. I'll be back, and then we'll get to like actually researching. I'll be reading some articles and stuff. Okay? I'll be back in like 5 minutes max. All right, I'm back. I was gonna watch a video on this battle before I started actually.
The fact the war just ended, like the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 or the Siege of Prague in 1648. In 1991, the American 24th Mechanized Infantry Division fought against the Iraqi Hammurabi Republican Guard Division 2 days after US President Bush announced a ceasefire to the Gulf War. So, why? Well, a bunch of reasons.
Wait.
Or the Siege of Prague in 1648. In 1991, the American 24th Mechanized Infantry Division fought against the Iraqi Hammurabi Republican Guard Division 2 days after US President Bush announced a ceasefire to the Gulf War. So, why? Well, a bunch of reasons, and it's a very controversial battle. After months of preparation and weeks of aerial bombing, the coalition militaries invaded into Iraq and Kuwait on February 24, 1991, which threatened to encircle the Iraqi army with a massive attack on their right flank. Saddam Hussein, fearing the total destruction of his military, ordered it to begin withdrawing back to Iraq the next day to set up defensive positions to defend Iraq's cities, especially Basra, from capture. By February 27th, entire portions of the Iraqi military had been destroyed or captured, and most of the rest was pulling back. With no more Iraqi military units in Kuwait, US President Bush ordered a ceasefire as UN Resolution 660, which said Iraq's regime had to withdraw from Kuwait, had been carried out. The ceasefire came into effect early on February 28th, and coalition forces held their positions, some of them having advanced well over 100 miles into Iraq. However, a ceasefire isn't the end of a war, it's just a pause. Iraqi and coalition commanders were scheduled to meet on March the 3rd to discuss the conditions of the ceasefire and make it more formal, though the actual end of the conflict would be settled by governments at the UN at a later date. But many Iraqi forces had been ordered to redeploy towards Iraq cities and so carried out that order, including the Hammurabi Division, and elements might not have known completely about the ceasefire, or, if they did, violated it anyway if they felt that the coalition patrols were getting too close to them. The reason why they might not have known can be traced back to how the coalition's 6-week bombing campaign was carried out. The theory behind the campaign was created by Colonel John Warden. His idea, known as the 5 Rings, was that, in war, stages should be viewed as an interconnected system held together by centres of gravity. He saw those centres of gravity as command and control, war materials production, infrastructure, the population, and the opposing military. Units in Kuwait, US President Bush ordered a ceasefire as UN Resolution 660, which said Iraq's regime had to withdraw.
That was the
Kuwait,
first one.
had been carried out. The ceasefire came into effect early on February 28th, and coalition forces held their positions, some of them having advanced well over 100 miles into Iraq. However, a ceasefire isn't the end of a war, it's just a pause. Iraqi and coalition commanders were scheduled to meet on March the 3rd to discuss the conditions of the ceasefire and make it more formal, though the actual end of the conflict would be settled by governments at the UN at a later date.
Alright, hopefully I can
Many
fucking
Iraqi
get this.
forces had been ordered to redeploy
This would
towards
suck
Iraq
if I
cities
lost.
and so carried
Sweet.
out that order, including the Hammurabi Division, and elements might not have known completely about the ceasefire, or, if they did, violated it anyway if they felt that the coalition patrols were getting too close to them. The reason why they might not have known can be traced back to how the coalition's 6-week bombing campaign was carried out. The theory behind the campaign was created by Colonel John Warden. His idea, known as the 5 Rings, was that, in war, stages should be viewed as an interconnected system held together by centres of gravity. He saw those centres of gravity as command and control, war materials production, infrastructure, the population, and the opposing military. Warden believed that if air power used to hit all of these areas at the same time, then the system would collapse and the opposing government would have to ask for peace because it wouldn't be able to carry on the war. As part of the command and control centre of gravity, Warden advocated for targeting the Iraqi government and military's ability to communicate with each other, or within themselves. In the first 2 weeks of the air campaign, the coalition knocked out as much as 75% of the Iraqi electrical grid, which stopped most, but not all, communications. Worried about coalition wireless intercept teams reading their secret messages, Saddam ordered that the government and military should rely on runners or in-person meetings, which sometimes took a long time or didn't get through at all. So, with most of the communications out or taking a while to get through, if they even did, it would have been even harder to get messages through once the war started and the Iraqi military began to be pushed back. The order to withdraw got through to most units in their stationary positions, but once on the move and under attack, it would make things even more complicated. And still even more complicated to get it from Corps headquarters all the way down to each individual company or platoon. So, it might be pretty safe to assume that elements of the Hammurabi division had no idea that a ceasefire had been called, and only knew that they were supposed to bring all of their equipment to new positions. This could explain why, despite the ceasefire, the American troops from the unit which later took part in the Battle of Rumaila, 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, came under repeated attacks by units from the Hammurabi division. On February 28th, the day the ceasefire was announced, there were 2 recorded incidents of US troops coming under fire from Iraqi soldiers. The next day, March the 1st, there were more skirmishes, as well as mortar and artillery shells coming from Iraqi military positions. Multiple Iraqi tanks and other vehicles were destroyed throughout the day, and many people on both sides were killed or wounded. Then, on March the 2nd, things escalated. When the ceasefire was announced, Saddam began to order his troops to the positions they were in before the war began back in August 1990. This order got through to the commander of the Hammurabi division, Major General Qais Abd al-Razak, and he began putting it into effect. At this point, the division was near to the Rumaila oil fields and Lake Hamar. Basra was nearby. On the early morning of March 2nd, scouts from the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division reported a large number of tanks on the move along with other vehicles towards a causeway over Lake Hamar. The local American commanders interpreted this move as the Republican Guard trying to escape through their lines, so called for reinforcements and deployed to counter it. Some Iraqi soldiers fired anti-tank weapons at American scouts before surrendering, and while they were capturing them, the American troops were fired upon by rockets and tank shells. Their commander, Major General Barry McCaffrey, gave permission to his troops to return fire. American troops were rushed to the northern end of the causeway to block the Hammurabi division's way and box them in. McCaffrey ordered cluster munitions and mines to be fired onto the causeway to destroy the Iraqi tanks and soldiers. Hammurabi's commander, Major General Qais Abd al-Razak, immediately contacted the Republican Guard headquarters to ask what to do. He was told that his previous movement orders were cancelled and he should stop trying to move north across the causeway. Instead, he should take his division and return to defend Basra. Not from the coalition, but from a rebellion. Across Iraq, people were rising against Saddam's regime, and it looked as though Basra was about to liberate itself from the dictatorship. Qais was to stop his attempt to reach his division's pre-war positions through American military lines, and instead advance on Basra and put the rebellion down. Or, in the language of the regime, return all units to al-Basra because of the unusual conditions prevailing in the city. Meanwhile, at the causeway, the blocked-in Iraqi units began to be bombarded by attack helicopters, while the 24th Division attacked from the north and south. After the war, one incident would become quite infamous when it was made public that one pilot had joked, "Say hello to Allah," as he fired his rockets at the Republican Guard division. One commander said of the battle that "we really waxed them," while another said it was "like a turkey shoot." Most of the Iraqi troops chose to run rather than fight, mostly towards Basra. Hundreds of Iraqi military vehicles were destroyed and hundreds of troops were captured. The 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, in essentially destroying the Hammurabi Division, suffered 1 man wounded, 1 infantry fighting vehicle damaged, and 1 tank destroyed when an Iraqi tank exploded next to it and set it on fire. The remnants of the Republican Guard Division were reorganized and sent into Basra. Within a few days they were looting houses, torturing and executing people en masse, and destroying buildings. The regime would later privately claim that the Battle of Rumaila allowed them to regain control of Basra, because if there hadn't been any US troops blocking Hammurabi's path, then it would have been unable to respond to the rebellion and the survival of Saddam's regime would have been put at risk. One party official even thanked God that the division was unable to carry out its redeployment because of the American military attack. 9 years later, in 2000, the Battle of Rumaila would come back into the public vision with a major media controversy, and that is for part 2.
Where's part 2?
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your...
Sometimes, battles are fought despite the fact the war just ended, like the Battle of New Orleans. Sometimes.
Someone requested this video and...
There we go.
Up to the 1970s, the Turkish government was trying to forge a closer relationship with Western European and North American governments. From this decade on, though, the Middle East would start to play an even larger role in Turkish government affairs. From 1961 to 1970, there was a war in Iraq between the government and Kurdish militia. The Kurds were trying to gain autonomy, and their guerrilla tactics forced the Iraqi government to the negotiation table. The Ba'athist dictatorship gave in completely, and granted the Kurds major concessions. In northern Iraq, there would now be an autonomous Kurdish zone. Among other things, the Kurdish language was made the second official language in the country. Kurdish culture was to be taught in the zone's education system. Kurds were to be given more power in the national government, and Kurdish was recognized as an official nationality under the Iraqi constitution. This was a terrifying prospect to the Kemalist Turkish government. If the Kurdish were given legitimacy in Iraq, then that set a precedent and could lead to Kurds in Turkey also launching a rebellion against the government. Since the end of the First World War, when the Ottoman Empire was dissolved, the Turkish government had focused more on the West and less on the Middle East. But this development in Iraq had serious implications for Turkey. In the rest of the decade, from the nationalist perspective of Turkish politicians, things would only get worse, and not just regarding Kurdistan. In 1973, many Arab governments launched a surprise attack on the Israeli military. As part of the Arab government's war effort, any nation which supported the Israeli government would not be sold oil. In Turkey, the next year, the price of oil increased 5 times its previous value, and the government would join many Western governments in founding the International Energy Agency to forestall any attempt by Middle Eastern governments to use oil as a weapon against them again. But after that year, 1974, the Turkish government would be more shunned by Western governments for its invasion of Cyprus. That year, the Greek neo-fascist military dictatorship organised a coup against the Cypriot government as part of a nationalist move to unite the island into the Greek nation. The new regime quickly began murdering supporters of the previous government, as well as the politically left-wing. As Cyprus also had a large Turkish population due to the legacy of Ottoman colonialism, the nationalist Turkish government were determined not to allow Cyprus to be merged with Greece, and have the Turkish inhabitants made Greek subjects, citing a 1959 agreement which stated Cyprus wouldn't be united with any other country. Then the Cypriot regime began murdering the ethnic Turkish on the island, and the Turkish government invaded. A ceasefire was quickly called, but then the Greek military dictatorship collapsed and a democratic government came into power. The Turkish government demanded that the ethnic Turkish on the island be given autonomy, which is ironic considering how much the Turkish government repressed Kurds who wanted the same thing, and called for Greek Cypriots to move out of the Turkish parts of the country. The Cypriot government refused this demand, so the Turkish military launched a second invasion and occupied over 1/3 of Cyprus, which they still do, and began ethnically cleansing the new Turkish-controlled zone. Because of this, the Turkish government was condemned by many Western governments. The US government refused to sell weapons to them, and would until 1978, and for the rest of the decade, the Turkish government would come to rely more on the Middle East for trade, especially oil. They would especially begin to cooperate closer with Iraq, as they often had shared interests, especially about the Kurds. In 1974 in Turkey, a Marxist-Leninist, though that changed later on, group called the Revolutionaries of Kurdistan was founded. Their original aim was to create an independent communist Kurdish state as part of the international communist revolution, so obviously at odds with the highly nationalistic policy of ensuring strict territorial integrity touted by the Kemalist Turkish government. Also in 1974, another war broke out in Iraq between the Kurds and the dictatorship. All the concessions given to the Kurds by the Ba'athist dictatorship was just a ruse to buy for time, and, to cut a long story very short, in 1974, the Iraqi military invaded the autonomous Kurdish zone, and the war ended the next year. While this was good news for the Turkish government, within 2 years the revolutionaries of Kurdistan began growing and organising. Up to now, well, except from the Kurdish rebellions in the 20s and 30s, the Turkish government's response for dealing with its Kurdish population had consisted of denying their identity and forcing Turkish culture onto them, silencing Kurdish activists, and keeping the subject out of the public arena. But, by the revolutionaries of Kurdistan becoming so vocal and organised, this was deemed a national security threat by the Kemalist government, and they were very worried about how revolutionaries of Kurdistan members were seemingly being sent to every major Turkish city to start meeting with other leftist groups. In 1977, one of the revolutionaries' leaders was killed by a leftist group which was then accused of working with the Turkish government, and the next year other leaders got together and founded the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, in its place. They also essentially declared war on the Turkish government and any groups which opposed them. In 1979, Saddam Hussein murdered his rivals and made himself the new dictator in Iraq, while in 1980 in Turkey a military coup toppled the government and General Kenan Evren took power. The military overthrew the government mainly because they became convinced that the government wasn't doing enough to stamp out Kurdish nationalism, or stop political violence, because the left wing and right wing in Turkey began fighting and killing each other, and they felt that they weren't doing enough to solve the huge economic troubles. The two dictatorships had a lot of shared interests, such as a dislike of the Syrian and Iranian regimes, and Kurdish independence movements, and would work well together. When the Iran-Iraq War started in 1980, the Turkish government became even more closely aligned with the Iraqi government. Both had a vested interest in seeing the Islamic revolutionary regime in Tehran removed, as they were non-religious dictatorships. Though, when the Turkish government began to build the Ataturk Dam in 1983, both the Syrian and Iraqi dictatorships would get angry, because they saw it as the Turkish government trying to stop the flow of the highly important Euphrates River into their countries. In many ways, the Turkish regime had no choice but to get closer to the Iraqi regime. The Kemalist ideology of the Turkish government stressed becoming closer to the Western world. But it wasn't
Fucking
really working
idiot,
by
bro.
1980. The years-long attempts to join the European Economic Community were going nowhere because of human rights abuses, an anti-democratic government, and the invasion and occupation of Cyprus back in 1974. Turkish immigrant workers in Europe, who sent lots of much-needed money back to Turkey, were being given less visas in place of Eastern European workers. This added to the rising unemployment and inflation in Turkey and was a big problem for the government. But the Iraqi regime could act as a source of money instead. During the war, the Iraqi dictatorship would sell oil to the Turkish dictatorship and buy products back from them. So, the Iraqi regime's war got funded, and the Turkish regime got some help with its economic troubles. Sort of. Saddam even gave Evren the right to send his forces across the border during the war as part of the Turkish government's conflict with the PKK, who, in 1984, launched a guerrilla war against them. So, why were the Iraqi and Turkish regimes only sort of helping each other out? Well, Saddam's dictatorship was low on money during the war with Iran, and so had to go massively in debt to keep everything going. Saddam's regime took out loans with the Turkish government and paid for products from Turkey using credit. So, in other words, Saddam was getting more in debt. That would become an issue at the end of the war, as would the fact that the Iraqi dictatorship was now the regional military power and the Cold War was seemingly ending. The Turkish government, faced with the prospect of no longer being geostrategically important to NATO or the US government, also had to contend with an expansionist Iraqi regime with a lot of economic troubles, led by a man who liked to solve problems with violence.
Alright. Now we'll get into actually doing research.
When people ask me what I do, I say I design cowboy boots. A lot of people that buy our boots need to wear our boots for their job, or it's how they live their lives. And if you give people the things they need for that, then you're doing something good.
On September 22nd, 1980, airstrikes suddenly rang out across Iran's air bases as their armed forces.
Up to the 1970s, the Turkish government was trying
There we go. All right. Oop. All right, Battle of, also known as the Battle of Causeway, was a controversial attack that took place on March 2nd, 1991. Three dash. Enter. 2 days after President Bush declared a ceasefire. That is pretty fucking crazy that they did an attack 2 days after a ceasefire. It happened near the One second, I need a little bit of music.
Lucy.
Remote side, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? It's a super giant oil field located in southern Iraq, approximately from the Kuwait border. move this away from me. I can't type. Let's look at where that is. Checkpoint. So it's right there. Okay. Damn. It's estimated to contain 17 billion barrels of oil. Oh, whoop. and subcontracted to Chinese national, and then
I need to kill 11 zombies with a pack one. Purchase a primary from the mystery box.
I wonder when they were doing that, when it was subcontracted to them. Subcontracted to him.
That's probably what I'm gonna do too.
Petroleum.
Back to it's not bad. One second. I need to change this settings.
See. PC. NPC? What the fuck?
If they have NPCs in the fucking.
Wait, let's. All right. Oh. When the U.S. Army forces mostly
They're fucking ridiculous.
Oh man,
Quit it.
my
Quit it.
ass! What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Fuck. Oh man. Army forces.
Yeah, this is pretty slow.
Oh, whoops. McCaffrey. Bro. They're withdrawing. After the Gulf War. Okay. It's just right over in here.
Yep. No, I'm chilling whatever. Oh shit, I need to find a mystery box. Damn, should I go res this dude? Feel bad for him. There's someone that needs resed. I think someone might already got him. Do you still see res? Zombie really cool car. I don't know. So you got an instant builder. Damn, that kid backed out. Started.
Okay, so they're right over here. I assume that this is what they're trying to go across right there. Toward Baghdad on highway. So on highway 8. Highway 8 goes this way. Okay. That's where. Alright, highway 8. Okay. So they were like probably right around here. of death.
I think so. It's making me run through the red zone, so I'm just dipping right now. I had it carved out across the water. Sorry, I got all the sick wall down there.
Oof. Nasty.
Damn, I need like 300. That's alright, let's see. I'm almost there, though. Yeah, I'm like right next to that too. Throwing shit down on them. I'm gonna go get my little one. I was only 300 but like 50 away from the reward, so.
Okay. Towards Baghdad.
I'll meet you guys there. Damn, I'm gonna have to pee soon. Jeez.
What?
Will you play this for me for a second?
Yeah.
Just don't let me die. If I go down, I lose all my perks. So just run, but we're going to that blue thing right there.
What are you playing? Is this the zombies?
This is zombies, yeah. So you're gonna go kill a mimic, and then there'll be a purple thing that pops up.
The fuck is a mimic?
You'll see. I'll be back.
What's the purple thing? but whoever the fucking person who's playing that chick's got fat ass, bro.
That's Nicki Minaj, dude.
What the fuck? No wonder.
Oh shit, dude, you almost forgot my reward.
No, I went and grabbed it. At least I think I did. I tried to.
Oh, there's Sorry, dude, my buddy was playing for me. I had to pee.
Fuck. Time is it? Almost 10. I got church in the morning. That's funny as fuck that they have Nicki Minaj in. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That makes no fucking sense. Why?
I have no idea. They have, like,
I wonder how much she got paid for that shit.
Oh, I bet a lot of money.
Do they have any other like artists and shit in here?
Huh?
In there? Do they have any other artists and shit on there?
Oh yeah, 21 Savage.
I feel like Post Malone would be one that they would
Post
fucking.
Malone would be a good one.
That they. I'm surprised Post Malone isn't on there if he isn't.
Same.
Like that would make the most sense out of any fucking artist. I feel like.
Dude, how do I get on this roof?
Just whenever he goes to drink like any of the Speedy Colas or anything, it just looks like a fucking Bud Light.
That'd be sick.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
Dude, I'm trying to still get my bag. I can't figure out how to get on this fucking room.
Although then they'd have to probably pay Bud Light too. Fuck. Oh.
This is gonna be a little shit. This is the dumbest bag I've seen.
Where the fuck was I?
Dude, now it won't even let me get on the zip line, bro. Wait, is someone down? He's gonna see I got my special. Yeah, I'm out of plates now. Dude, I still need to kill
I need to go
one
take a
zombie
piss.
with that. That's so stupid.
Most of the 5-mile-long Iraqi have several hundred vehicles. Bro, it was a fucking 5-mile long. Trapped in a kill zone. And devastated for 5 hours. An hour for each mile. They just were like taking them out a mile an hour. Including its armored forces by attack helicopters, 9 fire rounds of rockets during
Who the fuck let me drive, bro?
at least 6 drones were destroyed.
Let's just do this, bro. Dude, you should've just left it there. So I was saying, they're easier to shoot down with pack guns than it is with the fucking... Yeah, with the turret. Did that complete the mission for you, though?
approximately.
That's the closest one. Probably is.
This shit's fucking crazy. Only one U.S. soldier was injured. That's fucking crazy.
Take a ride up here, Joe. Yep. Take a look.
Oh.
Try and take the next one if there's one. If not, go right. Then turn right again. Go straight through the roundabout. Keep going straight. It'll be a fork to the left right here, go through the intersection, turn right. Turn right, next. Then turn left. Right there.
By a nearby explosion of an Iraqi truck, so it was just like caused by them too.
Dude, I have so many fucking perks right now, it's insane. I don't have enough night.
Damn, that's fucked up.
I need to find plates too. I need to find plates too. I'm gonna loot my way over there. Maybe I need ammo too.
What the fuck? Bro, the more and more I look into this war, the more and more I'm like, damn, bro. America's fucked up. And this isn't even the one that was like, that had a bunch of controversy behind it. Like the first Iraq war was way worse. I mean, the Iraq war, the second Gulf War was way worse.
I need 4 seconds. Okay, I'm with you.
It already. Oh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I threw a decoy right before I fell. Nice, I finally got a juggernaut recipe. Yeah, I need to get some plates. I'll die if we go into packing on these plates.
It's destroyed by gunfire.
So many perks and shit right now, it's insane, bro. I got money too. Here, I was gonna say there's double points. Here, take it. Okay. Hold up, I dropped money and didn't pick it up. Oh, Joe. You left me.
How long does one of these games usually take?
Like an hour?
Like an hour? Oh.
Oh, why, what's up? Oh, fuck.
What the fuck? Why'd you get out?
My game's lagging, I keep hitting the wrong button.
What the fuck?
Dude, no, I swapped my buttons around, I keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah, no, it's my fault, my bad.
Alright. Okay, so it was supposedly sparked by Iraqis opening fire on U.S. patrol.
Dude, I asked like 3 times, I was like, I need to get plates. I've been trying to stock them up, but I haven't had time. I need ammo too, but I'm probably gonna die here, so I'm not gonna try. Would you let me go into the red without giving me the excuse to stupid? Thank you.
They're just fucking with each other. Lieutenant General Ronald H. Griffith.
I got 2. Lucy, quit. Dude, why does nothing have gluten?
Seymour Butts. Seymour Hirsch.
I'm about to die. I have no please. I have mine too. I have mine too.
Oh.
Kill, kill. We could go try that gravesite again right there. Yeah. I mean, that's about like all that's left to do.
Army.
At least see if it works this time. I'll let someone else go first. Since
He honestly shouldn't have been exonerated, I feel like.
Pack 3, yeah, that's true. Well, the last time I did it, I only had Pack 2. No, it worked for me. Yeah. I'm not Meat. Okay, I'm dipping. I'm gonna stay in the water though, in case one of you guys go down. I can go back up. Did you get your reward though?
All right.
Yeah, pick it up.
I'm gonna go get.
Yeah, I got the.
I'm gonna go smoke the rest of my cigar, and then I'll be back.
No, I got a flawless. I packed straight to 3.
It probably won't take too long. Probably like a few minutes. All right, I'm back.
There is no better way to demonstrate the combat effectiveness of combined arms than to see how they perform in combat. The 24th Infantry Division spearheaded the attack of the 18th Corps during Operation Desert Storm.
Man, they're making it sound like it was a good thing.
Battles took place after President Bush's ceasefire. Iraqi Republican Guard units violated the ceasefire and tried to break out of the encirclement near the Ramallah oil fields.
We had overrun and routed about 5 more divisions who had fled and run towards Baghdad. We did security operations for about 2 more days, and on the morning of 2 March, the Hammurabi Division attempted to break out of the Basra area, engaged our security elements in direct fire, and whereupon we sealed them into a pocket.
The Iraqi Hammurabi Division intended to break out of the Ramallah pocket across a causeway leading back into central Iraq. They substantially outnumbered the task force of Lieutenant Colonel Ware standing in their way.
I request permission to return fire because my Charlie company was in danger, and he would have been the guy that would have been really, if you want to say, hit hardest because he was closest to the southern edge of the Ramallah oil fields. And we got word back from brigade to that we could return fire. Just as that word came back, and Sager started going to Charlie company. The tanks that turned on them and tank fire reports came in, reports of tank fire. And there were explosions on the ground down my Echo company.
Oh, I can't even
and around Charlie company. I could
get
see
any
from my
people in
position.
that.
We had artillery seal off the southern end. MLRS and the 141 did some firing down there too. And up in the north, we had the Apache helicopter seal off the northern end. These guys were getting across the bypass in the causeway that we didn't know was there.
We rolled into the battle position. Alpha Company was already engaging targets. They were almost out of weapons and ordnance. So we were leaving one station. They broke the fuel. We occupied the battle position and continued the battle. There was no delay in the firepower that was being focused on those targets in the Ramallah oil field. Bravo stayed there online. We were in the battle position for no more than 25 minutes. Every aircraft I had fired almost all of its weapons. We came back with only a couple Hellfires, 40mm, and very few rockets. There was plenty of targets to hit.
With the Iraqis tied down by the infantry and the causeway sealed off by artillery and Apaches, Colonel Lemoyne ordered one of his tank battalions to counterattack.
Brigade commander came forward and gave me the execute mission, and we attacked into the oil field up 2 axes and destroyed large amounts of Iraqi armor and supporting type vehicles, combat support, combat service support. By about 1,500 hours, about 4 hours later, the oil field was secure. So it was, in my opinion, a textbook operation, an airland.
Hello?
By the end of the Battle of the Ramallah oil field,
All right, love you too,
the
bye.
Iraqis had lost 185 armored vehicles and about 500 trucks and support vehicles.
Oh, she just
As
asked me
was
to
so
switch the
clearly
laundry.
demonstrated by the 24th Infantry Division in the Gulf War, the power of modern armies depends on a combination
Give me
of
1 second. I'm gonna
technology,
go switch
training,
the laundry
tactics,
real quick.
Steve. What up, homie? I don't know where Dylan wrestling, but should be next one. I don't know. We were playing zombies. Hey, check this out.
What?
Thank you for the report you submitted. We have taken action against the player identified. Someone was cheating.
Someone was cheating.
So, yeah, they had like this cheat hack that anytime me or anyone on my team would like go to move or anything, there's this green laser shining on us.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I reported everyone on their team and they fucking banned the kid. This is an hour ago.
How do you know that they had that?
So pretty much everything is screen recorded. So I could see it. Like anytime I died, anytime I was moving.
Oh, you could see it, like if you watched their.
On my screen when I was alive playing Search and Destroy. So after you die once, you watch other people play. And any time that somebody was moving, there's a green laser shining on them. So yeah, I reported like literally everybody on their team because I didn't know who it was. Somebody got banned for it, which is.
Apache helicopter still off the northern end.
Yeah, I just started it.
Getting across the bypass in the causeway, but we didn't know what they had.
We rolled into the battle position. Alpha Company was already engaging targets. They were almost out of weapons and ordnance. So we relieved them on station. They broke for fuel. We occupied the battle position and continued the battle, so there was no delay in the firepower that was being focused on those targets in the Ramallah oil field. Bravo Company stayed there online. We were in the battle position for no more than 25 minutes. Every aircraft I had fired almost all of its weapons. We came back with only a couple Hellfires, some 30mm, and very few rockets. There was plenty of targets.
Oh no.
With the Iraqis tied down by the infantry and the causeway sealed off by artillery and Apaches, Colonel Lemoyne ordered one of his tank battalions to counterattack.
Okay, sounds good.
Came forward and they gave
Alright, love you too, bye.
execute mission.
JJ was wondering if you wanted to start a load. JJ was wondering if you wanted to start a load.
And supporting type vehicles, combat support, combat service support. By about 1,500 hours, about 4 hours later, the oil field was secure. So it was,
I have flawless.
Alright.
operation.
Siren Freeze, Tombstone.
There were explosions on the ground around Echo Company, around Charlie Company. I can see them from my position. We had the artillery seal off the southern end, MLRS, and the 141 did some firing down there too. And up in the north, we had the Apache helicopter seal off the northern end. But these guys were getting across the bypass in the causeway, but we didn't know what they had.
We rolled into the battle position. Alpha Company was already engaging targets. They were almost out of weapons and ordnance. So we relieved them on station. They broke for fuel. We occupied the battle position and continued the battle, so there was no delay in the firepower that was being focused on those targets in the Ramallah oil field. Bravo Company stayed there online. We were in the battle position for no more than 25 minutes. Every aircraft I had fired almost all of its weapons. We came back with only a couple Hellfires, some 30mm, and very few rockets. There was plenty of targets to hit.
With the Iraqis tied down by the infantry and the causeway sealed off by artillery and Apaches, Colonel Lemoyne ordered one of his tank battalions to counterattack.
Brigade commander came forward and they gave me the execute mission, and we attacked into the oil field up 2 axes and destroyed large amounts of Iraqi armor and supporting type vehicles, combat support, combat service support. By about 1,500 hours, about 4 hours later, the oil field was secure. So it was, in my opinion, a textbook operation, airland battle.
By the end of the Battle of the Ramallah oil field, the Iraqis had lost 185 armored vehicles and about 500 trucks and support vehicles. As was so clearly demonstrated by the 24th Infantry Division in the Gulf War, the power of modern armies depends on a combination of technology, training, tactics, and organization. Technology alone does not win war.
Yesterday is flawless at the consume a pack punch. Yeah, consume the pack punch your weapon level 3.
Oh, this is about the. This is about the Iraq one.
Announced the start of Operation Iraqi Freedom on 19
I was at Pack 3.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays.
Sometimes, battles are fought despite the fact the war just ended, like the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 or the Siege of Prague in 1648. In 1991, the American 24th Mechanized Infantry Division fought against the Iraqi Hammurabi Republican Guard Division 2 days after US President Bush announced a ceasefire to the Gulf War. So, why? Well, a bunch of reasons, and it's a very controversial battle. After months of preparation and weeks of aerial bombing, the coalition militaries invaded into Iraq and Kuwait on February 24, 1991, which threatened to encircle the Iraqi army with a massive attack on their right flank. Saddam Hussein, fearing the total destruction of the military, ordered it to begin withdrawing back to Iraq the next day to set up defensive positions to defend Iraq's cities, especially Basra, from capture. By February 27th, entire portions of the Iraqi military had been destroyed or captured, and most of the rest was pulling back. With no more Iraqi military units in Kuwait, US President Bush ordered a ceasefire as UN Resolution 660, which said Iraq's regime had to withdraw from Kuwait, had been carried out. The ceasefire came into effect early on February 28th, and coalition forces held their positions, some of them having advanced well over 100 miles into Iraq. However, a ceasefire isn't the end of the war, it's just a pause. Iraqi and coalition commanders were scheduled to meet on March the 3rd to discuss the conditions of the ceasefire and make it more formal, though the actual end of the conflict would be settled by governments of the UN at a later date. But many Iraqi forces have been ordered to redeploy towards Iraq cities, so carried out that order, including the Hammurabi Division, and elements might not have known completely about the ceasefire, or, if they did, violated it anyway if they felt that the coalition patrols were getting too close to them. The reason why they might not have known can be traced back to how the coalition's 6-week bombing campaign was carried out. The theory behind the campaign was created by Colonel John Warden. His idea, known as the Five Rings, was that, in war, stages should be viewed as an interconnected system held together by centers of gravity. He saw those centers of gravity as command and control, war materials production, infrastructure...
Search ruins. Ooh, this one's harder.
Warden believed that if air power used to hit all of these areas at the same time, then the system would collapse and the opposing government
Not red,
would have peace
not
and be able to carry on the war. As part of the command and control center,
blue.
Warden advocated for targeting the Iraqi government and military's ability to communicate with each other, or within themselves.
Not.
In the first 2 weeks of the air campaign,
So it could be
the coalition knocked out as much as 75% of the Iraqi electrical grid, which stopped most, but not all, communications.
Oh man, it could be any of these with that.
Intercept teams reading their secret messages, Saddam ordered that the government and military could rely on runners or in...
One sec, let me try to figure this out. So... this one. So this one's not purple. This one's not purple.
What's going on? Alright, I'm
and stone them or whatever.
So this one is purple, most likely. Yes! Sick. Oh, what the fuck? They took it? I'm not joined by anyone anymore? What? What happened to my...
person meetings, which sometimes took a long time or didn't get through at all. So, with most of the
Fuck
communications out or taking a while to get through, if they even did, it would have been even harder to get messages through once the war started and the Iraqi military began to be pushed back. The order to withdraw got through to most units in their stationary positions, but once on the move and under attack, it would make things even more complicated. And still even more complicated to get it from Corps headquarters all the way down to each individual company or platoon. So, it might be pretty safe to assume that elements of the Hammurabi division had no idea that the ceasefire had been called, and only knew that they were supposed to bring all of their equipment to new positions. This could explain why, despite the ceasefire, the American troops from the unit which later took part in the Battle of Rumaila, 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, came under repeated attacks by units from the Hammurabi division. On February 28th, the day the ceasefire was announced, there were 2 recorded incidents of US troops coming under fire from Iraqi soldiers. The next day, March 1st, there were more skirmishes, as well as mortar and artillery shells coming from Iraqi military positions. Multiple Iraqi tanks and other vehicles were destroyed throughout the day, and many people on both sides were killed or wounded. Then, on March the 2nd, things escalated. When the ceasefire was announced, Saddam began to order his troops to the positions they were in before the war began back in August 1990. This order got through to the commander of the Hammurabi division, Major General Qais Abd al-Razak, and he began putting it into effect. At this point, the division was near to the Rumaila oil fields and Lake Hamar. Basra was nearby. On the early morning of March 2nd, scouts from the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division reported a large number of tanks on the move along with other vehicles towards a causeway over Lake Hamar. The local American commanders interpreted this move as the Republican Guard trying to escape through their lines, so called for reinforcements and deployed to counter it. Some Iraqi soldiers fired anti-tank weapons at American scouts before surrendering, and while they were capturing them, the American troops were fired upon by rockets and tank shells. Their commander, Major General Barry McCaffrey, gave permission to his troops to return fire. American troops were rushed to the northern end of the causeway to block the Hammurabi division's way and box them in. McCaffrey ordered cluster munitions and mines to be fired onto the causeway to destroy the Iraqi tanks and soldiers. Hammurabi's commander, Major General Qais Abd al-Razak, immediately contacted the Republican Guard headquarters to ask what to do. He was told that his previous movement orders were cancelled and he should stop trying to move north across the causeway. Instead, he should take his division and return to defend Basra. Not from the coalition, but from a rebellion. Across Iraq, people were rising against Saddam's regime, and it looked as though Basra was about to liberate itself from the dictatorship. Qais was to stop his attempt to reach his division's pre-war positions through American military lines, and instead advance on Basra and put the rebellion down. Or, in the language of the regime, return all units to al-Basra because of the unusual conditions prevailing in the city. Meanwhile, at the causeway, the blocked-in Iraqi units began to be bombarded by attack helicopters, while the 24th Division attacked from the north and south. After the war, one incident would become quite infamous when it was made public that one pilot had joked, "Say hello to Allah," as he fired his rockets at the Republican Guard Division. One commander said of the battle that "we really waxed them," while another said it was like a turkey shoot. Most of the Iraqi troops chose to run rather than fight, mostly towards Basra. Hundreds of Iraqi military vehicles were destroyed and hundreds of troops were captured. 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, in essentially destroying the Hammurabi Division, suffered 1 man wounded, 1 infantry fighting vehicle damaged, and 1 tank destroyed when an Iraqi tank exploded next to it and set it on fire. The remnants of the Republican Guard Division were reorganized and sent to Basra. Within a few days they were looting houses, torturing and executing people en masse, and destroying buildings. The regime would later privately claim that the Battle of Rumaila allowed them to regain control of Basra, because if there hadn't been any US troops blocking Hammurabi's path, then it would have been unable to respond to the rebellion and the survival of Saddam's regime would have been put at risk. One party official even thanked God that the division was unable to carry out its redeployment because of the American military attack. 9 years later, in 2000, the Battle of Rumaila would come back into the public vision with a major media controversy, and that is for part 2.
All right.
Yeah, I'm at pack 3s. Because I'm pimping. I just put
Majnoon in southern Iraq bears the scars of what once happened here.
Picture the Battle of the Somme from the First World War, fought out with modern weapons.
In the 1980s, this was the main battlefield for the Iran-Iraq War. This territorial conflict between the neighboring countries raged for 8 years.
All around us are the remnants of that war, the barbed wire, the trenches, and the craters. The area behind me is churned up by hundreds and thousands of bombs, mortars, mines.
Majnoon sits directly above one of the largest oil reserves on the planet. Reconnecting it to the world's energy supply is a potentially deadly task. Shell has been developing the Majnoon oil field since 2010 under its contract with the state-owned South Oil Company. After a major upgrade, the oil is now flowing, but more wells, production facilities, and pipelines are needed to make it fully productive, and to help get Iraq's economy back on track.
This is kind of what started
The desert is
the.
littered with thousands of live munitions. These must be cleared before any expansion can take place. This critical task falls to Majnoon's Explosive Remnants of War team. It's coordinated by former British Army bomb disposal officer Tony Wilds.
Partner Jay, if you can go over to OPF2. Yep, roger, mate. And I'm going to go down into source line.
Today, the team's clearing an area where geologists need to conduct seismic surveys. Tony is well aware of the dangers.
Having been blown up in 2006 myself, the clearance was very close to my heart.
An IED was detonated under him after he
Deuce.
rescued 2 people from a minefield in Lebanon.
I saw the wire, but unfortunately wasn't fast enough to get away from it. And it ended where I was traumatically amputated on the right leg.
Since the clearance started in Majnoon, there hasn't been a single injury among the team.
Okay, so what we're going to go for is we're going for a visual search, 50 meters by 50 meters.
Clearing an area of battlefield they know isn't mined, they start searching the surface for ordnance. Finds come fast and often.
So here we have a mortar. At the moment I can't see what type of mortar it is because it's partially buried.
The device is uncovered and its threat level established.
Once it's been uncovered and identified, it will go into two categories. It'll be UXO, unexploded ordnance, or it will be scrap metal. The UXO, if safe to do so, will be moved to the stockpile and the military will do the demolition.
This mortar is scrap and poses no threat, but other unexploded ordnance could be hidden subsurface. Identifying where amongst the scrap metal from the battlefield is a challenge.
I think I might go back into here.
The entire surface of Majnoon is covered in metal fragments. Traditional mine clearing techniques could not be used here because the metal fragments on the surface simply triggered the equipment every time.
To tackle this problem, Shell has come up with a unique solution. Its own fully armored bulldozer to remove the most dangerous layer of soil.
So if we go and have a look at the place where we're going to break ground, then everybody else follows after.
The team has learnt that the vast majority of unexploded ordnance is in the top 40 centimeters of soil. Mechanically clearing that layer creates safe working lanes across Majnoon.
The current bulldozer is off the shelf, but we've put 16mm armour around it, and we've bespoke a plough to the front.
29-year-old Wissam Hamad is one of 250 Iraqis now employed by Shell's Explosive Remnants of War team. He's more used to driving on construction sites than on a battlefield.
طبعا باختلاف بين الالغام لازم تكون شغلك بالالغام بنظام كاخر احتمال حذر اكثر من ما تشتغل منطقه اعتياديه لان هاي المنطقه بها الغام لازم تكون حذر انتباه اكثر تركيز عندك بالعمل تشتغل بجديه يعني.
Other team members watch from a safe distance while Wissam breaks fresh ground alone.
During the conflict, there was a lot of anti-vehicular weapons used. So by armouring the equipment that we use, gives an added protection to the driver if something was to function once being pushed away.
But today, the find is not unexploded ordnance.
Hello, you, Sniper. You found some human remains on MJ09. Okay.
In his role as company site representative, Nigel Reese is called in whenever bones are unearthed.
Just received a phone call saying that they've found possibly a body on one of the mechanical sites. So I'm just going out to see now to verify if it's a body. We're very mindful, obviously. You know, the people that are working for us could well have been involved in the conflict themselves, or our family members, you know, brothers, fathers, or uncles, grandfathers. So once we identify a body, we try and afford it as much dignity as we can. Hi, dude. Hi, Kadim, how you doing, my friend? Good.
Came back here, we've done a little search round, found the rest of the body.
Okay.
So what we've done,
What the fuck?
X-rayed it how what we can, we've covered it over.
We know straight away it's a body of sorts. Nothing in the surrounding area other than this one at the moment?
Just this one at the moment. Let's say I've taken photographs and brought the Greg.
Adam, can you pull this back please so we can have a look? Have we got no uniforms? Like sometimes we find uniforms with them?
The Iran-Iraq War was one of the longest of the 20th century. It's estimated that more than 500,000 people died.
To date, we've probably found about 28 bodies.
28
Most
bodies?
of the bodies have
Damn.
been damaged or broken up over time, but today's the first time since we've been in Majlis we've actually found a complete skull.
The team notes the GPS coordinates and leaves the skeleton covered in a safe area.
I just think I know before the war here, you know, just I think he died. I just feel sad, but I can't do nothing.
The remains will be undisturbed until the Iraqi authorities come to take them away. The bulldozers have cleared the top 40 centimeters of soil, but the team leaves nothing to chance. Now, the priority is to check for unexploded ordnance buried deeper in the ground.
The equipment that we're using currently here is a large loop that is just basically a metal detector. There's a lot of unexploded ordnance that is subsurface. It can range from munitions up to 1.5 caliber, right down to your average bullet round that you get from a weapon.
They place a marker in the area where metal is detected. Then, a more precise detector is used to pinpoint the exact location. Although this find is 30 years old, it's still potentially a lethal weapon.
We have found a hand grenade here, and it's not safe to move because the safety pin is missing.
Tschüss.
The movement on it.
Sometimes, battles are fought despite the fact the war just ended, like the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 or the Siege of Prague in 1648. In 1991, the American 24th Mechanized Infantry Division fought against the Iraqi Hammurabi Republican Guard Division 2 days after US President Bush announced a ceasefire to the Gulf War. So, why? Well,
Like dumb burnouts on a dirt bike. Yeah, I was inside the school. I don't even know where we're going. We're done. Yeah, there's a mega bomb. We should have bought it. Mega bush. Bushes. Oh, fuck. No, get out of it. Get out of it. If that's how I would have died, I would have been so pissed. Yeah, I'm the only one that has it. I can't keep carrying it. I'm running out of weights.
In 1961, an uprising starts in Iraqi-occupied Kurdistan by Iraq's second largest ethnic groups, which are the Kurds. The revolution is led by Mustafa Barzani, and the aim is to achieve more autonomy. The Iraqi regime tries to stop the revolution by introducing a new constitution. In this constitution, the Kurdish nation rights are recognized for the first time. However, the friendship won't hold on for long. The Kurdish tribes can't unite in some political questions, which makes it harder for Barzani to form a strong force against Iraq. Iraq still fears a united Kurdish people, so they arm some Kurdish tribes to fight each other. For the upcoming years, the Kurds are fighting each other and the Iraqi army at the same time. This war will cost over 100,000 lives. In July 1961, a military coup hits Iraq and the Ba'athist Party takes over the power. New Vice President of Iraq is Saddam Hussein, now 31 years old. During his reign, Iraqi army aims to control all the Kurdish areas in Iraq. One reason is all the oil fields in the area. Over 40,000 Faili Kurds and another 250,000 from other areas were deported out of Kurdistan to other parts of Iraq and even all the way to Iran. Saddam claims that all these people aren't loyal to Iraq. Within time, the Iraqi regime controls all oil fields in Iraq. The economy grows and the new income of money is used to buy lots of chemical weapons. At the same time, Kurdish Peshmerga keeps on the fight for independence. In the mid-70s, a dialogue starts between Iraq and Mustafa Barzani. However, neither part agrees with each other, restarting the war again. In 1979, Iraq controls all of southern Kurdistan. 16th of July, same year, Saddam announces himself as the new president of Iraq, as he forces the former president to step down. A purge within the party is started in order to find every single threat against him. Most of them are executed.
I need to stack them.
But Saddam has more plans to enlarge his power. In the neighboring country Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini have taken the power with a Shia revolution in the country. Saddam fears the revolution and the potential of it spreading into Iraq, whose people are in majority of the Shia belief. According to Saddam, the new government of Iran should be an easy target, especially since Saddam is heavily backed by the West. In September 26, 1980, Iraq attacks Iran. Iraq targets oil fields in Iranian-occupied Kurdistan, and they succeed well in the beginning. Iraq occupies large parts of Iran. In 1981, Iraqi defense minister announces the big Iraqi investment on chemical weapons. To hide the investment, they use a company which says that they are selling anti-insect toxic. Outside Baghdad, a large chemical factory is built. In less than a year, over 800 tons of chemical is purchased, mostly to produce mustard gas. In 1982, Iran answers and Iraq is forced to retreat. A bloody war on the previous normal borders are started. Iranian forces use an unhuman method against Iraq. Large armies of unarmed childs are sent towards the Iraqi front line. They believe that the sacrifice for Ayatollah Khomeini will make them martyrs. Iraqi soldiers shoot towards them. However, Iran replaces the children with new ones. In 1983, Saddam orders the Iraqi warplanes loaded with mustard gas to attack Iran. The gas has not been used since World War I. It remains in the air for a long time after its release. The gas burned the skin and corrode the eyes and every airway of the body. The mustard gas is slowing down the advancing Iranian troops, and this makes Saddam free to aim his offensive against Iraq's Kurds. In 1987, Saddam Hussein appoints his cousin General Ali Hassan al-Majid to southern Kurdistan's new governor. He will go further than anyone else in the fight against the Kurds. Later the same year, Ali appoints new laws, making large parts of Kurdistan becoming forbidden areas. The Iraqi army is ordered to kill every living cell in the banned area, humans as animals. However, the Kurdish Peshmerga is showing strong will, and they are now supported by Iran, who seeks for revenge. In February 1988, Saddam seeks a final solution for the Kurdish problem. He orders Ali to introduce Operation Al-Anfal, which in Arabic means war trophy. The operation will in time give Ali the nickname Chemical Ali, or the Slaughter of Kurdistan. A non-stop bombardment of Kurdistan starts. For over a month, large confrontations between Kurds and the Iraqi army is underway. However, it's when the rumors of Halabja reaches the Kurds that the Peshmerga surrender. Now, a few days before the rumor, in 15th of March, Kurdish Peshmerga liberates the Kurdish city of Halabja. They are supported by Iran and the Kurdish citizens who took over the regime headquarters in the city. People are celebrating, even though most of them are worried about Saddam's next move. This next day, 16th of March 1988, it's a cold day in Halabja, and the Iraqi warplanes are flying over the city. Every time they pass the city, a load of mustard gas is released. When it reaches the ground, it is not one large explosion, as expected, but many small ones. From the ground, the color black, white and red are rising. Surviving people have told the world about the apple smell of the smoke. In 16 different attacks, Halabja is exposed of a brutal and cruel state terror, a genocide against the Kurdish people. In a few hours, over 7,000 people dies. Families are lying together on the ground, parents holding their children, brothers holding their sisters, people calling for help, the same moment as the death takes them. Afterwards, the city is completely quiet.
Oh, what the fuck?
Many survivors are fleeing to Iran. They receive help in hospitals and are later sent to refugee camps. In March 20th, the news of Halabja is reaching the world, and the first pictures in media are shown.
This is the center of the silent bomb action. As you see the man holding his kid.
Does anyone need a meeting like
Millions of people show their disgust towards Iraq and Saddam's actions. However, the international community is quiet due to their alliance with Saddam. Pentagon even released false news about Iran being responsible of the attack. It takes over 2 months before the United Nations condemns the attack. In August 1988, the 8-year-long war is over, and Saddam claims victory over Iran, even though none of the countries made any real progress of the war. Over 1.5 million people died in the war, and over 300,000 Kurds in the Al-Anfal campaign. The city is until this day marked of the attack, as children still is born with symptoms from the gas. In the city, a museum was opened to never forget the attack of Halabja 1988. Both Saddam Hussein and Chemical Ali were sentenced to death after the fall of their regime. However, Saddam was never sentenced for his involvement in Halabja attacks. Only Chemical Ali.
We dare you to find a place where you experience some twists and turns and enjoy some ups and downs before turning up the heat, all in the same day. We dare you. Plan your trip today.
Okay.
For over 20 years, Saddam Hussein strangled the life out of the Iraqi people. This brutal dictator started from nothing and by the age of 20 joined an extremist group in which he would quickly rise through the ranks. He went to law school, spent time in jail, and betrayed some of his closest friends to seize power. Saddam sentenced hundreds of people to death to ensure no one could oppose his power. He tortured and killed thousands of Iraqi civilians. He was one of the most brutal dictators in history, and his rise to power reflects the horror that would become his reign. On April 28, 1937, Saddam Hussein was born in Al-Auja, a small village about 8 miles out of the city of Tikrit in Iraq. When Saddam was born, this area is one of the poorest in the country. His father died before he was brought into the world, which only made his life that much more difficult in rural Iraq. Young Saddam was raised in poverty, where he would rarely get enough to eat. At some point, his family sent him to live with his uncle in Baghdad. It's been reported that Saddam was beaten at home and bullied by other children. This is a common thread in the makings of an insane dictator. However, there are also plenty of people who have had very difficult childhoods and haven't become murderous and oppressive rulers. In 1957, at the age of 20, Saddam Hussein joined the Ba'ath Party. The Ba'ath Party advocated for a pan-Arab socialist nation. Different branches had popped up in the Middle East, but the Ba'ath Party itself began in 1943 in Damascus, Syria, to oppose imperialism and colonialism in the region. The leaders of the Ba'ath Party claimed that they were guided by the positive values of Islamic principles. However, the organization began as authoritarian in nature, and therefore, the good of the masses was never really a part of their agenda. Instead, the Ba'ath Party wanted to seize power and sculpt the Middle East into their version of what Islam should be. To prepare for his future, Saddam Hussein attended Cairo Law School in 1962. He only lasted a year before moving back to Iraq, at which point the Ba'ath Party took control of the Iraqi government in what was called the Ramadan Revolution.
The Ramadan
Saddam
Revolution.
continued his studies at Baghdad Law College to ensure that he had the foundation to rise through politics and eventually become a prominent member of the party. It's worth noting that everything Saddam Hussein does is cold and calculated. He knew that he'd either hold a position of power or die trying. However, what would happen next would all but crush Saddam Hussein's dreams. It would lead him and other Baathists to take drastic action and plunge the country into chaos. The same year the Ba'ath Party took control of the government, they were overthrown. Saddam Hussein was arrested and sent to jail. While incarcerated, he thought a lot about why and how his party had failed to maintain power. He looked for people to blame and ways to strengthen the party's position once he got out. For those of you who are paying attention, this might sound awfully familiar to what Adolf Hitler did before becoming a prominent member of the Nazi Party, and you would be right. While in prison, Saddam concluded that the reason the Baathists did not succeed was due to the weak leaders who put too much faith in the Iraqi military supporting them. By 1966, Saddam Hussein had become the deputy secretary of the regional command. He was still in prison, but continued to rise through the party's ranks, and it was in this position that he decided to create a Ba'athist security force that could be used to do the party's bidding. Even more important was the fact that this new militant group would be loyal to Saddam and the Ba'athist cause, thereby eliminating the problem that had lost them the power during their first revolution. By the time Saddam Hussein escaped prison, he was one of the most influential leaders of the Ba'ath Party. He immediately started using his newly organized private security force to wreak havoc in Baghdad. Saddam would order the harassment or assassination of people who opposed the Ba'athists. Civilians were terrorized, while any political opponent to Saddam's vision of the future was eliminated. When Saddam Hussein got out of prison, the president of Iraq was a man by the name of Abd al-Salam Arif. He was seen by Saddam and the rest of the Ba'ath Party leadership as weak. and the reason the party was forced underground after the Ramadan Revolution had failed. In 1968, the Baathists launched another revolution. However, this time Saddam Hussein played a bigger role. He reorganized the party's leadership and power structure while ensuring he retained as much influence as possible. Ahmad Hassan al-Bakr rose to the top of the organization, becoming secretary of the regional leadership of the Ba'ath Party in 1964. And now Saddam Hussein was his right-hand man. Saddam's job was to use his enforcers to rally support amongst the general population for al-Bakr, and if people couldn't be persuaded, he would use terror to make sure they fell in line. In July of 1968, the Baathists launched their second revolution to remove the Arif regime. The Ba'ath Party gained support from both the army and civilians to carry out the coup. They cited corruption within the government, the inadequacy by which the Arif regime was dealing with Kurdish disturbances in the north, its lack of support for other Arab nations in the Six-Day War of 1967 against Israel, and Arif's subservience to President Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt as grounds for overthrowing the current ruler. Almost all of these accusations were true, but it was the fact that the Arif regime was always heavily relying on the Iraqi military to maintain its power and never held popular elections to establish legitimacy that allowed the Ba'ath Party to gather large amounts of support from the Iraqi people to depose the government. The Arif regime had failed to gain the support of the masses, and this would lead to their downfall. In order to seize control of the government, the Ba'ath Party paid off or persuaded a number of key officers to abandon their current regime and join them. There were four major contributors to the eventual downfall of Abd al-Salam Arif. The first was Abd al-Razak al-Naif, the head of military intelligence, and Colonel Ibrahim Abd al-Rahman al-Daoud, who was chief of the Republican Guard. Both of these men agreed to support the revolution as long as they could increase their standings in the government when the Ba'ath Party took control. Al-Naif wanted to be the new premier, and al-Daoud had his sights set on the Minister of Defense position. Saddam agreed to this, and both men were on board. Then there were the two colonels in the Iraqi army, named Zadun Haidan and Hamad Shihab, who agreed to help the Ba'ath Party as long as Arif was not harmed. Saddam agreed to this as well, but there was very little chance he was going to let the current president make it out of the coup alive if he had his way. The same went for al-Naif and al-Daoud. The Ba'ath Party needed military support, but they had no intention of keeping their promises to non-party members. These men were a means to an end, and when the Baathists gained power, their promises were all but forgotten. On July 17, 1968, President Arif's palace was overrun by Ba'athist soldiers led by Ahmad Hassan al-Bakr. Arif was captured and willingly agreed to leave Iraq in return for his life being spared. Once the Ba'ath Party seized control, they established the Revolutionary Command Council, which became the supreme authority within Iraq. Due to his prominent role in the Ba'ath Party, al-Bakr was chosen as the new president of Iraq. However, he had very little interest in the day-to-day administrative operations of running a country. For this, he turned to his favorite and most loyal officer, Saddam Hussein. As time passed, al-Bakr's health began to deteriorate. He became sicker and sicker, at which point Saddam Hussein was given more and more power. While al-Bakr was in the spotlight as president, Saddam worked behind the scenes to create a government that had absolute control of the country. He was a highly influential politician, and his agenda was a progressive one. However, the way he made change consisted of brutal torture and calculated murder. In order to modernize Iraq, Saddam ordered funds to be used for improving infrastructure, the healthcare system, social services, and education. The amount of money spent on these sectors was unparalleled by any other nation in the region. Saddam also nationalized the oil industry, which brought in huge amounts of money for the regime. But not everything he did was for the betterment of the Iraqi people. Saddam Hussein also helped develop the country's first chemical weapons program, bolstered the numbers of his security force to control the population, and frequently used terror tactics to get what he wanted. A lot of the more nefarious activities Saddam engaged in were done in secret, but this wasn't always the case. When the general population voiced any sort of discontent with the way things were being run in Iraq, Saddam and his allies would use very public force to show they would not tolerate such behavior. To maintain control of the media, several foreign journalists reporting in Iraq were arrested and accused of being Israeli spies. 17 of the journalists were put on trial and condemned to death by hanging. The people of Iraq watched as the journalists and their own freedom were hung in Liberation Square in Baghdad. But it wasn't just civilians who were suffering under the new regime. Things in the Ba'ath Party itself were becoming tense. A group led by al-Naif and al-Daoud claimed that they wanted a more socialist structure and a more lenient foreign policy, but in reality, it was just a fight over who would ultimately control the regime. Saddam would not allow anything to jeopardize his standing in the party or the status quo. So on July 30th, 1968, he had al-Naif arrested. However, in this particular circumstance, Saddam showed some restraint. He promised to spare al-Naif's life if he left the country and became the ambassador to Morocco, but he could never return. Al-Daoud was already out of the country on a mission to Jordan and was ordered to remain there or he would be arrested if he ever stepped foot back in Iraq. With the problem dealt with, the Ba'ath Party had loyal supporters in all parts of the government. More importantly, Saddam Hussein had men he could trust in key positions, and al-Bakr was technically still president and chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, but it was Saddam who was sculpting the future of Iraq. This was all done during the first few weeks of the new regime. Saddam forced between 2,000 and 3,000 Army and Air Force officers to retire as they were considered a security risk to the new government. Many of these men supported President Nasser of Egypt, and even with the purge, the Ba'ath Party still had to contend with sympathizers for several years. The Revolutionary Command Council claimed power until the next National Assembly was called. But even when this happened, almost every position was filled by Ba'ath Party members, so no real elections happened. This meant that even the civilian party members in the government were now loyalists of Saddam. In the coming months, almost every part of the...
Getting older sucks. But Mood's body-soothing cannabis puts me back in the game. Buck up! Move them feet!
With over 25,000 five-star reviews, Mood's quickly becoming the most trusted way to buy weed online. And yeah, it's legal.
The government,
Don't be
including
buying
the
any
military,
weed.
would be run by the people who were not just devoted to the party, but also respected or feared Saddam Hussein. Even though he only held the position of vice president, he was slowly gaining complete control of Iraq. As mentioned, Saddam had grand plans for the country. However, his reforms were put on hold almost immediately as Kurdish forces tried to overthrow the new Ba'ath government. The Kurdish rebellion was dealt with using inhumane amounts of force. Entire villages were decimated and innocent Kurdish civilians were slaughtered in their homes. Saddam Hussein acted as chief government negotiator between the Ba'athist regime and the Kurdish leaders. However, this didn't seem to solve the problem in the long run. Saddam realized that since Iran had funded the Kurdish militants, the only way to actually deal with this threat was to come to some sort of agreement with the leadership of the neighboring country. In March 1974, Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi government once again went to war with the Kurds. The Shah of Iran supported the Kurds this time as well. However, several months after the fighting started, the Iraqi and Iranian governments came to an agreement. Iran suspended its support of the Kurds, and the war quickly ended. Kurdish forces were given a few days to retreat into Iran before the Ba'athist government took complete control of Iraqi Kurdistan and implemented their oppressive rule over the region. During this time, Saddam also began to improve Iraq's relationship with other Arab countries in the region. One key economic point for Saddam was to reverse the isolationist policies that had been in place for years. The diplomatic talks with Iran culminated in the Algiers Agreement in 1975, ultimately leading Iran to withdraw its support to the Iraqi Kurds in return for greater access to the Persian Gulf. This was the beginning of several diplomatic relationships that Saddam cultivated during his time as vice president. Saddam continuously worked to improve relations with most of the Gulf states, and in 1975, when President Anwar Sadat of Egypt and President Ghaffar Mohammed al-Nimeri of Sudan visited Baghdad, Saddam made promises that they could all work together to create a more powerful Arab world. The only Arab country that did not improve relations with Iraq was Syria. Ironically, this country was also ruled by a Ba'athist regime, but there was very little cooperation between the two governments. This was because each regime wanted to become more influential than the other and become the dominant leader behind a united Middle East. As a result, the Syrian and Iraqi governments tried to undermine one another constantly. Saddam had little time for these games and focused his attention and energy instead on ensuring the Ba'ath Party in Iraq continued to maintain control of the country. Instead of fighting a battle for legitimacy with Syria, Saddam criticized the Syrian Ba'ath Party as going against Islamic ideals. He claimed that the Syrian government was working with Israel, which most of the Arab world saw as the enemy. Saddam also used Israel to unite the people and governments in the region as well. Throughout the 1970s, he employed anti-Israeli rhetoric to gain more support for Iraq. He claimed that the Arab world was not yet ready to go to war against Israel, but if they put their trust in him, he could help Iraq and the rest of the Middle East gain a strategic advantage over their common enemy. His plan was simple. First, he would focus the country's resources on economic, technological, and military growth. This would ensure that Iraq could defend itself from any foreign threat while spreading its influence and crushing Israel in the process. He told the Iraqi people that before any of this could be realized, Iraq needed to be turned into a fortress, meaning reforms at home must be enacted before branching out. Then and only then would Iraq be able to lead the rest of the Arab nations in a war against Israel. During this time of internal investment in Iraq's economic and military sectors, their nuclear and biological weapons programs got started. Crazy thing about this period is that Saddam Hussein was making drastic changes and influencing the course of the entire country as the vice president. He technically was not the leader of Iraq, as Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr was still technically in charge. However, Saddam didn't let this stand in his way. In fact, he likely used his less prominent position to work in the shadows and created a nation that could easily be controlled once he became the president in the future. Saddam Hussein and many others in the Ba'ath Party knew that it was only a matter of time before he took over. No one was under the illusion that there would ever be elections or any type of discussion over who would succeed al-Bakr. By 1977, everyone understood that al-Bakr was only a figurehead and Saddam Hussein was the real authority in Iraq. Using everything he learned from the failed revolution in 1963, and over the years controlling the party and general population through force and fear, Saddam would no longer allow anyone to question his authority. Any dissent within the Ba'ath Party was quickly crushed, and any outside opposition was annihilated. Saddam was not about to allow anyone, even the Iraqi people, to meddle with his plans for the country. Throughout this time as vice president, Saddam put relatives in positions of power. In many cases, kinship was much more important than skill, as he wanted loyalty above all else. Family and tribe members were much more trustworthy than someone from another part of the country. For example, Saddam filled the Presidential Guard with members of the Al-Bu Nasir and allied Sunni tribes from
Al-Bu Nasir.
which he originated. This also ensured that the security forces and the military were loyal to him, which was important for enforcing his laws and ensuring no one got out of line. Saddam was ready to be in charge, with no one else above him. He might have been loyal to al-Bakr, but now all of his chess pieces were in place. However, al-Bakr was about to do something shocking, a move that could effectively render Saddam Hussein powerless. This decision prompted Saddam to take drastic action. In 1979, President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr tried to unite Iraq and Syria in a move that would break down many of the structures that Saddam had put in place to control the country. Obviously, this could not be allowed, so Saddam immediately began scheming to force al-Bakr out of power. He had no intentions of assassinating the president or starting a power struggle, so instead Saddam made al-Bakr resign. It's unclear how he did this exactly, but he likely threatened the former president into resigning. On July 16, 1979, al-Bakr stepped down and Saddam Hussein officially became the president of Iraq. Al-Bakr was put under house arrest, where he would stay until his death in 1982. However, there were still many in the government who wanted to keep al-Bakr in power, and Saddam knew it. So he came up with a scheme to ensure his transition to president and ruler of Iraq would not be opposed. Less than a week after Saddam forced al-Bakr to resign, he called a meeting of the Ba'ath Party. When everyone arrived, Saddam Hussein read off a list of 68 names. Each person on the list was considered a threat to Saddam and was immediately arrested. They were stripped of their positions and thrown in jail. Following the arrests, Muhyi Abd al-Hussein al-Mashhadi, the former secretary of the Revolutionary Command Council, made a public confession that he was part of a plot to overthrow the government. There is very little doubt that al-Mashhadi was tortured and forced to provide a false confession, but Saddam needed a reason to get rid of anyone he deemed a threat to his power. Saddam claimed that the coup was funded by the Syrian government, effectively severing any ties that al-Bakr had formed with the other Ba'ath Party and allowing Saddam to paint them as the enemy. When the 68 conspirators were brought to trial, they were all found guilty of treason, and 22 of the most vocal members were sentenced to death. What is particularly sadistic about Saddam's purge was that many of the men who were killed were once his protégés. He knew how well they'd been trained and was not about to become a puppet to any of his underlings, like al-Bakr had been to him. But Saddam didn't stop there. Everyone knew he was controlling al-Bakr from behind the scenes, but the former president still had some power within the government. Now that there had been a shift in power at the very top, others came out of the woodwork to try to oppose Saddam. Hundreds of politicians who posed any threat to Saddam's power were rounded up by his private security force and thrown in jail. Hundreds more were executed or murdered. Now Saddam Hussein was the president, chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, secretary general, and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Basically, Saddam controlled it all. Everyone in the government knew that double-crossing or speaking out against Saddam was as good as a death sentence, and any connection to Syria would no longer be tolerated. On top of using his secret police to assassinate opponents and brutally suppress opposition, Saddam also created a cult of personality among the general population of Iraq. He idolized himself and told the populace he wanted to make Iraq the strongest country in the region, and sacrifices would need to be made. He claimed everything he did was in the best interest of the Iraqi people, and that anyone who thought otherwise was a danger to the Arabic way of life. His first goal was to make Iraq the central power in the Persian Gulf. But while he did that, he provided the people of Iraq with universal health care and free education. He even improved rights for women, although only small gains were made on this front. What Saddam was doing as president was initially making the lives of the Iraqi people better, so they would trust him. These reforms would not last forever, and many quickly fell to the wayside as Saddam shifted his focus to gaining more power in the region. The same year that Saddam became president, a very real external threat arose in Iran. Ruhollah Khomeini led an Islamic revolution that was supported by the Shiite majority. Saddam's power hinged on the support of the minority Sunni population in Iraq, and if a similar revolution were to happen within his borders, it could be disastrous. To stop the Shiite revolution from spreading to Iraq, Saddam Hussein ordered the Iraqi military to invade Khuzestan in western Iran in September of 1980. This was done for a couple of reasons. The first was to proactively suppress any talk of a Shiite uprising. The second was that the Khuzestan region had large amounts of oil. This was obviously a deciding factor for Saddam, as he needed more money to fund his military and improve the state of his nation. The invasion of Khuzestan led to the Iran-Iraq War. Luckily for Saddam, Western nations and many Arab countries threw their support behind him in the conflict. This was because the revolution in Iran was centered around extremist Islamic ideologies, and much of the world didn't want to see this type of revolution spread to the rest of the region. The irony was that Saddam Hussein was clearly the aggressor in the conflict, but this didn't stop nations around the world from supporting him. Saddam received.
What exactly is the sandbox then?
It's a 3D metaverse. The building blocks are voxels, which are like 3D pixels. You can even animate. By adding and removing blocks, you can make any landscape.
I don't know how to code.
No coding skills needed. As you place assets, you set how they'll behave and how players can interact with them. You can share it with others in the Game Maker gallery, or get it ready to publish to your metaverse land if you want to monetize. Are you ready to step into the sandbox?
Yeah! Let's create,
play, and earn.
It's Black Friday. Now's your chance to build customer relationships and spark growth with all the automated tools you need at half the price. You'll fall in love with Brevo's approachable marketing suite. You'll have to act fast.
Financial and military aid from the United States, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, France, Italy, Yugoslavia, and the majority of Arab countries. On the other side, Iran was supported by Syria, Libya, China, North Korea, Israel, Pakistan, and South Yemen. When Saddam started using chemical weapons, the global community became a little wary. However, stopping the spread of radical Islamist ideas was more important than war crimes, so many nations, including Western powers, turned a blind eye to the atrocities that Saddam was carrying out, which included the genocide of the Kurdish people, crimes against humanity, and the aggressive invasion of his neighbor. 8 years later, the war had reached a stalemate. Then, in 1988, a ceasefire was called. Hundreds of thousands of people were dead on both sides of the conflict. But it wasn't just soldiers. Innocent civilians were slaughtered by both militaries and caught in the crossfire of missiles and aerial strikes. Iraq was now deep in debt to the countries that supported Saddam during the war. However, rather than focus on helping the economy of Iraq recover from almost a decade of fighting and huge disruptions in oil production and exports, Saddam instead continued to pour money into his military. This led to almost all the economic and social policies that Saddam promised the people of Iraq to be put on the back burners. The quality of healthcare and education began to decline. The population began to suffer as the economy collapsed. But rather than trying to fix things at home, Saddam set his sights on another nation rich in oil that he could invade. At this point, Saddam Hussein maintained control of Iraq almost solely through his private security force and the military. Many Sunni citizens still supported Saddam and the Ba'ath Party, but the Shiite majority had become discontent. Also, even some Sunnis were unhappy with the failure of the war against Iran and the empty promises that Saddam Hussein had made. However, the population was too afraid to voice their displeasure. If anyone was thought to be inciting opposition to the current regime, they were quickly arrested or killed by Saddam's men. The economic struggle led to Saddam to take more drastic actions. Saddam ordered his forces to invade the country of Kuwait to the south. His plan was to use Kuwait's vast oil reserves to pay off his debts and improve Iraq's economy. If all went according to plans, he could get his economic and social reforms back on track. In August of 1990, Iraqi troops crossed into Kuwait and the invasion began. However, unlike the invasion of Iran, Saddam's attack on Kuwait backfired on the international stage and led countries worldwide to enact trade embargoes against Iraq. The United Nations passed resolutions condemning Saddam's use of force against Kuwait and authorized the use of force to end the conflict. The United States led a joint military mission into the region to combat Saddam's forces and push them out of Kuwait. On January 16, 1991, the Persian Gulf War started. U.S. aircraft conducted a relentless bombing campaign against Saddam's forces. The aerial bombardment lasted for 42 days and decimated. Instead, continued to pour money into his military. This led to almost all the economic and social policies that Saddam promised the people of Iraq to be put on the back burners. The quality of healthcare and education began to decline. The population began to suffer as the economy collapsed. Rather than trying to fix things at home, Saddam set his sights on another nation rich in oil that he could invade. At this point, Saddam Hussein maintained control of Iraq almost solely through his private security force and the military. Many Sunni citizens still supported Saddam and the Ba'ath Party, but the Shiite majority had become discontent. Also, even some Sunnis were unhappy with the failure of the war against Iran and the empty promises that Saddam Hussein had made. However, the population was too afraid to voice their displeasure. If anyone was thought to be inciting opposition to the current regime, they were quickly arrested or killed by Saddam's men. The economic struggle led to Saddam to take more drastic actions. Saddam ordered his forces to invade the country of Kuwait to the south. His plan was to use Kuwait's vast oil reserves to pay off his debts and improve Iraq's economy. If all went according to plans, he could get his economic and social reforms back on track. In August of 1990, Iraqi troops crossed into Kuwait and the invasion began. However, unlike the invasion of Iran, Saddam's attack on Kuwait backfired on the international stage and led countries worldwide to enact trade embargoes against Iraq. The United Nations passed resolutions condemning Saddam's use of force against Kuwait and authorized the use of force to end the conflict. The United States led a joint military mission into the region to combat Saddam's forces and push them out of Kuwait. On January 16, 1991, the Persian Gulf War started. U.S. aircraft conducted a relentless bombing campaign against Saddam's forces. The aerial bombardment lasted for 42 days and decimated Iraqi tanks, soldiers, and military sites. U.S. tanks roared across the sands of Kuwait, laying waste to any resistance in their path. 6 weeks after the war started, it was over. All of Saddam's forces had been pushed out of Kuwait and a ceasefire agreement was signed. Unfortunately for Iraq's dictator, all economic sanctions levied against Iraq remained in place even after the war was over. On top of that, Saddam was forced to dismantle his biological and chemical weapons programs. Even though his military was in shambles and quickly forced out of Kuwait once U.S.-led forces engaged them, Saddam still claimed the conflict.
Right. I was missing
Almost all
this.
Economic and social policies that Saddam promised the people of Iraq to be put on the back burners. The quality of healthcare and education began to decline. The population began to suffer as the economy collapsed. Rather than trying to fix things at home, Saddam set his sights on another nation rich in oil that he could invade.
Kuwait.
At this point, Saddam Hussein maintained control of Iraq almost solely through his private security force and the military.
Is this going to talk about how he thought that they were slant drilling into his oil, or is it just going to not
Many
say that?
Sunni citizens still supported Saddam and the Ba'ath Party, but the Shiite majority had become discontent. Also, even some Sunnis were unhappy with the failure of the war against Iran and the empty promises that Saddam Hussein had made. However, the population was too afraid to voice their displeasure. If anyone was thought to be inciting opposition to the current regime, they were quickly arrested or killed by Saddam's men. The economic struggle led to Saddam to take more drastic actions. Saddam ordered his forces to invade the country of Kuwait to the south. His plan was to use Kuwait's vast oil reserves to pay off his debts and improve Iraq's economy. If all went according to plans, he could get his economic and social reforms back on track. In August of 1990, Iraqi troops crossed into Kuwait and the invasion began. However, unlike the invasion of Iran, Saddam's attack on Kuwait backfired on the international stage and led countries worldwide to enact trade embargoes against Iraq. The United Nations passed resolutions condemning Saddam's use of force against Kuwait and authorized the use of force to end the conflict. The United States led a joint military mission into the region to combat Saddam's forces and push them out of Kuwait. On January 16, 1991, the Persian Gulf War started. U.S. aircraft conducted a relentless bombing campaign against Saddam's forces. The aerial bombardment lasted for 42
Operation
days
Desert
and
Storm.
decimated Iraqi tanks, soldiers, and military sites. U.S. tanks roared across the sands of Kuwait, laying waste to any resistance in their path. 6 weeks after the war started, it was over. All of Saddam's forces had been pushed out of Kuwait, and a ceasefire agreement was signed. Unfortunately for Iraq's dictator, all economic sanctions levied against Iraq remained in place even after the war was over. On top of that, Saddam was forced to dismantle his biological and chemical weapons programs. Even though his military was in shambles and quickly forced out of Kuwait once U.S.-led forces engaged them, Saddam still claimed the conflict as a victory for Iraq. Although the rest of the world knew this was all a ruse, the claiming of victory by a dictator even in the face of a major defeat is nothing new. Saddam Hussein had complete control of the media in the country. Many Iraqi citizens had been brainwashed to believe anything Saddam and his regime said was the truth. Just like other dictators, Saddam knew he needed to control the narrative if he was going to keep his power, so he did just that. However, not everyone in Iraq was fooled. Both the Shiites and the Kurds, who had been oppressed or slaughtered by Saddam and his government, began to rebel. They could see by the defeats in both Iran and Kuwait that the current government was struggling. However, within the borders of Iraq, Saddam still controlled the military and his security force. Any uprisings that began were violently suppressed. Thousands of Shia Muslims and Kurds were forced to flee Iraq in fear of their lives. They were put into refugee camps along the northern border of the country. However, those who were captured were tortured and killed. Some were sent to prisons, never to be heard from again. Iraq's economy was in shambles. People were being murdered by Saddam's regime every day. Human rights violations ran rampant. The international community closely watched as Iraq seemed like it would implode at any moment. The population of Iraq endured years of pain and suffering, but perhaps Saddam's biggest mistake following the Gulf War was not cooperating with the UN mandates and sanctions that had been placed on the country. Saddam was ordered to stop the production of all chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. However, whenever UN arms inspectors requested access to Iraqi facilities, Saddam refused. This was obviously a cause for concern, and a decision that would lead to Saddam Hussein's downfall. In 1998, when Saddam once again refused UN inspectors access to his facilities, a 4-day airstrike was carried out by the United States and Great Britain, known as Desert Fox. After the strike, both nations said they would support the opposition mounting against Saddam. His worst fears were quickly becoming a reality. For decades, he had ruled using fear and brutality. These tactics no longer seemed to work as the population turned against him. Intelligence reports coming out of Iraq uncovered that Saddam's regime was becoming increasingly ruthless. Because of the UN sanctions, money coming into the nation had slowed drastically. Without a steady cash flow to improve the economy and empty promises of improvement, the general population no longer trusted their president. The only way for Saddam to keep power was to continuously kill or lock up any opposition that arose. But like all dictators, Saddam had illusions of grandeur and never imagined that his power could be taken away. He began grooming his sons, Uday and Qusay, to succeed him as if nothing was wrong. In Saddam's mind, his control over the military and therefore the people of Iraq meant his lineage would continue to rule the country. Both his sons were quickly rising through the ranks of the government and held senior positions by the time the US and the UK started backing Saddam's opponents. In order to combat what was happening abroad and foreign powers meddling in the affairs of his country, Saddam started anti-American propaganda campaigns. He blamed the West and the US in particular for the shortcomings of his own government. He told the Iraqi people that the United States was the reason they were suffering. And since Saddam had such a stranglehold on the country, many people fed into this rhetoric. But we can't forget the reason Saddam hadn't been removed from power sooner was that the people in Iraq were afraid of him and his security forces. Other conservative and extremist leaders in the region supported Saddam in his defiance of the U.S. Terrorist groups and radicals saw him as the only leader who would stand up to U.S. aggression in the region. On September 11, 2001, when al-Qaeda terrorists flew 2 planes into the World Trade Center towers and another into the Pentagon, the United States launched its war on terror. There was a real concern that Saddam would harbor terrorist groups within Iraq's borders and may even provide them with chemical or biological weapons. In turn, the U.S. stepped up its aggressiveness around Saddam, allowing UN inspectors in Iraq to make sure he was adhering to the agreements of the Gulf War. In November 2002, UN inspectors were once again denied access to Iraqi facilities. The United States and Britain ended all diplomacy with Saddam and prepared for war. On March 17, 2003, President George W. Bush publicly ordered Saddam to step down and relinquish power to the people of Iraq. The ultimatum gave Saddam Hussein 48 hours to comply or the U.S. would attack. After the Iraqi dictator refused to step down, the United States launched the Iraq War. The first shots were fired by U.S. aircraft that conducted a bombing run on the bunker complex that Saddam Hussein was thought to be meeting with other members of his government in. When it was discovered that Saddam was not in the bunker, but still operating within Iraq, the United States intensified its attacks. It was clear the main goal of the invasion was to find Saddam Hussein, either dead or alive. While U.S. troops hunted, Saddam told Iraqi citizens to lay down their lives for him. He used the invasion as a way to rally anyone who had fallen for his anti-U.S. rhetoric, but any resistance that was mounted soon succumbed to the advancing American and British forces. Less than a month later, Baghdad fell, and Saddam had to go deep into hiding. Much of the Iraqi population embraced the removal of the mad dictator from power and celebrated the fact that they no longer had to fear Saddam Hussein. This didn't mean the future was bright or that rebuilding the country would be easy, but for many it was a small relief from decades of brutality enacted on them by Saddam Hussein. On December 13, 2003, the U.S. gained intelligence about 2 locations where Saddam might have been hiding. The mission to capture Saddam was called Operation Red Dawn after the movie from the 1980s. The 2 locations were given the names Wolverine 1 and Wolverine 2, both of which were located in the town of Tikrit to the northwest of Baghdad. This is around
That's a
where
good
Saddam
movie.
Hussein was born, so it seemed as if the dictator had scurried back to his home. Around 600 men made up of the 1st Brigade Combat Team and C Squadron Delta Force were deployed to the area. Both detachments cleared their locations, but there was no sign of Saddam. Disheartened, the choppers were called in to extract the men. Seemed like their intel was bad. As one soldier moved out of a compound his team had just secured, he kicked a piece of wood lying on the ground. It moved slightly, revealing an opening. The soldier moved the board aside, revealing a hidden tunnel system. Afraid the insurgents might use it to ambush the troops in the area, the soldier grabbed a frag grenade. He was about to throw it in the hole when a man covered in dirt appeared with his hands raised. The soldier could not believe his eyes. Staring up at him from the hole was Saddam Hussein. The soldier hit Saddam in the head with the stock of his gun in case.
Bro, that's gotta be so fucking
He
weird.
then removed a concealed Glock from Saddam and called for backup. His squad mates rushed over, shocked to find their brother in arms with the most wanted man in the world, handcuffed on the ground. Saddam Hussein was escorted into a chopper and flown back to the Tikrit mission support site where he was properly identified before being flown to Baghdad. For all of his talk of killing Americans and threatening the United States, Saddam Hussein gave up without a fight and with no shots fired. The soldiers who searched the hole Saddam was hiding in found an AK-47 and $750,000 in U.S. banknotes. It seemed as if Saddam was going to make a run for it, but had no real plan when his hiding place was uncovered. Saddam Hussein went to trial before the Iraqi High Tribunal on October 2005. His trial lasted for 9 months, during which he constantly screamed at the tribunal and interrupted the proceedings with angry outbursts. In the end, he was convicted of crimes against humanity, including willful killing, illegal imprisonment, deportation, and torture. The tribunal sentenced Saddam Hussein to death by hanging. On December 30th, 2006, the sentence was carried out at a joint Iraqi-American military base called Camp Justice, located in Kazmain, a northeastern
Camp Justice,
suburb
what
of
the fuck?
Baghdad. As his body swung above the ground, Saddam's life came to an end, and the Iraqi people were finally free from the man who caused so much pain and suffering in their country. Now watch how SEAL Team took down Osama bin Laden minute by minute, or check out why Iran is terrified of its people.
How do you say? Oh, like instantly? With the cross, or with like the skull? Oh, nice. I did too then. Sick. Let's go get that shit and get the fuck out of here. Good. Good. get you up here.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
What up?
What up, what up? Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that that white supremacist that was just on stream.
Huh?
Yeah, I think I caught a little. That was a little hardcore. This is a little hardcore even for me.
I'm glad you didn't show up in a white hood, Nick. That would have optics, you know?
I was gonna do the MAGA hat, but it wouldn't go as hard as the white hood, so.
Nick, your followers are going to Myron now. You got competition.
That's true. Both of you guys are, it's like, I'm being outdone. I thought I went pretty hard in November.
You
and
got
it's like,
Myron leading the dissident right now.
yeah, it's a couple of Albanian and a black guy. Gonna outrace
it just goes
me.
to show how things have changed. Because I remember when Dave Chappelle did the Clayton Bigsby shit back in the day, it was fucking hilarious. But nowadays you do that shit, they're like, oh my god, just goes to show how pussified we've become.
Facts.
Well, it's good to see you guys again. Pearl, I'm sure have you spoken to Myron, and how long has it been?
It's been a while.
But Myron believes in like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
It's my
something like
friend.
that. So I was surprised to see your super chats in there, and also you platformed Nick Fuentes before. So I personally think that you have a good platform when you talk about positive things.
Thank you.
Nick, what were your thoughts about Oblin Preach when you got to speak to him?
It was a long time ago. It was about a year ago that I talked to. I don't think I talked to Preach. I think it was just Abba. And he just seemed like, I don't know, you guys don't like him, right? So I can be honest.
Yeah.
No, we love him. What are you talking about?
No, not fans. He's lied. He said
Well,
I got banned for misogyny when I was banned for a lot of it was you, but
yeah. Well, he just seemed like he was, he's just like a fucking poser. Like, because I'm in there and I'm actually having a real conversation, and there were some other guys in there, and they didn't agree with everything I was saying, but they were engaging in good faith. And the entire conversation, he's just like making faces, like I would say something, and he'd go, and it's like, wipe that fucking face off, you know? Like, can't you just be like a real human being? So, I didn't care for him.
You're one of the funniest guys on the internet, right? He said something that Abba said that about you, right, Nick?
Yeah, he said some nice things, but then he went and said, I'll never talk to him again, I'll never be on a panel with him again, and I don't like that energy. It's very, I feel like these days it's not even a right wing or a left wing thing. It's like, ever hear Pop Smoke? He was on this video for Rap Genius recently, and he said something like, I'm a slut, I'm down for whatever. And it's not
I'm
even
down
about
for
sex.
whatever.
He's just down for whatever. That's how I am.
that's like 4 years old. First off, that's not new.
Okay, but whatever.
Pop Smoke is dead too. He died.
I know Pop Smoke is dead, but
yeah,
I saw it recently. I saw it recently.
This is an old.
Nick, I don't listen to degenerate rap
Nick, can you get sturdy?
What? I can't get sturdy. I can't dance, so.
No, dancing's for
That's why I'm jealous of Sneeko.
Nick, dancing is for homosexuals. Like, no man can boogie.
Oh, come on, dancing's. I'm pro dance.
I know Preach could dance pretty well.
I know Albanians dance.
Seen him go with that Lady Gaga shit?
Yeah, one thing I didn't like was on the first panel, he was like making faces stuff like that. He didn't say anything to you at all. And then I added you. The reason that he started making all these videos about me is I added you to a panel, and then he ran away. Like, he left the call before you joined. I don't know if you remember that. And then afterwards, he started texting me because like we were kind of friendly, and he's like, "Oh, it's just like bad for association. Like, I look crazy. Like, if I'm associated next to a white supremacist, it makes me look crazy." And then I realized like this guy is talking about integrity all the time, but clearly doesn't care at all about truth or about integrity. If he is more concerned with optics and just being on a panel with somebody that he can't debate. Like and this is why it doesn't surprise me at all that he's like trying to attack and say or playing the race card, because he's trying to get that liberal audience that believes in the racism side.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I feel like there are people, even if people don't agree with me, there are people that are down to just go there and have the conversation and talk. And then you have these people that are worried about like, oh, I'm going to get demonetized, I'll get banned, I can't be seen with you. I feel like we're at this point now where the country's so gay, the political correctness, wokeism, whatever you want to call it, it's so bad. I just can't be constrained by that. I refuse to be shackled by that. And if you allow yourself to be that way, I just think it's just like your bitch, especially now. Years ago, it wasn't as bad, but now, if you're constraining yourself based on, it's like Keemstar. I got in beef with Keemstar the other day. Leafy was trying to get me in a call with Keemstar, and he's like, I can't be on a stream with that dude. And we all know he has
That would have been fucking hilarious if he was on a stream with Keemstar. That would have been fucking awesome.
Here's the thing. That's what I realized. When they don't have an argument or they don't really have anything to stand on, when in doubt, play the racism card. It always saves you. It always saves you. Every single time. And that's what they did. They got absolutely outclassed in facts and jokes and entertainment. All they can say is, they made monkey faces.
Yeah. Like, it's not genuine at all. Like, for example, I know that Keemstar is unvaccinated. I know that he voted for Trump. I know that he holds a lot of extremely right-wing ideas, but to keep
he did vote for Trump.
And I like the guy. Like, I think we've had beef before. I like him, but he completely just has his channel in mind. That's the reason he can't associate with you. So he has to insist that you're a bad person in order to keep his channel. But you have to understand why a lot of people do that, because no one wants to lose their income. I mean, same thing happened to Pearl. Everybody's attacking her, calling her racist. When, like, I showed up in London, you had like 10 black people working, all employed. None of them were slaves. And they...
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Everyone that works. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little laggy though.
Nick, you know what I find weird is everyone you've ever collaborated with got along with you. Even the black guys on No Jumper, who you double down on. You're saying something about black people fighting in airports, and like, come on, all people fight. And you're like, oh, not really. And you won them over. So I'm like, if there was no slander and all that gay shit, it seems like you talk to every fucking YouTuber and they'd all be chummy with you, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that even with, like, I was on Obsidian's show recently, and I actually...
Who's Obsidian?
But
I don't know who the fuck Obsidian is.
I got to talk with him and everything. I mean, I go to these places, I'm polite, I'm nice. Like, I'm clearly not a hateful, angry person.
Homosexual Milo, when you went to meet him face-to-face for a show, you could have been mean at some of those points. You know, you really just want to get your message across.
Well, and I love people. Even people I don't agree with, even people I'm not from the same background. I mean, I just love people. I'm just like a bubbly, friendly person. I happen to be a total fascist, like far right, whatever. But I love people. So.
I find it so weird. Everyone wants to paint you as a white nationalist when 99% of things come your mouth is Christian nationalism, Christian. And it's like, if you don't know who Nick is, you think it's Richard Spencer. But it's not.
Yeah.
Spencer's for abortion. Richard Spencer's for...
No, Richard Spencer is like just a racist fucking Democrat, basically.
You're like this KKK kid, like a young David Duke.
Well, yeah. Well, and I would say even David Duke. I mean,
David Duke is very mild. He's
he
very
is,
mild.
and he's actually like a nice guy. I don't want to go and defend him 100%, but I mean, like Spencer, I think Spencer's an interesting case study because he does have this like angry energy. Like he does have this resentful energy, and like a lot of people don't like him. I think he's interesting. Like he makes some interesting points. I don't agree with him. He's obviously a liberal. He might be a Fed or something, pushes a lot of the same stuff as like Charles Johnson. Nevertheless, that is the image people get in their heads. If you have certain views about race, religion, they think, oh, this is some freak, this is some angry guy, this is some hater or whatever. And it's like, I'm a totally normal guy, was a totally normal guy, until I just started seeing the same things you did. I didn't wake up and say, you know what, I hate black people today. I was a normal guy. I had black friends throughout high school, throughout grade school. But I just started to look at the facts and say, okay, well, something's going on here. Like there's something, there's legit.
Bro, I don't have headphones. I don't know who's talking, Pearl. I'm sorry, I don't have headphones, so I can never tell who's talking.
You're okay. I was gonna speak. Can you guys hear me okay? We had a couple. Yeah. I was gonna say, at least you guys are honest about it. Like, you're honest about what you believe and what you stand for. Other reaction channels are like liberals pretending to be moderates. They're pretending to be in the middle, but they're all liberals.
But then they still with other liberals. Like, they'll attack each other if they disagree with one thing about transgenderism or one thing about LGBTQ. Then they, like, H3H3 and Hasanabi, pretty familiar with them. Like, they started attacking.
I'm preaching H3 and all. Today's video proved that I've been preaching really woke as fuck. They're liberals posing as conservatives, but they're not. They're fence-sitters. They go with whatever.
Did they say that they're conservative?
But they're just utilizing the woke audience when it's useful for them.
Just like exactly like today.
Yeah, like they'll say something that sit on the fence, but then when they don't know how to respond to you, they'll just say like, "Oh, you made monkey noises. You're a racist person."
Which, by the way,
it was retard noises to be exact, because I was calling Preach a retarded window licker. But after looking at that Donkey Kong photo, I can conclude that he's also a monkey. Okay. All right. Like, bro, I'm ready to end them. Like, they want to go here and say, "You're a racist, Myron." Cool. The fucking Arab guy that's also black, that literally, like, I hit so many different check marks for the KKK. Y'all want to call me racist? Cool, you fucking faggots. Now, let's fucking do it.
Hey, guys, when we speak, everyone raise your hand.
No,
Raise your hand.
No,
Raise your hand.
No.
So we take turns.
No, Nick, no, not you.
No, I can't do it. Yeah.
Someone's already screenshotted that and put it on Twitter, but God. Bro, I lost my YouTube already platforming you, man. Like, let me keep the rumble for 5 seconds. Rumble.
He did. He started it. He did it. I'm getting
What I
blamed.
was gonna say. I had a big identity crisis when I started doing content instead of security work, because I was like, if I don't unleash my full politics, how do these Abba Preach guys not?
Put. What the fuck?
I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Let's go. Of course, Nico. We're all rolls out. Oh, come on. We're down. Let's go. Let's go. We're down for whatever.
Let's do it.
It's like Nick's wet fantasy for content creators.
Come on.
I can't believe
we're racist.
This really is the red pill community.
You were calling us feminist liars for a long time, but I told you everybody ends up.
Nick, you're a political operative. This can't be good for your career.
No, this is.
This is my bread and butter. This is what I live for.
Bread and butter on the napkin.
Well, what's funny though is like a lot of this stuff is just fun. I mean, here's the problem.
It's just
when
Halloween.
Abba,
Put a Halloween banner on us.
Yeah, he's a ghost. He got a rock. But when they say like, oh, you're racist, you did this, you did that. Like for me, my life started politically when I just started saying like, okay, whatever. You're racist, you're this, you're that. Okay, anyway. I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing, no, I'm not a racist, no, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing, like, as I said earlier, I love everybody. But the way that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist. Therefore, like, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at this stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say. Interracial in a lot of ways. I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial.
We're all pure blood, motherfucker. You a mixed fuck.
I'm full white.
Right.
I'm full white.
Panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people. Like we're all.
Yeah, he's literally the fucking
maybe we're more right wing.
The Dave Chappelle.
And so people are just.
Yeah. That clip.
Bro, all you fucking frauds will not do this shit on your own channel. Do this on Fresh and Fit. Do this on Fresh and Fit, man. Yo, do this on Kick.
And our channels were so mild.
That's crazy.
All right, Myron.
So Nick, what I'm wondering is. What I'm wondering, Nick, is.
Sneako's fighting right now.
Do you remember when Abba asked you, would you rather have a black Catholic or an atheist white woman? And you kind of doubled down. I think you said white.
Yeah.
Because you want your kids to look like you.
Yeah.
That was the reason?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's what they always do.
Let's add a plot twist. She's Jewish and white.
Oh, well, then she's not white.
No. By faith, not by mother, just by faith.
But Jewish isn't white. Jewish
no,
is
if she
not white.
converted to Judaism.
You can't do that.
The only way a person can convert to Judaism is if they intermarry. They marry in.
Interesting. Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
King Star tweeted that he might convert to Judaism. How would that work?
I mean, people say that, but real religious Jews do not accept that. They don't embrace that. Even so-called converts are ostracized.
Do you remember that? Because I stole that joke from you. You tweeted, "Enjoy your 2 pieces of silver" for Susan Wojcicki.
I did, yeah.
Was that the team?
I think so. Yeah, it was. But I would marry a Jew. I mean, if it was a versus Catholic, I'd marry the Catholic, whoever
Do
they
you
are.
have
But
any Jewish friends that you know? Like, I don't know many Jewish people, but I know some. If the girl's hot, right? I don't let her do Zohar Kabbalah magic on me, right? I just kiss her.
they're cursed, dude. They're cursed. You can't. Jewish women in particular, because you'll be interested in this. They actually have a different creation story. A lot of the Jews, they don't believe in Adam and Eve. They believe in Lilith.
Lilith, yeah, the temps, yeah.
Yeah.
So the women, in particular, the Jewish women have this weird energy.
You think they
can't.
carry, like, you know, we say whores carry the spirit of Jezebel. Do you think they carry this demonic spirit of Lilith?
100%, yeah, absolutely.
But you would say the Lilith story is real, but this archetype in their head of destroying marriages is real, right?
Yeah.
So
So Christians believe that God created Adam, and then God took a rib from Adam, and from the rib made Eve. So from God, man, and then from man, woman. The woman's created from a man's rib to be his helper. But the Jews believe in the story that God created a man and a woman, and they both were created by God.
It's an equality thing, isn't it? It's pushing equality, man and woman at the same time.
Right, but it was a big problem because Lilith became evil and she started destroying everything, and so God took her out.
I mean, when you look at where we're at in society, it does kind of look like that, where they push for equality with Adam and Eve in the Jewish version, and then the feminism took over with Lilith. It's like you as soon as you make woman equal to man, the feminine nature, the feminine principle destroys everything it touches.
Yep. Yeah, so I would never marry a Jew. But the reason I would marry a white non-Catholic over a non-white Catholic is because race matters. They always think it's some big own when they're like, oh, is it race or religion? It's like, well, both are important. I mean, that's our whole ideology. I mean, that'd be like saying, would you marry a man who's a Catholic or a woman who's an atheist? It's like, well, that gender matters too. Our whole ideology is about distinction. And distinctions in race matter, distinctions in religion matter, distinction in gender matters, distinction in age matters, distinction matters. It's liberals that say,
I would say distinction is identity. The one thing you need to avoid depression and despair is a sense of identity within the community and yourself, and it's got to be genuine. If you feel like a Catholic but hang with Muslims, and you're trying to be Muslim, you know what I mean? If you feel like a Catholic, you are, right? I hang with Muslims, you guys don't convert me. But now look at this. If you notice, as young men age, especially like in our parents' age, we get very into our roots. It's like the closer we get to death, the more we look at our own history. That's probably the most important thing to do when you're 20 years old. It's like huge. If you're a fucking Chinese and don't know shit about your own fucking people, you're missing a bunch of who you are. There's memories uploaded in your DNA that you haven't even fucking experienced. Like, whether you do it our way right now or when you're 45 and everyone's dad has a midlife crisis and starts going obsessed with his own heritage, you will confront the who am I, right?
Yeah. Well, not just it. Genetics is so much more important than anybody wants to believe, and in a way, it makes us uncomfortable because genetics are not fixable. I think that's why people avoid it, because there's this determinism in it that if your genetics are one way, well, then you're kind of destined for a particular kind of life. And people don't like to hear that. They want to hear that anyone can do anything, anyone can be anything. And when you tell people, well, you have a fixed IQ, you're going to have a fixed height, you're going to have a fixed this, your behaviors in some ways are coded in your DNA. People say that the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. That's true because you're raised by your parents, but also it's because genetically you're similar and the same as your parents. And so they say that actually around the age of 20, that's when your genetics have more of an influence over your behavior than how you were raised. That's when genetics reasserts itself. And so anyway, when it comes to things like race, people say, well, it's skin color, it's skin deep. They're made uncomfortable by the fact that it's genetic. And the same goes for man and woman. They say, well, what difference does my genitalia have? It's not just genitalia, it's genetics. Like, we're genetically different, and that has consequences.
The most embarrassing thing is when people go, it's just pigment, it's just color. Really? Tell a white guy and a black guy to play at the NBA on average. It's not just skin color. We're talking about bones, density, and structure, and size.
Yeah, well, it's genetic difference. And, that's okay. It's okay that there's diversity between groups, and there's diversity within groups. And the answer is to say that we're all children of God. The answer is that we all have souls, and there is inequality baked into the cake, but we just have to be respectful to each other. We have to accommodate for those differences, rather than pretend that they don't exist. Because that's what the left wants to do. That's ultimately what liberalism is predicated on, is saying that everyone is the same. We're all pink on the inside. Any ideas in our head were put in there by education or by our parents or something. In reality, the information is in our blood. It's in our DNA. We can't help it.
It's funny to me, these gay buzzwords, like diversity, or my most hated is liberty, because it actually comes from liberation from God's law, what Lucifer does. All this enlightenment talk comes from running from the church. liberty is not a good word. Every time someone says it, it rings a bell of freedom and escaping some shackles as a black man. That's not where it comes from at all.
Nick, to make it topical, today's the first day of Pride Month, and I see tweets going around that it was created by actually, I don't know if it's true, but a Jewish bisexual sex worker who started Pride Month. Pride, for everyone in the chat knows, is the number one of the 7 deadliest sins in the Bible and Christianity, and it's pretty much 30 days straight of straight degeneracy. People, which is the highest suicide rate out of any minority group, LGBT youth. Like 50% of them consider suicide. Do you know the origins of Pride Month?
I don't know the origin of the month. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a Jew, but they're libertine. What? It's true. They're behind it. They did the first trans surgeries. Like, they're behind all the LGBT degenerate stuff.
Yeah. Well, why is that? See, I'm not an anti-Semite at all, but like I look at stuff like Tel Aviv. Like they're one of the when Pride Month comes around, there's so much celebration for the LGBT stuff in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, it's the gayest country in the world. Israel has the most
Is that true?
homosexuals. Yeah, I'm not even making that up.
Yeah, they do.
It's literally the gay capital of the world.
Wait,
Tel Aviv.
Pearl said something when she's cutting out. Wait, go ahead.
You there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Not here is so bad. I said, why isn't there straight Pride Month if they have gay Pride Month? Instead of straight Pride Month.
Or family month.
Yeah, everyone that is straight or wants a family can just celebrate.
What about gay shame month? Instead of straight pride, we got gay shame.
Gay shame month.
Going through the streets where we're like,
shame. And then Nick comes in with the hood and he does the salute that I'm not gonna do. That would. Oh,
there you go.
Do you know?
But interesting, you get so much hate for your thoughts on like race mixing and that sort of thing. 'Cause I hear Dr. Kumar say the exact same thing. It says the exact same thing, but you are villainized for it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Because I'm white. I mean, they want everyone to be cool with. It's incumbent on white people to not speak out against this for any of it to succeed. Because, and as a matter of fact, when you look at the advertisements, it's always very one-sided. It's always non-white male, white female. That's always what they push, and it's very pernicious. Like, there's clearly an agenda there, and they don't want white people to develop any kind of racial consciousness. Black people can say, you know, Black Power, Black Pride all day long. Every other group does the same thing. If a white guy starts to say white pride, white power, whatever, then everybody says, oh, no, shut it down. Why? Well, who does that sound like? What would that sound like? And why was that bad? Because of a thing, we don't need to get into that, but it does follow that logic. And the reason they don't want white people to have any kind of solidarity is because if white people did, they would probably not have a problem with arresting everybody in Chicago. The reason we have to stop police doing their job in Chicago is because you arrest all the criminals, and most of them are one group, and then the jails are full of one group, and that's racist. We can't have that. So we can't lock up criminals. And if white people had racial solidarity, we'd say, hey, why is everyone that runs the media one group that isn't white people? Why are they all liberal? Why are they all communist? We'd probably say, hey, we don't want those people running the media anymore. And then you'd have a very different media landscape. And, you know, so it would have this cascading effect, and the groups that are in charge would lose out in the event that happened.
Ironically, one of the biggest psyops I saw this described on Twitter was they got the upper middle class white people. I don't know if you guys grew up upper middle class, but that's one of the biggest psyops that they got to remove any white community was send them to college for 4 years, give them a bunch of drugs, make them sexually liberated, tell them for 4 years that they're bad just for being white because all colleges are infected by wokeness. And by the time they leave college, they have more debt, they've been psyoped, they have a big body count, they've done a bunch of drugs, and now they have no choice but to go join the woke crowd, move to Brooklyn, dye their hair blue, and change their gender.
My college, they had trans people in the dorms with us. Isn't that crazy? Like, they literally had a whole floor like that was dedicated to trans people. We were like one of the first people that had trans people in the dorms.
I wish I went to your college. I could have killed that by becoming Snikita. That would have been a great way to get some pussy. Nick, did you drop out of college?
Yeah, I did. I went to college for a year and then I dropped out.
You went to BU and
Based.
Yeah, well, I went during the election. I was there when Trump got elected, and
I left college. I graduated in 2013, right before like wokeness completely took Boston over.
Yeah, well, and Boston's an extremely liberal city, and then I was on an extremely liberal campus in an extremely liberal city.
On Commie Ave. Commie Ave.
That's right, yeah, Commonwealth. And I would go into the dining hall wearing a MAGA hat. People would just pull up and berate me, literally.
Yeah. Really? What the fuck?
Like, one time I almost got in a fight. There were, like, these 3 African, like, guys from Africa sitting at another table, and I was going on some big rant very loudly with somebody else, and they start screaming at me. They're like, what did you say? And I mean, I don't back down, but I would have got my ass kicked. I mean, there's, like, 3 of them. They're all huge. And I was like, what I said, you know, and actually some white liberal girl got in the middle of it and saved me, because otherwise it would have been another one of these stories.
That's a very funny story to tell while Pearl Slave goes and walks in the background in the middle of that story.
Oh, come on, don't take that.
What? I only said that because she has headphones and I didn't hear the joke, but shout out to Blessing. Pearl, I want to ask you about what you keep talking about the reaction channels, and what have Abba and Preach lied about you specifically?
Well, the first time I noticed they lied about me was when I had that video of me talking about like how I was like kind of joking about women not being able to vote. I wasn't serious in the video, but they sort of like painted it like I was. But maybe it was just a precursor, because now I really don't think women should vote. So that was the first one. But the biggest thing was they attributed it about someone else. Like they said it was about my ex-boyfriend. They basically like said this whole narrative about my ex-boyfriend that wasn't true. Yeah. There.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, and then they also said I lied about a stat, which I didn't. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. They said I lied about women being fatter than men. They said I was like misleading my audience and I was lying about the stat. Then I commented my source. So I said, no, women are fatter than men. Here's the source. And frickin' they like edited their comment just because they had like a comment calling me a liar. And so I added the source. And then frickin' Yeah, then they edited their comment to like remove what they said, and then just changed their comment to like what the comment said. But, you know, it's crazy.
One thing I saw recently, you were getting criticisms from Michael Sartain for platforming Nick Fuentes. What was that about? Was he saying that you shouldn't? Can you describe that?
Yeah, yeah, Mike. I didn't realize there was gonna be such a grilling when I don't know.
Is he a
But,
Jew?
I don't think so. I think he's a
I
Christian.
don't think so. I actually like Mike. I think he's a really talented content creator. But yeah, I can't remember what he said about Nick. I can't remember. It was something like I needed to like push you back more and know more about him, and you couldn't not know everything he's done. Maybe it was something like I think their main criticism was I should have known more about Nick before having him on.
You should push back more, essentially.
Yeah, like, and I need to be more.
You need to
prepared.
disagree with him to talk to him.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't actually remember too much. I do so many like interviews I kind of forget, but it was something along those lines. Yeah, Nick, I have been. It's like every interview I go to, you are brought up.
Sorry, yeah, that's just that's how it goes. I don't even know why I'm so controversial. It's like, what's even the problem? Well, I mean, I guess I know why, but you know, it's just like what I can't disagree. That's literally it. They're like, if you don't have the correct opinions, then like, you know, now I'm not a human being. They go, why did you talk to the guy with the wrong opinion? Do we all have to have the same opinion? I don't understand.
Well, I just didn't understand because I was like, if you don't like the way I do interviews, you should do it on your own channel. Like, I feel like I've worked hard to build the channel I've built, and it's like, if you don't want to do interviews the way I do interviews, why don't you just do them on your own channel? Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, sometimes the aim is just
That guy's
fucking
The biggest thing I saw, like when I,
You're, like,
at
trying to
first
run
I
the
used to
aim
think
is
Abba and
just
Freak
so
were
strong,
right
let
about,
me go where I want.
like the Anna Quinn stuff looked really, really bad. But when I saw the context of the Anna Quinn stuff for like about Myron, I thought that was really messed up because I didn't realize all the context behind it.
Yeah, they had to spin a certain narrative, obviously. Like, the thing is with those guys is they're not here to put out the truth. They're here to get clicks and views and get the biggest shock factor. And the thing is that a lot of their audience is women. So if they can, like, get this certain narrative out there, that's what's going to happen. Because a lot of women surprisingly watch them. I don't know why, but yeah, they do. So
do they
that's,
really?
yeah, a lot of them do watch them, which is why they have to sit in the middle all the time. They can't really stand on anything.
Because they're kind of like they just tell women what they want to hear, and that's what I realized about you guys. You guys are at least honest. Like half the guys that like criticize, like even me, they're criticizing me for saying that like I would stay with the guy who cheated when Abba had a whole video on cheating. It's like at least the Red Pill guys are honest. Like they're not lying about what they're doing.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, for them to make the most money, they have to be able to deal with both sides as a reaction channel. That's what you do. The whole part of being a reaction channel is that you sit in the middle so that you can go ahead and double dip on both sides, and that's what they do. And honestly, that's why I don't respect a lot of these guys because they reactively make content where we proactively make it, and then they go ahead and react, you know, with 20/20 hindsight, whatever. They're basically we're the LeBron James, they're the fucking Skip Bayless. That's really what it comes down to. So, and the thing is that the other thing I exposed as well is that Preach ran around saying like, oh, they insulted my wife. It was never his wife. So you used that, right, as like that, because I was like, their main thing was like, you insulted someone's family member, and they ran with that narrative for like a year plus, and then we found out, oh, it's not even his wife. So why'd y'all do that? You guys did that purely to go ahead and get shock value, and then they tried to say that we're racist towards Haitians, and I'm like, bruh, my sound engineer is Haitian. But again, they have to go ahead and go with that certain narrative, and he was what, you're prepared to fight me over some fat chick that you do comedy with? No, they never want to fight in the first place. That's why me and Zorka said, you know what, we'd gladly fight you, both you motherfuckers. They didn't say nothing about fighting on their last video. Nothing. Especially Abba. Abba knows deep down, that if he ever saw me in person, he said the stupid shit that he said in person, and it actually came to a physical confrontation, I would absolutely destroy him. He knows that. That's why he keeps his mouth shut, doesn't say anything. Because he knows from our culture, in that part of the world, when you invite someone to your home and you do the fuck shit that he did, you get your ass kicked. That's why I have such a problem. It's because not only is he should know better where he's from, but I'm not surprised. He renounced Islam, his family don't fuck with him, he's a snake. Like, I'm not surprised that he did that fuck shit. Integrity, he claims to have integrity, but he doesn't at all. You know what I mean? So the only way that you can deal with these idiots is you can't out-logic them. You have to just clown them. That's what I figured out after everything, because they're going to always take things out of context. You know what? You want to call me racist? Let me put this on and roast you motherfuckers. You are monkeys. That's how you got to go with them. That's it. You don't sit there and try to disprove their fucking allegations, whatever. You could do that in the first half like we did, but then after that, you just fucking cook them. And if they keep talking shit, I'm going to keep cooking them. Because I got more pictures, I got more ammo, I can continue to embarrass the fuck out of them, and they know it. That's why they got to run around like little scally dogs now, because not only will I embarrass you, make fun of y'all, I'll also beat you the fuck up too. So that's what it is. And Abba knows this. That's why he doesn't say a damn fucking word about physicality. He doesn't ever.
Myron went so hard he lost his voice middle of the stream. I've never seen somebody like give that much energy.
That's the only person on YouTube that I would gladly punch in the face if given an opportunity. And throw me in the steel cage with Abba. Anytime. I will literally beat him up for free. I don't even care about a boxing contract, nothing. He needs to get punched in the face. He's been doing this for 10 plus years, talking shit with zero consequences. Now I'm going to roast you. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to make you look like the fucking faggot you really are. And on top of that, if you want to do something physically, I'll beat the fuck out of you. He knows that shit. I'm trained to kill. I don't brag about that shit, right? But my training makes me very dangerous for people like him.
Yeah, wasn't he in the FBI?
I do, yeah, I do. Because I was a little bit concerned at first because when, I think back when the Ye thing was going on back in November, I think Myron, you said something like, oh, you know, I'm law enforcement or something. I was like, oh shit, this guy's fed. Like, this guy's straight up fed. I mean, I'm very suspicious just generally because you see these like right-wing militias, they're all full of like former law enforcement, and like you flip a coin, they're still like a confidential informant or something. But based on that awesome KKK performance earlier, I'm like, this guy's
I
awesome.
got a sense of humor, man. I got a sense of humor, and the thing is too is that like I didn't work for the FBI, I worked for Homeland Security, so I did more like Mexican cartel investigations, drug trafficking, human smuggling, human trafficking, that type of shit, border crimes. So I did that for a while. I mean, let's be honest here. The FBI is being weaponized as a political, law enforcement agency nowadays. 2 FBI agents actually went on that are whistleblowers on the PVD podcast earlier today, and they talked about it. And that was actually a really good interview. But, even the government's getting, infected with this wokeism bullshit. So the thing with me is I have a sense of humor. It's just I don't show it that much on Fresh and Fit. Because we're trying to help guys self-improve, and mindless humor.
Just on my stream where you don't face any consequences for it, I'm the only one who's gonna get banned for you putting.
Hey,
on
they're gonna see a
hood.
different side that they don't see on Fresh and Fit. Y'all get some entertainment here, right? Because I've always been a Dave Chappelle fan. I've always been like really against like this stupid like racism bullshit. Like I make fun of all races. I make fun of Asians, blacks, Hispanics, everybody, Arabs, whatever. People made fun of me after 9/11 for years, bro. But when people don't have a real argument, they use the race card, and that really pisses me off. Like, because I face real racism. So for me, it's like, okay, I got bullied, I got thick skin now, so I can take these jokes. But other people, when they don't have a rebuttal, you're racist. All right, cool, I'm racist. Let me put this fucking white hood on and continue to roast you. Now what? That's how you deal with these fucking pussies.
Can I ask? I want to ask. I think this is good for this panel. Obviously, Myron and Pearl, they have some disagreements, but there's a lot of like the red pill circus in the shower. But there's a lot of the red pill content creators, like I guess you can classify.
About that time.
Yeah, well, a lot of the red pill content creators. Nick, you've been doing it for a lot longer than I have. I've been streaming for about a year. Are you? 2 questions I have. One, are you seeing more unity right now? Are you seeing more people starting to wake up? And where do you think the direction of the red pill, which is just the truth, that's the analogy in the Matrix, is where it comes from. Where do you see the future, and where do you see it right now as somebody who's been doing it for longer than I have?
Well, I think what you're seeing right now is like a huge new wave, because the first wave was like 2015 and 2016, and we talked about this a little bit on the last panel. That was the first year when you had smartphone, social media usage, and adoption at an all-time high. That's the first time I think it really broke some sort of a threshold, and as a consequence, everybody was taking it as far as they could go. And suddenly a lot of people that were outside the conversation on television and print and radio were now in the conversation online. Citizen journalists, these like dissident intellectuals, dissident political types. And so because of that, it just so happens that everybody became a lot more right-wing, and a lot of these controversial ideas were being talked about on Twitter, on 4chan, on Joe Rogan, and it turns out that people had an appetite for these ancient ideas. I mean, when we say red pill means that, like in the Matrix, a lot of people think red pill means like, well, women are dumb, or red pill means like, blacks commit crime or something. To me, the simplest idea of the red pill is that the world is not as it seems. Like, we see one world which is based on a regulated media and regulated medium of information, but there's actually a real world outside of that we don't get to see, and that's because of control of media, control of information. When that monopoly on information is destroyed by the internet and the proliferation of smartphones and social media, everybody starts to see, wait a minute, things aren't as they seem with crime, gender, race, religion, anything. And after 2016, they started cracking down. Twitter crackdown, Facebook crackdown, YouTube crackdown. The terms of service got more severe. They started banning people. And because they started banning people, not only were some people just straight up excluded, but there was a chilling effect. Everybody said, oh, I don't want to get banned. I don't want to lose my livelihood. I don't want to lose my channel. So there was like this twofold effect. One, they got a lot of people out of the conversation, and then they got a lot of people to take themselves out by self-censoring, because they said, I'm not gonna be the next Jared Taylor. I'm not gonna be the next David Duke that gets banned from the whole internet. In the last couple of years, there's a second wave that's been brought on, basically since Trump got banned on Twitter. And I said this on the show. I said they jumped the shark. They went too far, because you banned Trump from Twitter. That's the president. That's a guy that just won 74 million votes. This is a guy who, he's basically too big to fail. You can't cancel him. And so I predicted there'd be a lot of venture capital that would come in and create a free speech space that would allow him.
And they did.
Bring in Elon Musk buying Twitter, which is totally out of left field. And because of these new efforts to kind of bring people back, and this like jumping the shark effect, I think people are like, you know what, fuck it. Like, they banned the president. Clearly it's gone too far. And so now I think there's this like new, it's like a second wave where the consciousness is rising. People are talking again. They're talking about these ideas. And I think it's even more right-wing than the first time. Because the first time, if you remember when Trump ran in 2016, it was like, the war in Iraq was a mistake. The trade deals are bad. Whatever. Nowadays, people are like, guess what? Transgenderism is gay is a sin. And people are becoming more religious. Like, religiosity is coming back. Now, it's got a much more Christian or religious conservative flavor to it than it did 7 years ago. 7 years ago, it was very secular. It was very scientific. It was like scientific racism, the Jordan Peterson psychology stuff. Nowadays, it's very much about, it's Catholics and Muslims. It's like Andrew Tate, a Muslim, and or you, Sneeko, or you, Myron, and then it's a lot of Catholics. It's Christians. It's guys like Ye, who's a hardcore Christian. It's me, I'm a hardcore Catholic. So I'm very optimistic based on this development. It's like, the tech has gotten a lot better, and overall, like the red pill, if you could say, is getting more red pill. Like the red pill is getting more right wing, it's going deeper. Because it's like you said, the red pill isn't just being right wing, or I think Zerka said it earlier. The red pill is realizing that it's reality. It's like when Tate says, the real world, it's reality. Like what they say on the media is fake. They try to create this narrative about, first the white people killed all the Indians, then they enslaved all the blacks, then they killed all the Jews, and now we're going to kill them because they just can't stop being racist. And all this stuff about transgender and black women are the real heroes. They built America. It's just fake. And so people are discovering timeless traditions, timeless truths. That's why they're going for both Islam and Catholic. Because in Islam, they see the old world. In Islam, where they see sexism, or maybe not sexism, but they see women taking the natural role. They see men being strong. They see people praying and being pious. It's old world, timeless. These are things humans have been doing for 10,000 years, as opposed to all, the degenerate liberal shit where people are jerking off and playing video games and doing other meaningless surrogate activities. So I think the consciousness has been raised, and I've never been more optimistic about where things are going than I am now. And like you said, I've been watching this stuff closely for 6-7 years. I don't think it's ever been better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I haven't been in that specific space for that many years, but it seems like there's starting to be an awakening that you can't ignore. It used to be some sort of fringe thing on the internet, but now way more people seem to be talking about it, even in the 1 year that I've been streaming. The chat keeps bringing up saying that you were going to talk about the Ye situation on a panel in the next stream. I don't remember you saying that, and I don't know if you want to talk about it, but I did want to ask you.
Yeah, so there was some news about Ye 24 a few weeks ago, and some of it was true, and a lot of it was fake because the Jew pedophile Milo Yiannopoulos was involved, and I mean that guy like is addicted to lying. I don't think he's ever said a true thing in his life. So he got back into the equation and created all this drama. And I wanted to go out and do an interview with
Milo's one of the boys.
Milo's
He's like the boy. He's like the Lucifer's boy. But anyway, straight up, like if you know that guy, bad news. In any case, I'd like to do at some point.
He was nice to me. He didn't offer me any Percocet or anything like that. I didn't sleep on the floor in the hotel. He was good to me. I do have to put that out there.
He's a scumbag, and you know, and maybe I'll explain the whole story there too. But I think I'd like to do an interview at some point with this, just kind of doing like a year in review and talk about everything that happened because you know, there's a few sides to that story, and you know, or not, we'll see. Here's the thing. I don't like to be indiscreet. I hate to be the guy that's like, well, here's what's going on behind the scenes because I think it's very unprofessional and just not manly. But by the same token, so much has been said in the press at this point by that Jew, and you know, there's a lot that's out there. I feel like it would be appropriate to clear the air, but I just like to do it in a good forum because, you know, I mean, I'll just say this much: it's June 1st, and I'll just give a little sample. I mean, well, I'm not gonna give a sample.
Just a little bit. We got 50K on Rumble right now. This is one of the highest views I've had in a long time. Cook a little, Nick. All right.
I'll cook a little bit. Okay, I'll cook a little bit. And I'll just say this. So, you know, last month. It is true that Milo was brought back into the equation. It appears to be like for a week or something. I don't know if that's still going on. But he comes in and I told Ye, I said, listen, and I have the text. It's my text. I could share it if I wanted. I could read it. But I'll just summarize it. I said, look, I said, Ye, I said, bringing Milo back into this campaign, or this political team, I should say. I said, this is just a terrible idea. I said, because we have set a June 1st deadline for ourselves for when we were going to do something. I said, we've got a treasurer, we've got a staff ready to hire. I said, we've got a website. I said, we are all ready to go. I said, we are so close. I said, and if you bring this guy in, he's just going to fuck everything up. I said, our treasurer's going to quit. I said, the staff is not going to want to be hired. I said, this website's never going to launch. I said, in addition to other reasons, I said, and what's more, I said, he still lives with his husband. I said, so that totally goes against your message.
Gay?
Gay husband. I said, he stole from your campaign. He's done nothing but talk trash about you in public. I said, so for those reasons, and the FEC violation, I said, for that reason, I said, you know, it's a terrible idea to bring this guy back on board. And, well, I mean, here it is, June 1st. And, you know, the result speaks for itself. So I'll just give you a little sample. That's just a little preview, but at some point maybe I'll go and tell the full story. It's just very frustrating because, you know, we all wanted it to happen. We all really worked hard to make this thing a reality and make it be about that message, which he was talking about in November and December, but at the end of the day, it just didn't come together. And
I got to vouch for you. I got to vouch for you publicly. I think you did do your best. Ye was extremely impressed with everything you talked about, and I think that you were giving him the right. You were the right person behind the scenes to give him a lot of the information. Like he was getting a lot of the ideas correct, but you were the one giving him the facts and a lot of the talking points. Not like some people are going with the narrative like, oh, Nick Fuentes is brainwashing Ye to be a white supremacist. That's absolutely not the case. Ye came to those conclusions himself, but you were showing him how he could explain it properly, and it was really cool to see like that synergy in the brainstorming sessions. How like you were like probably like the perfect person to be behind the scenes for him on Ye 24. So I am disappointed to see you go. And yeah, Ye personally, like you said, that we don't gel creatively. So I don't think I'm coming back on there either. But I mean, of course, I would like to, but it doesn't seem. I think without you personally, I would say, I think without you, it's going to be completely different.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, we're still in touch. I'm still friends with him when we still talk, and I still love him. Like, everything that I've said about him in the past is still the case. Like, and you saw it. I mean, like you said, we had a great synergy, and I really have an admiration for him, and he inspires me, and I think he's brilliant. But for whatever reason, it just didn't work out this time around, and you know, we'll see. I mean, I still talk to him, so who knows? Maybe something will come of it. But if not now, maybe in the future. But yeah, I agree. I mean, we did really have this good connection because. You're right. I mean, his instincts are so on point that he just figured out, like the things that I talk about on my show, it's like he just sped run through them just with pure intuition and instinct. It's like when he did the Tucker interview and he said, I think Jared Kushner was just making money for Israel. And he didn't know the details, of course, but I went on my show and I'm like, that's exactly right. Like, and that's the thing. Some people just have that intuition. Some people just have that wisdom, and he possessed that. And so we made a great team in the sense that I brought the years of experience working through these issues, and he brought that star power, that genius channeling and everything. And, you know, so that's okay. But
I think you guys also agree. I don't know if you've ever seen, but Tim Pool kind of did a similar interview with Myron that he did with you.
I didn't see that. No, what happened?
What did Tim Pool do a setup interview, Myron?
Nah. He like someone I think super chatted in a question about the DMCA strikes or some shit like that.
That was it. Okay.
That was it.
Yeah.
He said someone asked that question or whatever.
I'd be worried about that. I'm going there next week, 5 days.
He's gonna ask you about Nick Fuentes 100%. I mean, like to see the pattern.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
Oh, he doesn't want to give you a bigger platform.
Yeah. Well, it's just like because you know with Tim Pool, I mean, this guy, he was saying for years, like back in 2020. People were saying, get Nick Fuentes on, and he would say, and his excuse the first time, and he had like a neocon Jew producer, he had his producer named Lydia, and she was literally a Jewish Zionist neocon. She did the booking on the show. And so she would go on Twitter and say, who should I invite on the show this week? And it would be Nick Fuentes 100 times, and it would be in the live chat, bring in Nick Fuentes, it would be in the super chats, bring in, And he would say, well, I'm not going to bring him on if you keep asking. You're asking too much. I'm not going to appear to be forced to bring him on because you just... And it's like, wait a second. So you're asking who to bring on. People tell you. And then you go, oh, no. I don't want to look like I'm being forced to bring him on. It's like you asked. Isn't that a good thing anyway, that there's interest? So that was their first excuse. Then, later on, they were asked again, and they said, well, he's not newsworthy. That was after January 6th. January 6th happened. I was on the no-fly list. The feds took my money. Like, all this stuff was going on. And he's like, yeah, no, it's just not newsworthy. Newsworthy? It was on Tucker Carlson. So...
I won't be asked about you?
No, because they don't even want to... I don't think they even want to utter my name. Although they might. But, you know, so they're, you know how that goes. They don't want to bring me on, probably because the Jews involved, but also because they don't want to risk it with YouTube. They're risk averse. Why?
You know, the funny thing too, I know you disagree with Muslims a lot of the time, but when we were in Dubai, can I tell a story about what happened in the club with that chant?
Which one?
When you got a lot of the Palestinians to start chanting a certain...
Oh, yeah, go ahead. It was funny.
Bro, well, you tell the story. You tell the story.
I don't remember the story.
We were in the club, and then you found a bunch of Palestinians, and then everyone started saying a certain chant about the Yehudi. I'm not going to repeat it because the stream has been a little much, but yeah, I mean...
I'm trying to remember it.
Don't worry about it.
Was it in Arabic?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it off stream because this is already going to get into water.
Yeah, I mean, we probably made jokes on them. I don't know, bro. Like I said before, I make jokes on everybody, so it is what it is.
That is true.
I literally make fun of every single race.
He did call me a chick nigger a couple times in the stream. Nick laughed hard at that word. Okay. Appreciate you guys for coming on. This was a fun panel. And happy Pride Month. Hope you guys are able to not get locked in traffic with penis balloons.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Peace.
Doing this, appreciate it.
Hey, what up, Nick?
Hey, what's going on?
Zerka wanted to talk to you again, so I was like, fuck it, let's call him back. Fuck it.
I'm gonna be honest, Sneeko, you're the dead weight here. Just leave the mic on me. Alright, you have low energy.
Bro, it has nothing to do with on you. It's fucking up.
Energy.
It's fucking up everybody's speakers. We can still hear you if it's away.
All right, I'm just being appreciative.
Okay.
Myron,
What do you want to ask him? What do you want to ask him?
Yeah, Myron with the black pilling stuff that people say is red pill really fucking saved me a bunch of time and money. And I thought I had it figured out. I was 70% of the way there. You finished it, and now I appreciate that. What I appreciate about Sneeko is he's the only influencer to ever keep boosting me when I was attacking him and calling him a homosexual for a week because he wouldn't disavow Jake Paul's satanic ritual. And then finally, my man Nick, you gotta remember, I was the first MAGA channel canceled on Twitch. 1 week later, the whole world against me. I'm perma-banned. They platform you on Scuff Podcast, and my chat floods in and says, you gotta see this Nick guy, right? He's that guy. I watch, and the first time in my life, after losing every job, girlfriend, friend, ostracized from my city, everything for comedy or MAGA, I lost everything. Everything. I was doing drugs and drinking, and the highest level of despair. I was staying on Omegle, a fucking weird-ass website, talking to some dude who's about to kill himself. We're talking about killing ourselves. And that's where they found me and scouted me for a show. But and then I got on that show, and a week later, you were on the Scuff. And seeing you have all the temperament, positions, and straightness, non-homosexual version of the right wing, seeing that, I swear to God, and I know people are going to use this against me if I platform this, you don't know what it's like to be saved by some fucking teenager. It made me look like the biggest faggot in my psyche that I obsessed over politics, and he really made me read a lot more about that stuff before I got into esoteric. Nick, I'm telling you, man, just like how you felt alone, and then Trump came out of nowhere, and your eyes filled with energy. I was late on the Trump thing. I didn't really think it was going to go through. I wasn't predicting it like you back then. Now I'm doing better than you at predicting. But Nick, I'm telling you, when your eyes filled up with hope because Trump came on the scene, that's exactly how I found your channel. And I felt so phony when all my friends and family said, don't watch Nick. You are poor. You are in debt. You don't need these positions. They're going to dox your family. They're going to kill you. And I'm like, how the fuck does Nick not care about his family being in danger? And I'm sure he did. That's why he was watered down at the beginning and then started really building up momentum the closer he came to the Christ, right? And I'm watching, and I'd see the D-Live stuff, and I'd take some months off watching you, and it was like always a magnet. And just, I know I beat us on Piker in a debate, but seeing you wipe the floor with that little bitch, and how you totally exposed Sargon for being some kind of like classical liberal faggot, like totally in the middle, just seeing that, I'm like, there's a skinny little fucking teenage nerd with more balls to open in an actual mainstream website with, why? So we can bomb Iraq and all the Middle Eastern nations for Israel? You opened with that in the debate. Who the fuck opens with that? That level of courage? I was blown away. I'm telling you, you are the reason, the sole purpose to why I don't think Christianity's gay. You are the only, if you didn't exist, I would be fucked. Because I'd say, man, I gotta go to a gay Protestant church or an Orthodox church that doesn't believe in sin, it doesn't fucking make sense. The Catholic Church, who literally, they're getting their heads cut off believing in Christ, just so we can have this world. This is the church I want to protect. And I'm telling you, Nick, you affected my life so much that there was a guilt inside that I didn't speak up more. But I'm telling you, Nick, right now, I have done more to bridge the Red Pill community to Christ than any influencer in the game because they need a Chad getting bitches. For some reason, they're that pathetic. They think, oh, women are so great. I promise you, I will spawn 100 Zerkas. As detonate, we're gonna detonate. We're fucking suicidal, motherfuckers. You just need us to explode, and we're hiring the brown ones too, right? We'll get the brown ones to explode, right? This is all comedy. So Nick, when I'm done with my martyr revolution, you have to promise the first thing you do is put Hassan Piker in prison. The first thing
Okay, Myron,
when
you
you're a
have a
leader, no,
Okay,
Nick.
no more glazing. We
No,
can't-
because I know Nick will go for Charlie Kirk
You're
and
doing
he's
tricks
right
on it right now.
Hassan Piker's
I
going
know
to
it's
prison.
bad luck, but you're doing tricks on it, Myron.
Another thing, I got one more question, Nick. One question.
You didn't even have a question
Shut
at
the
all.
fuck up,
All you
bro.
did was
I'm the
glaze and
future, bro. Yo, Nick, why are you dressed as a nigga? Like,
Why are you
why
dressed as a
dressed
nigga?
black guy?
I did my show in the suit. I want to get comfortable and.
You used to have the
How was
best
the
suits,
show?
and you know what's funny? Nick, I hate to attack you, but love the background. It's nostalgic, but dude, you're a millionaire. Get a new green screen. Can we have a new office? Let's get a new office background. I'll get my visual arts director to get you something good. But we've had the same background for so long. We need a big background. We need a big nose, and just a big nose that you're battling.
A big nose.
Okay, Myron had a question.
But Nick, I'm trying to say there's something nostalgic about you. Like I grew up around my Albanian cousins and stuff, and there's something about you that you need to get under people's skin. But you're not doing it for fun. You're actually doing it to change,
Alright, Zarka, can I say
change
something?
consciousness in the world. Fuck you gonna do, clown? Yo, Nick, I could fucking knock these guys out. Jesus is king.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right. So,
It's
Nick,
go fucking Muslim time, all right? I left Islam. It's your turn, Myron.
do I gotta put the hood back on and call you an Albanian nigger again? Get you in line, you fucking fag.
Your power level's too high. You're taking my combi. Stop.
All right, so yo, Nick, no, what I was gonna, it was more of like a comment because I noticed that with the Ye thing, when he said, you know, oh, who controls the banks and everything else like that, and they try to paint him as anti-Semite, all this other thing. I think what they did was because people forget that Kanye West is a musician first, right? And when you're a musician, you're an artist. You're not necessarily a podcaster or a radio personality where you're the best articulating yourself. You're better at expressing yourself through other means when you're an artist. And what he said is factually true, but they attack more how he says things and how he isn't the most articulate when he tries to explain himself. But he's not necessarily lying when he says they run the banks, they run the media, etc. It's true. I mean, if you look at the people that run Fox, CNN, the banks, Rothschild, all this other stuff, it's true. So, I mean, what's your take on that? How, and you were talking about how Kirshner was just sending that money back to the homeland that we won't talk about.
Wait.
What's your take on that? Because I look at it like they were more concerned with how he said things versus the things that he said were actually true.
I believe they would have got him even if he said it politely. They would have gotten him.
I love Zerka, by the way. He's like one of the best additions to the scene in such a long time. Where did this guy come from? I'd heard of him actually a long time ago.
We found him in an alley.
Wait, Nick, when did you first hear him? Was it a long time ago?
It was, yeah. It was like maybe a year and a half ago or something.
Was it at TwitchCon when I was trolling Destiny and I kept saying,
Yes.
I was dog whistling for you, Nick. I was spiritually praying and I've prayed for you. I prayed once a week for you and your movement. Every Sunday for a year straight. And I'm telling you, hold on. I was sick. I was dog whistling when I'm like, he's beating you, Destiny. But I really thought back then you were like kind of a fed where you'll just nuke everyone's channel. And then I realized, fuck it, Christ is king. I'll be homeless for this fucking movement. Fuck it. But Nick, remember when Tim Pool said corporate press? That was brilliant. Go ahead. Answer his thing.
So as far as the how, I mean, a lot of people get caught up in that and they say, because I've heard that a lot, they say, well, I like what he said, but they didn't like the mask. They didn't like that he said he loved Hitler. They didn't like those aspects of it. And I totally understand that argument. I understand that perspective. I absolutely disagree with it, though, because I think that there is
Fucking
I think
sweet.
That people get a little bit caught up in trying to look a certain way or be a certain way rather than just going out and saying it. And I also think that it starts a conversation when he goes out there and says it in a provocative way. I mean, it got us talking about it. It got everybody talking about it. It got everybody watching. I think
Do you think that was his intention? Do you think that was his intention was to like just say it in a way where he knew it would trigger people? Because it's true. He didn't lie. That's the part that kills me. Like Drink Champs and everybody went crazy. But it's like if you say something true about them boys, they always label it under anti-Semitism, which is crazy to me. Because I'll give you an example. If I say the city of Miami was built upon the back of Colombians selling cocaine in the 1980s, no one would say anything. They'd be like, that's a fact. It's true. Pablo Escobar, Griselda Blanco, blah, blah, blah. No one would say a word. But if I say them boys stole a nuclear bomb and were directly involved to a significant level in the assassination of a U.S. president, they will label me as anti-Semite.
You even see this as
That's crazy.
Sometimes, Myron, people do an ethnic shield. Like, I don't like Israel because Palestine. And they go, okay, we'll kind of talk about it. But if you say, I don't like Israel, but I'm white, this is Nazi territory. This is Hollywood psychological programming where Inglourious Bastards has to flood to your, oh my God, I'm crying. There's Jewish people dying on the television. And you got to start crying for them and stuff. And it's like, first of all, I'm no anti-Semite. Fuck all your religions. Christ is king. As far as I'm concerned, you're all the Antichrist to me. All right? So Jews, stop feeling so special. All right? You guys just look special because you got a bunch of money.
Real quick, Zerka, and here's the thing, I criticize everybody, I make jokes on everybody, but this is the one class of people that you can't say anything about. And it's crazy because even if you say things that are factual, they will go ahead and use that magical word.
All right.
Anti-Semite, boom, you're done. And here's the other thing too, I'm Arab, so I can't be anti-Semite. That doesn't make sense. But go ahead, Nick, I want to get your take on it. No, let Nick go. Come on. What's your take on
I'm gonna end the stream here. Follow me. Yeah. I stream every single day except for on Sundays. So yeah.
When they call you an anti-Semite, I mean, take a look at the definition of anti-Semitism. CIA World Factbook has a definition. State Department has a definition. It doesn't say you hate Jews. That's not the definition. Their definition of anti-Semitism is if you say
All right. I am gonna be done for the day. I will stream on Monday. I'll see you guys then.